This Qin Huang was really a good person, and his eyesight was also very good. Ling Xiao had a very good impression of him. Hee, I didn't stop him. If he has the ability, he can come in. A stranger sitting beside young Master Jin Xiao said with a smile. His meaning was obvious. If Ling Xiao couldn't even pass the two at the door, then he wasn't qualified to sit in the same restaurant and drink with them. Get out of my way. Ling Xiao looked at the two guards at the door and said coldly. The two of them sneered, still standing there, not showing any intention of leaving. Then don't blame me. Ling Xiao knew very well that these people came to the 4 regions and 9 worlds to scheme against the Dragon Corpse and the Reversing God Sword. These two things were in his hands. It could be said that these people were his enemies. In that case, he didn't need to be polite. The shadow of the Hell's Nightmare appeared behind him. Nightmare moment. In an instant, the 2 third-level divine physique echelon experts fell asleep. Ling Xiao was currently in the state of the supreme sovereign physique, so the effect of the nightmare moment was naturally much stronger. After that, he didn't show any mercy. His 2 hands grabbed the 2 people's heads. Dark siphon. He sucked the 2 people's blood essence dry. He didn't have to do this, but these people from the Heaven's Wall City were really too arrogant. If he didn't teach them a lesson, they would really think that he was awesome. What? Seeing this scene, the people upstairs were shocked. What a bold lizard man. He actually dared to kill their companions, even though they were just lowly servants. But they weren't people that mere lizard men could touch. Brother 2, that lizard man killed your servants. Young Master Jin Xiao said to a 4th-level divine physique echelon youngster beside him. That person suddenly stood up and looked at Ling Xiao. You ugly lizard man. Today, I want to see what kind of ability you have to dare to kill my people. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly threw a punch across the air. The ferocious fist force caused the entire restaurant to rumble. The fist wind was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't even look at it. He just casually patted it and dispersed the fist wind. You want to fight? Sure. I'll keep you company, but the restaurant is too small. Since you want to fight, let's fight in the sky. But I don't think you're that good. Looking at your strength, you're not even as good as that trash young Master Jin Xiao. As he spoke, Ling Xiao had already soared into the sky. You're courting death. That guy with the surname Tu chased after him. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He originally looked down on those lizard men and felt that they were not as honorable as them. They were the pioneers among the humans in the 4 regions and 9 realms. They were the true nobles. Those people in the restaurant didn't come out. They were still sitting there and could see the battle in the sky. They felt that it was interesting. This lizard man was really different from the other lizard men. The other lizard men were submissive when they saw them. Even if they bullied them, they didn't dare to make a sound. But this lizard man in front of them was very arrogant. They wanted to see what qualifications this guy had to be arrogant in front of them. The martial artists who had been waiting outside the restaurant were even more excited, especially some of the lizard men martial artists. They were sullen. They didn't dare to fight back when they were beaten by the people of Heaven's Wall City. They didn't even dare to say a word. They were afraid that they would be killed. But now, there was finally someone who dared to challenge this unreasonable rule. Ling Xiao, let me play. When Ling Xiao was about to make a move, the white jade cat in his arms suddenly spoke. You? I thought you didn't know how to fight? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. What do you know? I've swallowed so many core crystals before. My strength is actually very strong. I can help you teach these arrogant guys a lesson. They're just trash from Heaven's Wall City. They really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The white jade cat said coldly. Since you want to fight, I'll leave it to you. I'll just watch. Ling Xiao thought about it and agreed. In fact, he also wanted to know how this white jade cat fought. How strong was its fighting ability? Of course, the key was that Ling Xiao was now in the state of the sovereign emperor body. Even if he fought, it wouldn't help him improve his cultivation. So he simply returned to his original body. In this way, the enemy's powerful pressure could stimulate his potential to erupt. Even if he didn't fight, the energy in his cultivation sea could quickly increase. Chapter 4788. I'll play with you, you blind dog. The white jade cat crawled out of Ling Xiao's arms and looked at the young man surnamed Tu with a smile. F***CK. A cat dares to be so arrogant in front of me. Fine. I'll kill you first, then I'll kill your master, that coward. You actually sent your pet to die. As soon as the cultivator surnamed Tu finished speaking, he suddenly saw the white jade cat turn into a white shadow and pounce on him. This little guy's speed is really fast. I feel like it's already at my level. Ling Xiao was quite surprised. Even if he used the holy ground demonic shadow, he could only reach this speed. You're courting death. The cultivator surnamed Tu snorted coldly, although he couldn't see the cat's figure clearly. But he could still see the afterimage. He took out a long spear and stabbed it directly. For a moment, the spear shadows filled the sky, blocking his path, not giving the cat a chance to attack him. Can you block it? The cat saw that it was already near the spear shadows, and its body suddenly became incomparably huge. In an instant, it was dozens of meters tall. Ling Xiao's eyes widened. Wasn't this the Boulder King? Could it be that the cat could use the abilities of the 4 Monster Kings after eating those core crystals? In the next moment, the Boulder King's hand directly grabbed the cultivator surnamed Tuesday. The figure's spear shadows instantly collapsed. There was no way to resist at all. His entire body was pinched by the 2 fingers of the Boulder King that the cat had transformed into. He struggled desperately but couldn't break free. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of the encounter between the Earth Chief and the Clearwater Chief. If he hadn't arrived in time, those 2 would have been crushed to death. Let me go. Let go of you, you evil creature. I'm a cultivator of the Heaven's Wall City. Do you want to die? The cultivator surnamed Tu struggled and roared. Kill him. Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded. The white jade cat smiled. The figure's entire body was crushed. Blood splattered all over the ground. At that moment, the cat also returned to its original appearance and returned to Ling Xiao's side, looking obedient and cute. But at this point, no one dared to underestimate this fellow. A 4th-level divine physique echelon expert was actually crushed to death by it so easily. Its strength was at least at the 4th level of the divine physique echelon. Seeing this scene, the surrounding lizardmen warriors felt relieved. Even some of the martial artists from the 9 major forces were secretly praising him. Why? Because these idiots from Heaven's Wall City were too arrogant. He didn't care about them at all. They yelled at them and even attacked them at the slightest provocation. They were not the other party's servants. Because their strength was not enough, they did not dare to challenge the other party. Now that he saw Ling Xiao take care of these guys, he was naturally inexplicably excited. The warriors of the Heaven's Wall City all had ugly expressions on their faces. The cultivator surnamed Tu had actually been killed by a cat. If news of this spread, wouldn't they laugh their heads off? Did you see that? Trash. You bunch of trash are not even worth mentioning in front of Lord Cat. Standing on Ling Xiao's shoulder, Kitten was very arrogant. Hee, as expected, friends of trash are still trash. The rumors about Heaven's Wall City seem to be a little too magical. Or is it that the people who appeared in the 4 regions and 9 worlds this time are all trash? Ling Xiao laughed loudly, his laughter full of sarcasm. Just now, the warriors of Heaven's Wall City were each more arrogant and domineering than the other. It was as if breathing the same air as the warriors of the 4 regions and 9 worlds would be polluted. However, in just a moment, the cultivator surnamed Tu, a self-righteous genius, was killed by a cat. Young Master Jin Xiu's expression was very ugly. The cultivator surnamed Tu was the helper he had called. In order to take back the dragon corpse and the void god sword, he realized that he was not strong enough. However, he did not expect that he would die before he could show off his power. Puny lizardmen, you're courting death. Young Master Jin Xiu's killing intent became even stronger, and the entire street could feel his murderous aura. Hee, I'm a puny lizard man, but you're not even comparable to me. You're just a barking dog. You want to kill me? You can do it now. I'd like to see who can come out unscathed after touching me in the damp land, the territory of the lizard men. Ling Xiao looked at young Master Jin Xiu sarcastically, extremely disdainful. Hearing this, young Master Jin Xiu's expression became even uglier. Yes, he was really a little afraid. Ling Xiao was now acting as Longya. Longya was the young chief of the Dark Shadow tribe. The Dark Shadow tribe chief was the most powerful emperor of the 6 tribes. If he really killed Longya, the Dark Shadow tribe chief would not let him go. Without the seniors of Heaven's Wall City, he would definitely be hunted down by the Dark Shadow tribe chief. He had to consider this carefully. What a trash. You want to kill me, but you don't dare to do it. It's really shameful for Heaven's Wall City to have a trash like you. Ling Xiao said sarcastically. Boy, do you think I'm afraid of you? I just don't want to ruin the atmosphere of the Crusader Alliance. Young Master Jin Xiao said coldly. You make it sound so dignified, but you're actually worried that the Dark Shadow tribe chief will find trouble with you, right? Don't worry. If you really have the ability to kill me today, I guarantee that the lizardmen won't find trouble with you. Ling Xiao said lightly. Young Master Jin Xiao's expression became uglier and uglier. He had reached the point where he had to make a move. If he still did not make a move, he was afraid that he would be spurned by his compatriots in Heaven's Wall City. He would also be ridiculed by the lizardmen and the martial artists of the 4 regions and 9 realms. He had already lost face to the Sky Tiger Demon Lord. He could not lose face again by not even daring to fight the young chief of the Dark Shadow tribe. That would be too shameful. Since you're courting death, don't blame me for being impolite. Young Master Jin Xiao finally made his move, releasing a violent bloody vortex. Rolling pressure rushed toward Ling Xiao like a flood. Die! Young Master Jin Xiao roared and gestured with his hand. The bloody vortex turned into a storm and pressed down on Ling Xiao. It wanted to tear Ling Xiao to shreds. If he knew that this Dragon Fang was Ling Xiao in disguise, even if it was the Sky Tiger Demon Lord from before, he probably would not have attacked directly like this. This was because Ling Xiao's Crimson Blood Demon Sword was specially designed to restrain his bloody vortex. Of course, Ling Xiao was fighting as Dragon Fang today, so it was not suitable for him to use the Crimson Blood Demon Sword. However, Ling Xiao had more than just the Crimson Blood Demon Sword. He had obtained the totems of the 6 great tribes. Each of the totems represented a terrifying elemental power and could use elemental secret techniques. Just this alone was enough to kill young Master Jin Xiao. Ling Xiao threw out a punch casually. It was just an ordinary fist force. It suddenly collided with the bloody gale. It's still not enough? The ordinary fist force was instantly torn apart by the gale. One had to admit that young Master Jin Xiao's 5th-level divine physique echelon cultivation was not an exaggeration. Ling Xiao's sovereign physique was not enough to fight with him. Ling Xiao had no choice but to release the Sun God's Blood Demon Array. He also entered the Frost Divine Dragon Beast Soul transformation. Only this Beast Soul transformation was very similar to the Lizardman's appearance. It was just more handsome. Chapter 4789. After Ling Xiao transformed into his beast soul, he chose to use the Sky Tyrant possession. Ling Xiao, who had improved in all aspects, now had the power to fight against young Master Jin Xiao in the state of the Sovereign Emperor physique. Moreover, unlike the suppression of the path of fusion, he was at a disadvantage in this state. Naturally, his potential would be released continuously. The energy in his sea of cultivation would also increase continuously. Currently, his sea of cultivation had reached 30% of the 9th stage of the Shattered Core realm. He hoped that it could increase to 50% after this battle. After all, the further one progressed, the more difficult it would be to improve. He chose to fight in a way that others could not see his true identity. Others could not see the martial soul array. Others could not see the Sky Tyrant possession. As for the Beast Soul transformation, he only became more handsome and would not arouse any suspicion. He did not intend to use the 2 swords. The 6 totems of the 6 tribes were enough. They were all Emperor weapons with 9 dragon patterns. Emperor weapons of this level could threaten all divine physique echelon warriors. At this moment, the blood-red vortex had already arrived around Ling Xiao. It was madly squeezing and distorting the space around Ling Xiao. If it were not for Ling Xiao's strong physical body, he would have been torn apart. Ha ha ha, now you know who is the trash. Young chieftain of the Dark Shadow tribe, as long as you kneel there and apologize to me, maybe I'll spare your life in a moment of happiness. Otherwise, you can wait for your father to collect your corpse. Young Master Jin Xiao was overjoyed to see that he had suppressed Ling Xiao. Stupid. Do you think you can win like this? Ling Xiao's voice came from the center of the vortex. If you're so stubborn, then die. Young Master Jin Xiao was hesitant to kill Long Ye. In the end, he was still afraid of the Dark Shadow Tribe's chief Long Ho. However, when he heard Long Ye's words, he could not suppress the madness in his heart. The terrifying vortex squeezed at full speed, wanting to crush Ling Xiao completely. At this time, Ling Xiao finally took out the Shadow Totem. With the release of the Shadow Totem, Ling Xiao's Emperor physique also transformed into the Demon physique. The Shadow Totem, or Darkness Totem, was most suitable for the Demon Sovereign's body. In that instant, black spirit essence gushed out from Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao raised his hand, and a terrifying power began to brew in the air. Dark Secret Technique, Dark Storm. The Dark Totem merged with Ling Xiao's abyss. It spun wildly from the inside, forming an even more terrifying storm. Young Master Jin Xiao's blood-red storm was blown away from the inside out. Between heaven and earth, there was only darkness. The terrifying aura sent chills down everyone's spines. What a terrifying power! Everyone was stunned. The little lizard man was actually so powerful. Young Master Jin Xiao was even more confused. His martial soul's special skill had been broken by the heavenly tiger demon lord. He thought that was already an exception. He was not discouraged. But today, his martial soul's special skill was broken once again. Moreover, he had used a completely different method. This was really like seeing a ghost. How could Ling Xiao miss such a good opportunity? His figure flashed, and he directly pounced on young Master Jin Xiao. He was like a black ghost. Young Master Jin Xiao's face was gloomy. He felt the terrifying dark power again and saw the dark totem in Ling Xiao's hand. Damn it, I don't believe I can't beat you. Young Master Jin Xiao was furious. Although his opponent was using an emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns, his magic weapon was not weak either. The purple dragon spear in his hand was an emperor weapon with 10 dragon patterns, which was even more terrifying than Ling Xiao's weapon. Although his preparations were a little hasty, he could not retreat. He must defeat his opponent. A powerful force was brewing in the spear. The 3 flood dragon heads became vivid, as if they were about to come to life. A destructive aura was gradually released. Ling Xiao sneered and had no intention of stopping. Seeing that Ling Xiao's attack was about to land, the palm wind that was like a black demonic dragon came crashing down. Young Master Jin Xiao's attack also erupted. The 3 blood-red flood dragons flew out of the spear at the same time. They wanted to crush Ling Xiao and Ling Xiao's attack together. Boom! The 2 forces collided in the void. The black dragon and the flood dragon almost collapsed at the same time. In this exchange, they were actually evenly matched. The surrounding space began to tremble with hatred. Young Master Jin Xiao had just breathed a sigh of relief. In the next moment, his face changed drastically, because he suddenly saw the light totem appear on Ling Xiao's left hand. At this moment, Ling Xiao successfully switched to the divine body state. Ling Xiao's left hand released the attack that had been brewing for a long time in an instant. There were not many people who could do this. This was because the requirements were extremely high. Not only could one use one's brain at once, both hands had to be able to condense martial arts separately. Even the true essence or divine essence in the body had to be able to transform into 2 forces and circulate in different ways. They had to not affect each other. This kind of thing seemed easy, but it was too difficult to do. It was unknown how many people had suffered from chi deviation because they wanted to try. At this time, young Master Jin Xiao was wide open. There was no other way. He did not even have time to take out the splendid mountain river umbrella. The terrifying power of light directly blasted on his body. His body flew backward with a bang and fell hard on the ground. He felt that all the bones in his body had been shattered. Puff! Thick blood spurted out from young Master Jin Xiao's mouth. The blood-red power disappeared in an instant. He was smashed hard into a big pit on the ground. However, the physical injury was far inferior to the mental injury. Previously, he was bullied by the Sky Tiger Demon Lord. Now, he was defeated by this damn Dragon Fong. He almost doubted his life. Ling Xiao did not care about what he thought. He felt that the energy in his cultivation sea had increased to 40% and sighed helplessly. This speed was still a little slow. However, it was good to be able to move. It was much better than being stagnant. The genius of the Heaven's Wall City looks down on us lizard men. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a genius. A genius is a little stronger than a piece of trash. Ling Xiao never gave face to his enemy. After defeating you, he still had to be sarcastic. When young Master Jin Xiu heard this, he spurted out another mouthful of blood. His aura had become very weak. The other geniuses of the Heaven's Wall City also had ugly expressions. No one had expected that young Master Jin Xiu, who could be considered quite strong among them, would be defeated by this lizard man whom they had never heard of before. What the hell was this? Ling Xiao suddenly fell from the sky and stepped on young Master Jin Xiu's head. Then, he looked at the geniuses of the Heaven's Wall City who were still drinking in the restaurant. We welcome you to the damp land as guests. However, a group of frogs at the bottom of a well dared to look down on us lizard men. Looking down on the owner of this place, I can only think of you as a group of pretentious idiots. He did not have a good impression of these geniuses of the Heaven's Wall City. Except for the siblings Qin Huang and Qin Qin, the other people's eyes almost grew on top of their heads. Chapter 4790. These people were all extremely arrogant. At first, they looked down on Ling Xiao. It was as if they could kill Ling Xiao with just a flick of their fingers. But when they really attacked, one died at the hands of Ling Xiao's pet cat. The other was easily defeated by Ling Xiao. This was really ironic. How did he master both the dark and light totems at the same time? Could it be that the 6 tribes have already joined forces? But even so, why him? The geniuses of Heaven's Wall City were still very confused. They still couldn't understand why. Compared to them, the warriors of Golden City were even more confused. Logically speaking, the second round of the examination should have ended here. Huang Jinyu, Undying King, and Lei Ming had all rushed back to Golden City. The first 2 missions weren't considered a failure. In any case, they had obtained the totems of a small tribe. Lei Ming had completely failed. It was a pity that he had been poisoned by Yang Fan, but he had finally returned. But there was no news of Ling Xiao and Yang Shuyi. Their voices and images couldn't be seen in the soul mirror. Humph, it's best if he dies there. This was the only thing Huang Jinding could look forward to. If Ling Xiao came back alive, then Ling Xiao would undoubtedly be first in the second round. There was no doubt about it. He roughly knew what had happened in ancient Imperial City. Yu Qin had told him about this. Yu Qin also said that the undead race was preparing to play a big game in ancient Imperial City. As long as Ling Xiao was there, he wouldn't be able to come back. To be honest, after what had happened before, he didn't really believe Yu Qin's words. But no matter what, he could only look forward to it. Because he really had no other choice now. Ling Xiao must come back. An outstanding talent like him is the most suitable to become the Golden Sovereign. Yes, I also supported him. Although I had some prejudice against him before, after seeing his performance this time, he was actually able to make the lizard men bow down to him. If such a person were to become the Golden Emperor, if he becomes the Golden Sovereign, it will definitely be very beneficial to our Golden Sky region. Our long and drawn-out tug of war with the lizard men can also end. Such words were the mainstream in Golden City. Ling Xiao had successfully gained the support of the majority. He no longer needed to bribe them with benefits. This was because everyone had to be responsible for their own future. As long as they had a bit of brains and had no enmity with Ling Xiao, they would not object to Ling Xiao becoming the Golden Sovereign. What do we do now? Are we just going to wait? Fire Emperor asked. The ancestor told us to just wait. In any case, the time limit for the second round is not up yet, said the Flower King blandly. At this moment, one of Huang Jindi's clones was with Ling Xiao. Naturally, he knew what Ling Xiao was doing. So, of course, he wouldn't be worried. He didn't want the warriors of the City of Gold to leave. Once the Golden City's martial artists arrived at the Damplands, things would become complicated, and Ling Xiao's plan might be ruined. In addition, the Venerable Sovereign has ordered that from now on, no one is allowed to leave the Golden City, and no one is allowed to use long-distance sound-transmitting talismans or secret sound-transmitting techniques. We will activate the strongest isolation formation. This was, of course, set up by Huang Jindi to protect Ling Xiao. Huang Jinding was constantly in contact with Yu Chan in the ancient imperial city, which was very dangerous for Ling Xiao. Now that everything was isolated, unless Huang Jinding directly rebelled, he could only wait there obediently. At the same time, in the ancient imperial city, Ling Xiao leaned over and looked at young Master Jin Xiu, saying, "Look, what a handsome man. If you didn't use the name of the Heaven's Wall City's genius to oppress us lizard men and the 4 regions and 9 worlds, you would have been treated as a guest. We would have received you as a distinguished guest. Unfortunately, you're too good at acting. Do you really think that we don't dare to kill the Heaven's Wall City's martial artists?" As he spoke, Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a cold chill, and a terrifying killing intent pierced towards young Master Jin Xiu like a sword. It made young Master Jin Xiu tremble in fear. "I don't believe that you dare to kill me. Even if you can defeat me, the Heaven's Wall City is still a giant that you can't match. If you dare to kill me, just wait for the lizard men to be destroyed." Young Master Jin Xiu was still very arrogant, as if he was completely unaware of his current situation. "Haha, don't use the Heaven's Wall City to scare people. Do you think I'm afraid?" Ling Xiao said sarcastically, "If I'm not wrong, the Heaven's Wall City should be in trouble. And it's very big trouble. It even concerns the survival of the entire Heaven's Wall City. In order to increase their battle strength, only arrogant people like you are willing to come to the 4 regions and 9 worlds for help, to increase your own strength. Otherwise, in tens of thousands of years, only the experts of the 4 regions and 9 worlds went to the Heaven's Wall City, and no one from the Heaven's Wall City was willing to come back. There's no way to explain this. Therefore, I guess that you must have encountered a big problem. The Void God Sword and the Dragon Corpse are just chips to protect the Heaven's Wall City. Let me guess again. Those experts of the Heaven's Wall City probably can't leave. They can only send trash like you. On one hand, if you succeed, you can increase the battle strength of the Heaven's Wall City. On the other hand, if you fail, you can preserve the fire. After all, you are all geniuses of the Heaven's Wall City. On the other hand, in the face of danger, they won't have any worries. My guess is correct, right?" After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he stared into young Master Jin Xiu's eyes. "Haha, it seems that I guessed right. Your eyes just now told me that you also know this. It's just that you didn't go into too much detail." Ling Xiao said with a smile, "Your senior expert originally wanted you to lower yourself to ask for our help, but you came to the 4 regions and 9 worlds to show off? You said that the experts of the Heaven's Wall City will send troops to destroy us lizard men because of you. All right, then I'll try and see if they can get away. You can't kill me, even if you're right. But we're not the only geniuses of the Heaven's Wall City. We have a leader, and he doesn't want to mix with the warriors of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. But if you dare to kill me, he will definitely appear and tear you to pieces." From young Master Jin Xiu's eyes, he obviously wasn't lying. There was indeed such a person. Who is he? Stronger than Qin Huang? Ling Xiao was willing to believe that Qin Huang was the strongest existence among this group of people. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. Qin Huang? What is Qin Huang in front of him? Young Master Jin Xiu sneered. "Remember, his name is Heavenly Host Saint. He is also the son of the Heaven's Wall City Lord. He is the son of a king in the truest sense. If he comes in person, you won't even be able to resist one move." Heavenly Host Saint? Remember, if I see him, I'll tell him that I killed you. How could Ling Xiao be scared by a person? Even if this person's strength was really strong, would he be afraid? His strength wasn't invincible, but his survival ability was absolutely invincible. If he couldn't win, he could still escape. In any case, he didn't want to keep young Master Jin Xiu alive. End of chapter. Chapter 4791. Saint Tian Ho might be strong, but you must die today. Ling Xiao was about to destroy Master Jin Xiu's soul realm. Suddenly, a terrifying aura came from afar. Still not stopping? This voice was filled with an incomparably terrifying pressure. In just an instant, it increased the energy in Ling Xiao's cultivation realm from 40% to 50%. Moreover, it was just a voice. How much stronger was this person than Master Jin Xiu? Could he be a 6th-level divine physique echelon expert? As soon as the voice was heard, an attack came down from the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao frowned and used the earth elemental golden light technique on Master Jinshou. At the same time, he removed the sun god's blood array. Therefore, it was easy for him to dodge the attack. As soon as he dodged, a deep pit was formed where he was standing. Unfortunately, this deep pit was only at his position and did not affect the place where young Master Jinshou had been lying. This person's control over his power was truly outstanding. Who is it? How can he be so strong? The onlookers raised their heads to look. A figure appeared in the sky. This person was wearing a golden dragon robe and looked more majestic and domineering than Qin Huang. At first glance, he looked like an emperor. His body was shining with a dazzling golden light. Many people could not help but lower their heads. It was as if it was disrespectful to look at him. He is indeed a 6th-level divine physique echelon expert. Although he is only considered a low-level 6th-level divine physique echelon expert. However, there are only 3 people in the 4 regions and 9 realms who can fight against him. An eternal emperor, a golden emperor, and a beast emperor. They are the strongest in the 4 regions and 9 realms. They are more terrifying than the other emperors. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye was shining with a dazzling light. Under the state of the divine physique, his Tai Chi eye was much stronger. Therefore, he could judge the strength of this person. Moreover, his judgment was acknowledged by Golden Emperor. Of course, the most terrifying thing was not the other party's strength. It was the other party's age. He looked like he was in his 40s, but he had such a powerful cultivation. This was much more terrifying than the Golden Emperor, the Eternal Emperor, and the Beast Emperor. A 6th-level divine physique echelon expert below the age of 50. Good Lord, looks like this Heaven's Wall city really can't be underestimated. Saint Tianhou? Ling Xiao asked with a frown after he stood still. No matter how hard he thought about it, it couldn't be anyone else. This person should be the leader of the group of geniuses in Heaven's Wall City. Just by looking at the respectful attitude of the others towards him, one could tell. Welcome, young city lord. All the geniuses of Heaven's Wall City, including Qin Huang, knelt on the ground to welcome Saint Tianhou. This scene was truly a little shocking. After all, any one of those geniuses from the Heaven's Wall City was already a super expert. He actually knelt before this person, which showed how powerful he was. Young city lord, save me. Young Master Jinshou, who was still being stepped on by Ling Xiao, shouted hysterically. At this moment, he didn't care about face anymore. He was about to lose his life, so what was the point of having face? He just wanted to live. Get up. Saint Tianhou glanced at the people in the restaurant indifferently and then looked at Ling Xiao. His face was calm, but there was a strong murderous aura. In the restaurant, the geniuses of Heaven's Wall City all laughed gloatingly. He had lured the young city lord out. This kid called Longya was dead for sure. On the other hand, the lizardmen experts who were watching from the sidelines were worried. They had just found someone who could help them vent their anger. But now, it seemed that they couldn't do it. Alas, the martial artists of Heaven's Wall City really couldn't be provoked. Ling Xiao, don't fight recklessly. This person is very strong. It's very difficult to defeat him with just 1/10 of my strength. Huang Jindi's voice entered Ling Xiao's mind. Ling Xiao nodded and said, I know, that's enough. With Huang Jindi's words, Ling Xiao was relieved. As long as the opponent wasn't so strong that even Huang Jindi couldn't control him, it was enough. Are all the martial artists of Heaven's Wall City so shameless? You're so strong, but you chose to launch a sneak attack. But it's a pity that you're also a piece of trash. If I want to kill young Master Jinshou, can you save him? Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at Saint Tianhou. This person wanted to kill him as soon as he appeared, so how could he have a good attitude? You're very arrogant. In the void, Saint Tianhou frowned. All of a sudden, a powerful pressure descended upon them. It was like a mountain that wanted to crush Ling Xiao and embarrass him in front of everyone. Ling Xiao, you flatter me. Compared to the arrogance of the geniuses of Heaven's Wall City, I'm much stronger. I think I'm all right. Ling Xiao said sarcastically, I have the right to be arrogant. I'm only at the 3rd level divine physique realm, but I can beat a 5th level divine physique realm martial artist like a dog. Speaking of geniuses, I should be the one. If my cultivation was the same as his, he would be nothing but a paramecium in front of me. As for you guys, I really don't know what right you have to be so arrogant. When Heaven's Wall City was in danger, you guys fled to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. It would have been fine if you could focus on cultivating, but you just had to cause trouble everywhere. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want just because you're in the 4 regions and 9 worlds? You're just a bunch of arrogant trash. In the face of Sage Tian Kuei's aura, Ling Xiao felt that his breathing was not very smooth. He wanted to enter the Tao of Fusion, but he gave up in the end. Only in this state could his cultivation increase rapidly. It had always been like this. He could only increase his strength if his opponent was stronger than him. This was the reason why he had to constantly fight against experts. Now, not only was his cultivation increasing, he could also clearly feel the dragon corpse gradually disappearing, turning into pure energy that fused with his body and potential cells. It strengthened his body and increased his potential. Even though he was sweating profusely, he did not collapse. I think you're no different from young Master Jin Xiao. What are you thinking of yourself as so extraordinary? You relied on the achievements of your ancestors and the abundant cultivation resources to achieve what you have today. But you're almost 50 years old, and I'm only 19 years old. In terms of talent, what do you have to compete with me? You can only bare your fangs and brandish your claws in front of the weak. If my cultivation is the same as yours, no, I only need to reach the 4th level of the divine body realm to destroy you like a dog. I really don't know what you're trying to show off your strength. What's there to show off about? Ling Xiao's words made everyone feel incredulous. Logically speaking, shouldn't he choose to run or beg for mercy? At the very least, he should not provoke him. But Ling Xiao's words made it clear that he was going against Saint Tian Ho. He did not give Saint Tian Ho any face at all. Not only did he not give him any face, he even humiliated Saint Tian Ho. Was this person not afraid of death? Of course, Ling Xiao was afraid of death, but he knew very well that even if he knelt down and begged for mercy, the result would be the same. Therefore, he never begged for mercy, as it would only make the other party feel more smug. There was no meaning to it. It was better to maintain his dignity. End of chapter. Chapter 4792. Hee. So what? Even if you're talented, you're going to die here today. Saint Tian Ho sneered. Even geniuses need time to grow. Without time, what are you? A tiger might be strong, but it's not strange for a tiger cub to be eaten by a wolf. Hee, you don't believe me when I say you're extraordinary. Do you have the ability to kill me? Ling Xiao looked at Saint Tian Ho without any fear. Killing you is like squashing an ant. In the void, the image of a city suddenly appeared behind Saint Tian Ho. Then, a destructive aura was released from the martial soul. The oppressive aura made everyone tremble in fear. It's a martial soul of a city. That's rare. Ling Xiao frowned. He was ready to enter the fused body state. Kid, if you weren't so arrogant, you might have become an expert who could crush me in the future. But unfortunately, you've offended me, so you have to die. Saint Tian Ho sneered and pressed his palms down. The city turned real and smashed towards Ling Xiao. If it really hit Ling Xiao would have no chance of survival. Ling Xiao, do you need my help? Huang Jindi asked. No hurry. It seems like we don't need to do anything. Ling Xiao's soul was so strong that even Huang Jindi couldn't compare to it. The moment Sage Tian Ho made his move, he felt a terrifying killing intent from afar. It was just that this murderous intent was directed at Saint Tianin, not him. So he felt that he might not have to fight Saint Tian Ho today. Saint Tian Ho, do you think we lizardmen are weak? At this moment, a thunderous voice came from afar. A figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Ling Xiao moved away, ready to watch a good show. Although he didn't know who it was, it seemed to be a lizard man who didn't get along well with Saint Tian Ho. A terrifying dragon shadow appeared in the sky. The terrifying aura of the dragon bloodline covered the entire sky. It caused the space to tremble violently. Dragon? Dragon bloodline. Everyone looked at the figure that suddenly appeared in shock. covered in golden scales. It really looked like a miniature version of a giant dragon. However, Ling Xiao knew very well that they were still lizard men. It was just that they had awakened their dragon bloodline. It was incomparable to a real dragon. However, they were much stronger than ordinary lizard men. Many lizard men involuntarily knelt down. It was a natural reverence. After all, it was true that lizards had the bloodline of giant dragons in their bodies, but not many people had awakened the bloodline. The moment the golden lizard man appeared, it repelled the illusory city. Sage Tianjin frowned. Looking at the figure opposite him, he seemed a little fearful and displeased. What a powerful lizard man! When did such a terrifying existence appear in the wetlands? Many people were very confused. However, only the geniuses of the Heaven's Wall City knew that this lizard man was not a warrior from the Damplands. Instead, he came from the Damplands just like them. The golden lizardman's domineering aura did not lose out to the heavenly host saint. Coupled with the violent dragon aura, he seemed to be able to suppress the heavenly host saint. Ancient Imperial City has been very busy recently. Previously, there was only the mysterious Sky Tiger Demon Lord. Now, there's the heavenly host saint and the golden lizard man. Yes, I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Many warriors were confused. They did not know what the golden lizardman's arrival meant. Jin Lin. Sage Tianjin coldly called out his name. Near Heaven's Wall City, there was a valley known as the Giant Dragon Valley. There were many lizardmen living there. Jin Lin was one of the lizardmen royalty. These royalty had once lived in the ancient imperial city of the Damplands. Jin Lin was very famous among the lizardmen. The young warriors of Heaven's Wall City knew him very well. After all, there were often small-scale battles between the Giant Dragon Valley and Heaven's Wall City. Why are you here in the Damplands? Sage Tianjin frowned and asked. Both Heaven's Wall City and Giant Dragon Valley were in danger. They were facing the attack of the Kingdom of Eternity. For Jin Lin to suddenly appear here, could it be that Heaven's Wall City and Giant Dragon Valley had been destroyed? What a joke. Your Heaven's Wall City's geniuses can come. Why can't my Giant Dragon Valley's geniuses come? Jin Lin sneered. Knowing that there are many lizardmen living in the Damplands, the Lord ordered me to recruit talents. Recruit talents? Then why did you stop me from saving young Master Jin Xiu? You should know that Splendid Manor has a close relationship with the Heaven's Wall City Lord residence. Sage Tianjin frowned. Are you stupid? Jin Lin said disdainfully. He's a rare genius among the lizardmen. If I don't protect him, do you think I'll let you kill him? Sage Tianjin's expression turned ugly. Jin Lin had awakened his dragon bloodline and had a powerful physical body. Martial artists in the same realm could not possibly be his match at all. With a powerful physical body and exquisite martial arts, Sage Tianjin believed that he was not Jin Lin's match. The Heaven's Wall City geniuses in the restaurant felt very awkward. In the battle between Giant Dragon Valley and Heaven's Wall City, too many geniuses had died at Jin Lin's hands. Therefore, almost all the geniuses in Heaven's Wall City wanted to kill Jin Lin. However, no one could do it. Not even Sage Tianjin. This was too awkward. If Jin Lin wanted to protect the lizard men, none of them could do anything. They could only stare. Young Master Jin Xiu felt even more awkward. He thought that Sage Tianjin's appearance would save him. But now, it seemed that things were going to be troublesome. At this moment, experts were rushing over from afar. The remaining 7 emperors of the 9 major factions. The chiefs of the 6 major tribes had also arrived. When the 7 emperors of the 9 major factions saw Sage Tianjin, they hurriedly bowed. Greetings, young city lord Tianjin. They had already known about Sage Tianjin's identity from young Master Jin Xiu. Naturally, they did not dare to be negligent. But unlike them, the chiefs of the 6 major tribes were all standing behind Ling Xiao. However, the others did not think much of it. They all thought that they were standing behind Jin Lin. No one took Ling Xiao seriously. Dragon Fong, quickly release young Master Jin Xiu. Do you want to start a war between the lizard men and the 9 major factions? Don't forget that we are here to unite against the Golden Sky region. Nether Demon Lord looked at Ling Xiao and shouted. Although he did not know why young Master Jin Xiu was being stepped on by Ling Xiao, he did not want to torture him. However, he didn't dare to let young Master Jin Xiu suffer such torture. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. I want to start a war? Hee. Nether Demon Lord, you really know how to label people. It's obvious that young Master Jin Xiu wants to kill me. He doesn't put us lizard men in his eyes at all. If you want to talk about starting a war, it's him, not me. Ling Xiao said sarcastically, Old dog, not only are you evil, are you blind as well? What a joke. Dragon Marquis, are you just going to let your stupid son do stupid things? Thunder Star Lord roared. End of chapter. Chapter 4793. Shut up, you old dog. If you dare to insult Dragon Fong, we'll fall out with you. Shadow Tribe Chief Dragon Marquis naturally knew who Dragon Fong was. In their hearts, he was the child of prophecy, the great existence that saved the lizard men. Do you really want to be destroyed? Thunder Star-Lord was furious. You can try. We lizard men are not afraid of the 9 major forces. Earth Tribe Chief roared. Even you want to protect this kid? Thunder Star-Lord was stunned. It was understandable that Shadow Tribe Chief Dragon Marquis was protecting Dragon Fong. After all, he was his son. But why was Earth Tribe Chief doing this? Although he knew that the 6 major tribes had blocked the attack of the 4 Monster Kings, he did not know the details. It was even more impossible for him to know that Dragon Fong was actually the child of prophecy, Ling Xiao, the Sky Tiger Demon Lord. Originally, you supported the trash of Heaven's Wall City to be the commander of the Subjugation Alliance. We had no objections. After all, we needed your help to resist the 4 Monster Kings. But now, there's no need for that. The 4 Monster Kings have been destroyed. We also want to be the commander of the Subjugation Alliance. We recommend Dragon Fong. Dragon Marquis said loudly. Agreed. The other 5 tribe chiefs said in unison. At this moment, Jin Lin also spoke. I'm also interested in the commander's position. Since you can recommend a trash like young Master Jin Xiu to be the commander, then I'll be the commander. Naturally, I can do it too. Young Master Jin Lin, I'm afraid that's not good. Our subjugation alliance is against the Golden Sky region. Moreover, you're not a martial artist from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. It's not suitable. Nether Demon Lord frowned. Everyone could see that Jin Lin was biased towards the lizard men. They could not oppose Dragon Fong's bid for the commander's position. Moreover, they were not afraid. After all, Dragon Fong was no match for Saint Tian Ho. But Jin Lin was a little troublesome. What's not suitable? Those trash like Saint Tian Ho are also not martial artists from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. If they can participate in the battle for the commander's position, why can't I? Jin Lin sneered. He did want to be the commander. It was not to fight against the Golden Sky region, but to lead the 4 regions and 9 worlds to Heaven's Wall City. Of course they're different. Saint Tian Ho, Mr. Jin Xiu, and the others are all descendants of the ancestors of our 4 domains and 9 worlds. Speaking of which, they are naturally considered martial artists of the 4 regions and 9 realms. But you're different. The Thunder Star Lord said, Haha, that's great. I'm also a descendant of a senior from the Damplands. Even the ancient imperial city is where we used to live. My identity is no different from his. If I become the commander, your alliance will only become stronger. Why do I feel like you guys are very reluctant? Could it be that there are some unspeakable secrets behind this? Jin Lin sneered. Of course they have secrets. Ling Xiao sneered and said, on the surface, it looks like we're joining forces to deal with the Golden Firmament. In fact, you want the other forces to obey the orders of the 9 Serenities Demon Region, the Thunder Astral Boundary, and the Raging Flame Astral Boundary. I even saw some Death Spirit Race cultivators with you. I suspect that you're colluding with the Death Spirit Emperor in an attempt to incite conflict between the 4 regions and the 9 worlds. Shut up. The Thunder Star Master roared. What a load of nonsense. As a junior, you actually have no respect for your elders and are unbearably arrogant. His voice was really like thunder. Even the sky was covered with dark clouds at that moment, and thunder and lightning flashed. The scene was extremely shocking. Ling Xiao sneered and said, Thunder old dog, what's wrong? You want to silence me now that you've been exposed? Unfortunately, there are so many people here. Can you kill them all? You're courting death. The Thunder Star Master was instantly enraged by Ling Xiao's insults. His violent aura soared into the sky. He was just a third-level divine physique echelon martial artist. Although his strength was not weak, compared to the Thunder Star Master, he was much weaker. How dare he look down on him? If he didn't teach this kid a lesson, how could he, the Thunder Star Master, put down his pride? Many of the onlookers smiled bitterly. This Dragonfang Jr. chieftain was a bit too bold. He even dared to insult the emperor. He was really not afraid of death. Of course, Ling Xiao dared to insult him. Why wouldn't he dare to? His goal this time was to mess up the subjugation alliance and make them unable to unite against the outside world. He wanted the Thunder Star Master to take action. In this way, the 6 major tribes and the 9 major forces would become mortal enemies. Previously, he had only given up on joining forces with the 9 major forces to deal with the Golden Heavens. Next, he might have to join forces with the Golden Heavens to deal with the 9 major forces. Ling Xiao might seem impulsive, but he had a good plan. Besides, the Thunder Star Master was so arrogant. As the child of prophecy, he couldn't just keep quiet. If he did that, the lizardmen would suspect his identity. Do you think I won't dare to kill you with the Dragon Marquis protecting you? The Thunder Star Master was successfully enraged by Ling Xiao. His voice was extremely cold. It was as if he could explode at any time. Haha, an old dog that only knows how to bark. You're exactly the same as the idiot under my feet. If you want to take action, just do it. Ling Xiao trapped young Master Jin Xiu in his Dongshang Emperor ring and continued to mock the Thunder Star Master. As long as the Thunder Star Master took action, his plan would be considered a success. Ling Xiao, you're crazy. That old dog's strength isn't bad either. Moreover, a crazy dog is usually more terrifying. If he's cornered, he'll dare to attack anyone. At this moment, the white jade cat crawled out of Ling Xiao's arms and deliberately raised its voice. It said loudly in a childish voice. The Thunder Star Master had a bad temper. Today, he was humiliated by an ugly and lowly lizard man. Then, he was mocked by a cat. His body was about to burst into flames. Since that's the case, I must kill you today. I hope the 6 major tribes will understand and not become enemies with us because of this idiot. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. As he spoke, he had already released a terrifying killing intent and pounced towards Ling Xiao and the cat. His killing intent was like a sword. It was incomparably sharp. At this moment, the Shadow Tribe Chief appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Thunder, old dog. Since you don't take us lizardmen seriously, then don't blame us. If you dare to touch Dragonfang today, I'll kill you. After speaking, a dark killing intent was released. The killing intent condensed into the appearance of a dark demonic beast. It collided with the sword of killing intent and shattered at the same time. The strength of these 2 people was obviously on par with each other. No one could do anything to the other. What are you all looking at? Kill that Dragonfang. This kid must be a spy sent by the Golden Firmament region. He deliberately destroyed our good situation. The Thunder Star Master roared. Hearing his order, the martial artists of the 9 major forces behind him pounced out one after another. However, some of them were stopped. Only the martial artists of the Abyss Devil Realm, Thunder Astral Boundary, Tempest Astral Boundary, and Raging Flame Astral Boundary made a move. They directly pounced on Ling Xiao, wanting to kill Ling Xiao. As for the other forces, they were still observing. End of chapter. Chapter 4794. Lizardmen Warriors, Dragonfang is being attacked. Can we sit back and do nothing? The Great Earth Chief suddenly roared. No. The Lizardmen Warriors of the 6 major tribes shouted in unison. Then kill. The Great Earth Chief ordered, and the warriors of the 6 major tribes attacked together. In their hearts, Ling Xiao, who had transformed into Dragonfang, was their hope. In their eyes, Ling Xiao's status was even more honorable than the so-called Jin Lin of the royal family. Dragon God's Ice Array. Ling Xiao released the Dragon God's Ice Array to help the Lizardmen Warriors of the 6 major tribes fight. Just this array was enough for the Lizardmen Warriors to take advantage of. The warriors of the 4 regions and 9 worlds who rushed up first were easily killed. One had to know that they used this fighting method to deal with the 4 monster kings. Now, it was much easier to deal with the warriors of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Bastard! Lizardmen! How dare you attack our warriors? The Thunderstar Master was also stunned. He thought that at most, the lizardmen of the Umbra tribe would attack. But now, it seemed that he was gravely mistaken. What a joke. Since you dared to order us to kill, why don't we dare to do it? Do you really think that we lizardmen are easy to bully? Don't forget, this damp land is our territory. If you want to die, then continue. Marquis Dragon sneered. Damn it, Nether Devil Master. Do you still want to continue watching? The Thunderstar Master roared. He couldn't break through Marquis Dragon's defense. So, he could only hope that the other powerhouses could help. Whoosh! The Nether Devil Master soared into the sky and instantly charged toward Ling Xiao. He held a black spear in his hand that was extremely sharp. Humph! On the lizardman's side, the Great Earth Chief also soared into the sky. He held a sledgehammer in his hand and smashed it on the spear. Boom! The sound of the collision caused the earth to tremble. If you want to kill Dragon Fong, you have to get through me first. The Inferno Star Master also attacked, but he was stopped by the Clearwater Chief. They fought together. Seeing this chaotic scene, everyone was stunned. The summit was just around the corner. Yet something like this had happened. Internal strife had already started, and it was a complete mess. If the warriors of the Golden Sky Domain were here, they would really laugh their heads off. Netherworld Devil Master, Thunderstar Master, Storm Star Master, and Inferno Star Master. He was the initiator of this summit. Now, the Storm Star Master had been killed. The remaining 3 wanted to take control of the entire Crusader Alliance and become its leader. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Tiger Demon Lord had disappeared. Yet, such a scene had occurred. The 6 lizardmen tribes had actually started fighting against the 4 great factions. They felt extremely helpless. However, he did not know that Ling Xiao was gloating in his heart. He wanted to make the summit a mess and turn the alliance of Crusaders into a pile of loose sand. If that was the case, the Golden Sky region would be saved. It was a pity that others didn't know what he was thinking. They only thought that he wanted to become the commander of the alliance, which was why he was working so hard. Rulers of the other forces, don't be deceived by these guys. They had already colluded with the Dead Spirit race in an attempt to seize the hegemony of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. You're just being used. Those good-for-nothings knew that they were no match for the Golden Sky region, which was why they dragged you in. They wanted you to work hard for them. After this is over, they can join forces with the Dead Spirit race to wipe you all out, just like how they wiped out the Golden Sky region. You're all smart people. Don't tell me you don't understand this. Ling Xiao did not participate in the battle. Instead, he was sowing discord. He knew that it was impossible for those people to believe him completely. However, he had to plant the seeds of doubt. Once the seeds of doubt were planted in an organization, there would not be much of a threat. Nonsense. You want to be the commander, right? If you're so capable, don't let others interfere. Let's fight. We'll talk about it if you can defeat me. The one who spoke was a 4th-level Divine Body Realm martial artist from the Lava Astral Boundary. This guy definitely did not see how Ling Xiao tortured young Master Jin Xiu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come out so stupidly. Unfortunately, he thought that he was smart. Now that the Lava Star Master was killed, as long as he could defeat this Ling Xiao, he could borrow the power of the Thunder Star Master and the others to take over the Lava Star Master's position. This was a very good idea. However, reality was much crueler than this idea. Interesting. Let's give it a try then. Ling Xiao gestured at the other party and said, "Come on. If I ask for help, it'll be my loss. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can't ask for help." Of course. That person instantly dashed toward Ling Xiao, and no one stopped him. Those Heaven's Wall City's geniuses clearly saw Ling Xiao defeat young Master Jin Xiu, but they still let this idiot rush out to die. It could be seen that these people were not human in their eyes. It didn't matter if they died. Ling Xiao sneered. He entered the Demon Lord's body state and held the Darkness Totem in his hand. He could even defeat young Master Jin Xiu just now. This person in front of him was nothing. Darkness secret technique. Pitch black beast. Seeing that the person was already close to him, Ling Xiao sneered and flipped the darkness totem. A black shadow rushed out. Its appearance was exactly the same as the King of Darkness, just slightly smaller. This black shadow instantly shattered the 4th level Divine Physique Echelon Martial Artist's attack. Ling Xiao did not stop there. He punched out with his left hand. The demonic fist that contained a terrifying darkness aura blasted the 4th level Divine Physique Echelon Martial Artist into pieces. Blood rained down from the sky. It was a tragic sight. Who else wants to try? Ling Xiao stood proudly in the air, looking coldly at those cultivators who were filled with righteous indignation. He asked domineeringly, "Do you dare to fight with me?" Saint Tian Ho said coldly, "So what if I fight with you? Your Heaven's Wall City is full of trash. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Ling Xiao really wanted to see how strong Saint Tian Ho was. That day, Saint Tian Ho was about to attack. However, he was stopped by Jin Lin. "Don't forget that I'm still here. I can't be bothered with the conflicts between the 4 regions and 9 worlds. However, I can't allow you to attack. I can't let you hurt such a genius with such potential. He might become the cornerstone of our giant Dragon Valley in the future. Do you really want to interfere?" Saint Tian Ho's face was extremely ugly. He believed that no one in the Lizardmen tribe could stop him. However, Jin Lin was here, and he couldn't do anything. This feeling was really frustrating. "That's right. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. We fought a total of 10 times, and you've lost all of them. I wonder if you've improved?" Jin Lin looked at Saint Tian Ho and mocked. Damn it. Saint Tian Ho's wariness towards Jin Lin was not an act. When he was in Heaven's Wall City, even if he lost, he could escape. He would not die. However, it was different here. There was probably no one here who could help him. If he lost to Jin Lin, he would definitely die. Therefore, he did not dare to interfere in this battle. End of chapter. Chapter 4795. Master, it seems like everyone is here today. Why don't we activate the killing array? Kill as many as you can. We've already roped in those who should be roped in. I reckon that there are many members of the undead spirit race in the ancient imperial city. Let's kill them all while we're at it. Ling Xiao didn't intend to wait until the summit officially began, because all the martialists of the Subjugation Alliance had gathered in the ancient imperial city today. No problem. We can activate the array now. Yuan Venerate gave Ling Xiao an affirmative answer. Can we avoid our own people? Don't worry. This killing array is controlled by your spiritual consciousness. You can see the details of the killing array's attack. Yuan Venerate replied, "That's good. Activate it." It was too boring to kill them one by one. In his opinion, since he had already roped in the lizardmen of the 6 great tribes, there was no need to waste any more time. Boom. The entire ancient imperial city suddenly shook. The martialists who were in the midst of battle were startled. Then, everyone was shocked to discover that a glaring light was shooting out from the ground of the ancient imperial city. It wrapped around the entire ancient imperial city like a silk thread. The terrifying death ray was simply a nightmare for the 9 great factions. In just an instant, countless martialists were pierced through by the death ray and fell to the ground screaming in pain. Ah, 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 shrill screams could be heard one after another. The terrifying death ray was an attack formed by the killing array. This array was called the Death Thorn Array by Yuan Venerate. The name wasn't very impressive, but its attack power was extremely powerful. Even a divine physique realm martialist couldn't block the terrifying death ray. Even a 5th-level divine physique realm martialist would be injured by the death ray. What happened? The sudden crisis made everyone feel stupefied. Everyone, don't be afraid. Stay calm. I'm here. Nothing will happen to you. Ling Xiao said to the lizardmen. At the same time, he released the 6 great totems and formed a seemingly powerful defensive wall to protect all the lizardmen. Yes, it seemed powerful. In fact, this thing was useless. It was just Ling Xiao's trick, not to deceive the lizardmen, but to deceive the martial artists of the 9 major forces. This was to prevent them from venting their hatred on the lizardmen. On the side of the 9 great forces, Naturally, none of the rulers died. Some were injured, but they had already taken out their respective magic weapons. They were used to protect themselves, to protect their own warriors. However, their strength was ultimately limited. It couldn't completely block the death ray. The martial artists of the Nine Forces still suffered heavy losses. Several geniuses from the Heaven's Wall City had also died. None of them had the time to release their Dharma treasures. They didn't have to die, but they did. Perhaps this was fate. The ones who suffered the most were the martial artists of the Dead Spirit clan who were hiding in the dark. Ling Zhao's divine sense had captured their existence, and he ordered the death ray to target them. Because he knew very well that Emperor Lianhua was the one behind the Crusader Alliance's formation. The Dead Spirit clan warriors who were targeted were almost completely wiped out. Yu Chun was also in a very sorry state. In the end, she had no choice but to flee. This guy seemed to have obtained the ability of immortality as well. Just the death ray alone could not kill him. People realized that the entire ancient imperial city was in a killing array. Thus, they all fled outside. Along the way, they naturally suffered a lot of losses. In just an instant, nearly half of the martial artists who plotted to destroy the Golden Heavens domain died. It could be said that the losses were heavy. In the process of escaping from the ancient imperial city, many more died. Although the remaining 7 rulers did not die, and not many geniuses from the Heaven's Wall City died. However, Ling Xiao was already satisfied to be able to achieve such an effect. After all, this formation was set up in a hurry, and he had to use local materials. Naturally, its power was not enough. If he returned to the Golden City and set up the same formation, Ling Xiao believed that it would definitely cause even more terrifying destruction. Finally, some people escaped from the ancient imperial city. They looked at the ancient imperial city that was surrounded by densely packed death rays and horror. They were still trembling in fear. It's actually a killing array. Who did it? Who set up such a terrifying formation under the ancient imperial city? It caused us to suffer such heavy losses. The Thunder Star Lord, who had escaped, was furious. He turned his head to look at the lizard men. Are you crazy? Are you suspecting us? Are you crazy? We were also scared out of our wits. Lord Dragon cursed. No one knew that none of the lizard men had died. After all, the ancient imperial city was so big, and there were so many lizard men. It was impossible for the Thunder Star Lord to investigate them one by one. Saint Tian Ho's face was extremely gloomy. To think that there was such a terrifying formation master in the 4 regions and 9 realms. He had really miscalculated. After all, he had never seen such a formation master even in the Heaven's Wall City. Therefore, he was not prepared at all. Perhaps the killing array in the ancient imperial city sensed someone's malice and was automatically released. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "That's possible. How could there be such a powerful formation master in the 4 regions and 9 realms?" Many people felt that Ling Xiao's words made sense, so they looked at the 9 forces with some dissatisfaction. It was because they wanted to hold this summit in the ancient imperial city that led to today's outcome. You may think that there is no such person in the 4 regions and 9 realms, but I know one. The Nether Demon Lord snorted coldly. Who? Everyone looked at him and asked in confusion. This person is a martial artist from the Golden Sky region. He has probably been in the ancient imperial city for a long time. The Sky Tiger Demon Lord from before was probably him in disguise. His understanding of formations is extremely powerful. The Nether Demon Lord said coldly. Until now, the injuries on his body were still aching. Although he might have escaped, a large number of experts from the 9 underworld demon region had died. It could be said that they had suffered heavy losses and would not be able to recover for a long time. Who is this person? Everyone asked anxiously. Don't you understand? This person is Ling Xiao. The Nether Demon Lord's eyes flickered with cold light. There was an extremely terrifying murderous intent in his eyes. At this moment, the Soul Mirror in the Golden City could already see the situation on Ling Xiao's side. Hearing the Nether Demon Lord's words, they realized that Ling Xiao had done something earth-shattering. He had played the 9 forces ruthlessly. Otherwise, these people would not be so angry at him. What a bastard who likes to stir up trouble. The Golden City will be destroyed in his hands sooner or later. Huang Jinding cursed. UF asterisk king know how to twist the truth. Don't you know why these bastards gathered in the ancient imperial city? Is it wrong for Ling Xiao to mess with them? It's fine if you don't contribute, but you are still mocking them. I really wonder if you are their spy. The Flame Emperor said angrily. All right, stop arguing. Let's see what they will do. The Flower Emperor stopped the two of them from arguing and looked at the soul mirror. At this moment, outside the ancient imperial city, people were arguing about Ling Xiao. End of chapter. Chapter 4796. Nether Demon Lord, you must be joking. It's said that Ling Xiao is only a shattered core realm martial artist. How can he do all this? The first one who didn't believe it was Heavenly Blade Sage. Young City Lord, this Ling Xiao is a little special. He once plotted to kill the Dragon Emperor of the Deep Sea Dragon Domain. Later on, the 4 Supreme Kings of the Eternal Palace came to find him, but they couldn't do anything to him. This kid's cultivation is weak, but he's extremely cunning. He's also good at array formations and alchemy. He's an extremely difficult guy to deal with. Although he's an enemy, we have to praise him. If this kid becomes the Golden Lord of the Golden Sky region, it'll be a disaster for us. The Golden Sky region will become extremely powerful. Nether Demon Lord shook his head. Is it really that incredible? Jin Lin was also curious. Don't forget, this Ling Xiao can obtain the Void God Sword and the Dragon Corpse. He's definitely extraordinary. Thunder Star Lord also reminded. Suddenly, shouts came from afar. Chase, it's the Valkyrie of the Golden City, Yang Shuyi. A voice came, which made the martial artists of the 9 major forces excited. They needed an outlet to vent their anger. Since they couldn't find Ling Xiao, they would start with the Valkyrie. Chase. Ling Xiao took the lead to chase. Yang Shuyi couldn't be caught by these people. The people of the 9 major forces also chased. They were furious. As long as Yang Shuyi appeared, Ling Xiao must be nearby. However, these idiots only knew that Sky Tiger Demon Lord might be Ling Xiao in disguise, but they never thought that Ling Xiao was in disguise. Perhaps some people thought of it, but they couldn't identify it, because the lizard men wouldn't admit it. It would only cause more chaos. Many people wanted to know Ling Xiao's whereabouts from Yang Shuyi. Unfortunately, the first to catch up to Yang Shuyi was Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao put Yang Shuyi into the Dongsheng Emperor ring. Even if those people were courting death, they wouldn't be able to find Yang Shuyi. The martial artists of the Heaven's Wall City had ugly expressions. After all this time, they were played by a mouse. Furthermore, this rat had a supreme treasure on its body. Ling Xiao was ready to leave the Damplands. However, before he left, he couldn't leave any trouble for the lizard men. Originally, he wanted to kill young Master Jin Xiao. However, if he left, the real Dragon Fang would become the target of Heavenly Sage. Therefore, he returned young Master Jin Xiao to Sage Tianhou. However, the instant he returned it to Saint Tianhou, he released Dizun Ling Xiao. He transformed into the Heavenly Tiger Demon Lord and killed young Master Jin Xiao on the spot. I'm Ling Xiao. Chase me if you can. With that, he tore through the air and left. In an instant, he disappeared without a trace. In fact, it had returned to Ling Xiao's body. It's just that no one else is aware of it. The 7 sovereigns released their divine senses to cover the entire damp area, but they couldn't find the whereabouts of Ling Xiao and Yang Shuyi. He could only give up. How could they possibly find it? Ling Xiao's current identity was Dragon Fang, while Yang Shuyi was placed in the Dongsheng Emperor ring. Everyone. Since they couldn't find them, they could only give up. However, their hatred for the golden firmament couldn't be erased so easily. The Thunder Star Lord's voice resounded between heaven and earth, and all the martial artists who escaped from the ancient imperial city heard it clearly. The noisy crowd instantly calmed down. Seeing this scene, the Thunder Star Lord said, "Everyone, you've seen it. How did the golden firmament deal with us? We have no way out. Even if we give up on dealing with the golden firmament now, they will still think of many ways to kill us. Moreover, that Ling Xiao must have a powerful magic treasure on him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to set up such a terrifying array. Everything else aside, the dragon corpse must be on him. Think about it carefully. If we don't kill such a person now, Will he not seek revenge in the future when he grows up? Will he let us go? The Thunder Star Lord's impassioned speech was mostly empty words. What people were most concerned about was the treasure on Ling Xiao's body. Without the treasure, Ling Xiao couldn't have defeated the four geniuses and left in the fight for the dragon corpse. Everything else aside, they all knew that Ling Xiao had the dragon corpse, young Master Jin Xiu's splendid mountain river umbrella, and the three-pointed flood dragon spear. As for the commander of the Crusader Alliance, the position will be given to young Master Tian Ho. Do you have any objections? The Thunder Star Lord said loudly. This time, Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He had caused enough trouble, and it was time for him to go back. If he continued to cause trouble now, it was very likely that he would be suspected of being a martial artist from the Golden Firmament. As the saying goes, quit while you're ahead. He wouldn't act recklessly, as long as you're happy. However, we lizardmen won't be involved in this Crusader Alliance. Let's go. The Shadow Tribe Chief Long Ho called out, and all the lizardmen chose to leave. This wouldn't be suspected. After all, they originally joined the Crusader Alliance because they wanted to borrow the power of the 9 major forces to deal with the 4 Monster Kings. Now that the 4 Monster Kings had been eliminated, then there was nothing to cooperate with. Without the participation of the 6 major tribes of the Lizardmen, the Alliance's power was greatly weakened. However, it also saved them a lot of trouble. After all, they wouldn't quarrel about the leader. The Lizardmen have left. Why are you still here? St. Tian Ho looked at Jin Lin and asked with a frown, why should I leave? To be honest, I'm also very interested in this Ling Xiao. Don't worry. Since the Lizardmen won't be involved in this Crusader Alliance, I'm too lazy to be the commander. I'll give it to you. Jin Lin said lightly. That better be the case. St. Tian Ho couldn't do anything to Jin Lin. He couldn't beat him, so he could only let him do whatever he wanted. This time, the Crusader Alliance could be said to have encountered a catastrophe. In addition, the gathering place had been exposed. It would probably take a few more days before they could launch another attack on the Golden Firmament. Ling Xiao took this opportunity to bid farewell to the chiefs of the 6 major tribes and return to the Golden City. This place might not be as good as other places. Perhaps it wasn't as strong as other places. However, it was Ling Xiao's home in the 4 domains. He had integrated into this place and sincerely treated this place as his home. Here were his friends, his family, and his comrades. He would never allow anyone to trample on the grass and trees here. Ling Xiao's return immediately caused a commotion in the Golden City. The last thing that happened in the Soul Mirror made them realize that Ling Xiao had done a great job in this mission. They even forgot about the assessment. The 4 Supreme Kings, 10 judges, and many martial artists were waiting for Ling Xiao outside the Great Emperor Palace. Ling Xiao is back. He's finally back. Many people looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of worship and admiration. After all, if they were to encounter such a situation, their first thought would be to run away. They wouldn't be able to do such a great thing. Ling Xiao wasn't only brave, but also resourceful. He was a rare king. In fact, in many people's eyes, Ling Xiao was already the Golden Emperor. If someone else were to be the king, they wouldn't be convinced. End of chapter. Chapter 4797. Ha ha ha, Prince, you're finally back. Fortunately, some people didn't succeed. When the Flame King saw Ling Xiao, he went up to him excitedly. Then, the two of them shook hands. Although he didn't know what Ling Xiao had done in the Damplands, but from the result, he could see Ling Xiao's powerful potential. He believed that one day, Ling Xiao would become the strongest and greatest leader in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. No, the 4 regions and 9 worlds were still too small. Perhaps Ling Xiao would become the most terrifying existence in the mystic world in the future. Sigh. It's a pity that I couldn't get rid of all of them and even offended the experts of Heaven's Wall City. Ling Xiao sighed. Although he had done a lot, he still couldn't stop the war from coming. He felt helpless. It's good that you understand. In this round, you didn't take the test seriously, but you just had to provoke those experts. I really don't know what your intentions are. Huang Jinding snorted and said, I suggest that the 4 Supreme Kings chase this person out of Golden City. This way, Golden City's crisis will be resolved. Of course, the treasures on him will belong to our Golden City. Shut up, Huang Jinding. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? You've repeatedly insulted the prince, who is also the future Golden Emperor. Do you want to die? The Fire Emperor's voice was cold and his expression was ruthless. A violent and blazing aura instantly burst out and pounced on the King of Law. His strength was much stronger than Huang Jinding. In addition, he had the Emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns that Ling Xiao had given him. The King of Law was so frightened that he retreated dozens of steps. It was like a mouse seeing a cat. The Fire Emperor didn't attack the King of Law in the past because he didn't want to cause internal strife in Golden City. But this guy was getting more and more despicable. He might even betray Golden City and collude with the undead race. If such a traitor wasn't eliminated, it would be extremely disadvantageous for Golden City. Fire Emperor, don't think that I'm afraid of you. I, Huang Jinding, am not so easy to provoke. Huang Jinding definitely wasn't willing to admit defeat. It doesn't matter if you're afraid of me or not. However, if you dare to disrespect DZ again, then I'll eliminate you. The Flame Emperor said coldly, I believe everyone has seen it. Ling Xiao's hard work and meritorious service this time became a crime in the mouth of the punishment law king Huang Jinding. I really wonder if he is a martial artist from the Golden City. Old Cauldron, you've gone overboard. The Thunder King had already given up on the fight for the Golden Sovereign title because Raymond's performance in the second round was simply too poor. He would definitely be eliminated. Therefore, he had to pick a side. This time, he decided to bet on Ling Xiao. This was because Ling Xiao's performance in the wetlands was simply too amazing. He believed that such a person was definitely more suitable than Huang Jinyu to be the Golden Sovereign. Most importantly, Ling Xiao was also very generous. He was much better than Huang Jinyu, that stingy guy. That's right. Even if Ling Xiao doesn't provoke those martial artists from the Heaven's Wall City, they will still attack our Golden City in order to rope in the 9 major forces and the 6 major tribes. Ling Xiao has already worked hard to make the 6 major tribes withdraw from the alliance and greatly weaken the strength of the 9 major forces. This is the best situation for our Golden City. Although I'm Shu Yi's master, now I really think that Ling Xiao might be the only suitable candidate for the Golden Sovereign. The Flower Emperor also expressed his stance. This made Huang Jinding's expression very ugly. These 2 old things saw that Ling Xiao was very likely to become the Golden Sovereign, so now they were actually on Ling Xiao's side? What a joke. After this incident, Ling Xiao still wanted to live? Dream on. He had already decided to take advantage of the opportunity when the 9 major forces attacked the Golden City to kill Ling Xiao. He was going to do it himself, because he didn't trust others anymore. Moreover, Ling Xiao's existence had seriously threatened his position. If Ling Xiao became the Golden Sovereign, he was afraid that the first person to be dealt with would be him. Absolutely not. For kings, now is not the time to say such things. Although the Crusade Alliance has suffered a great loss and it will take 3 to 4 days to regroup to deal with the Golden City. But this time is not long. None of the martial artists in the Golden City are cowards. Naturally, we are not afraid to fight with them. But before that, we still have to make some preparations. I will try my best to minimize the loss. This time, they will definitely not return. After saying that, Ling Xiao cupped his hands in front of his chest and then walked toward the Fire Lord Palace. The Fire Lord followed closely behind. Yang Shuyi also followed. This time, the Flower Emperor did not stop them. If Yang Shuyi could become the right-hand man of the future Golden Sovereign, it would be good. When they arrived at the Fire Lord Palace, Ling Xiao directly released the tiger that had 1/10 of the strength of the Golden Sovereign. The Fire Lord and Yang Shuyi hurriedly knelt down. Okay, don't be so polite. Let's listen to Ling Xiao's plan. Huang Jindi decided to use this incident as the last test for Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao passed, he would immediately pass the position of the Golden Sovereign to Ling Xiao. Even if others had objections, it would be useless. My plan is very simple. Anyway, there are still 3 to 4 days. During this time, I will set up a killing formation that is more terrifying than the one in the ancient imperial city. It's best to solve the problem once and for all. We will put the 9 forces under the control of the Golden City. In this way, we will have a greater chance of winning against the undead catastrophe. Ling Xiao said, You are an expert in setting up formations. We can't interfere. But during this time, If you need us to do anything, we will do our best to help. Huang Jindi said. Okay, please find a way to help me find these materials. It's best if you can find them within 2 days. Ling Xiao made a list of the key materials needed to set up the formation and asked the three to memorize it. Okay, no problem. Then we will get busy. We will try our best to mobilize the martial artists in the Golden City to search for them. The Fire Lord and Yang Shui left. Huang Jindi summoned the Flower Lord, the Thunder Lord, and the Disciplinary Lord in his original identity and assigned this task to them. In addition, he also ordered Huang Jinwei to help. Ling Xiao was not afraid that the Disciplinary Lord would know what he was doing. Anyway, even if the Subjugation Alliance was vigilant, they would still come when it was time. Of course, it was better if they did not come. They would not have to be so stressed. At the same time, the second round of scoring results were also released. With the full support of the 5 judges, Huang Jinyu scored 50 points. The 5 judges were naturally on the Disciplinary Lord's side. Ling Xiao also scored 50 points. The other 5 judges, led by Huang Jinrufeng, also scored 50 points. He gave him full marks. Interestingly, the 2 of them were opposing each other, which allowed the other 3 to benefit. Yang Shui scored 90 points just based on her score. The Undead Lord also scored 80 points with his score. Even Raymond, who did not do anything, scored 50 points. With this, it was Huang Jinyu who was embarrassed. Because Ling Xiao had obtained the totems of the 6 tribes, he could get an additional 30 points. So, he scored 80 points. End of chapter. Chapter 4798. Ling Xiao also obtained another 4 intermediate tribal totems, which gave him an additional 4 points. It reached 84 points. In this way, Yang Shuyi got first place in the second round. Ling Xiao was second. Undead King was third. Poor Huang Jinyu only got 4th place after all his calculations. Raymond was still in last place, and he had completely lost his chance. Such a result made the third round especially important. Whoever could get first place in the third round, the Golden Sovereign would most likely belong to him, because the Golden City would encounter a rare crisis. Therefore, the final round of competition that was scheduled to take place 3 days later. It was brought forward to today. Huang Jinyu's meaning was very clear. That was, to decide the Golden Sovereign as soon as possible. In this way, Ling Xiao could openly give orders. Although Ling Xiao was now the emperor, he was still not a legitimate prince. The position of the emperor was actually very awkward. If it was the Golden Sovereign, it would be completely different. Ling Xiao, don't think that just because your points are higher than mine, you must be the Golden Sovereign. In the end, the last round is the key. If you die, then you won't have the qualifications to compete. Huang Jinyu was already ruthless, preparing to completely kill Ling Xiao in the third round of battle. He had already discussed this with the Punishment King, and Yang Fan even gave him a supreme treasure. They had placed all their bets on this last round. This was also something that couldn't be helped. Idiot. At this time, you're still thinking about internal strife. Since you like to court death so much, I'll let you know how to write the word regret when the time comes. Ling Xiao glanced at Huang Jinyu disdainfully. In the end, Huang Jinyu, the king of many treasures, only relied on enough magic treasures. In fact, his true combat strength was probably not as good as Raymond, and even more incomparable to Yang Shuyi. Perhaps he was only stronger than the Undead King. However, the Undead King had a special martial soul that could make him almost immortal. This would give them a huge advantage in battle. The location of the final battle was chosen in a very special place in the Great Emperor Palace. It was the place where the Emperor physique of the lotus flower was suppressed. There were 108 huge stone tablets erected there. Strange runes glowed on it. Others might not understand what this was, but Ling Xiao was very clear about it. This was the primordial blood jade talisman, an emperor armament with 10 dragon patterns. The suppressive effect was extremely strong. The candidates rested for a bit, and after an hour, they gathered here. Only martial artists at the first level of the divine physique echelon and above were qualified to enter this place. The rest of the martial artists stayed in the City of Gold, watching the battle through the soul mirror. Many kings who hadn't shown themselves before also appeared. These people were only weaker than the 4 supreme kings. They were both at the same level as Yang Shuyi, but they were much older. It could be said that all the elites of Golden City were here today. They were all looking forward to the decision of the Golden Sovereign. They also wanted to see if this sovereign was worthy of their loyalty. The four Supreme Being Kings had arrived with their respective subordinates. This immediately caused a sensation at the scene. Yang Shuyi, Huang Jinyu, and Raymond had all arrived. The Undying King also arrived here early in the morning. What people were debating was nothing more than who would become the Golden Sovereign. Of course it's Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao's performance was very good previously, this Golden Sovereign depends on one's strength. If one's strength can't suppress everyone, then it won't work. Ling Xiao's cultivation is a bit weaker than the other four. I'm more optimistic about Huang Jinyu. After all, he's the king of many treasures, so he must have a lot of treasures on him. His overall strength is the strongest among them. Yes, there's always a chance of death in this kind of battle, although in principle, death is not allowed. But in a battle between martial artists, no one can control their strength so well. If Ling Xiao is killed by Huang Jinyu, then there's no hope at all. Even if Ling Xiao dies, Valkyrie Yang Shuyi will become the Golden Sovereign. Huang Jinyu isn't qualified. Everyone was debating endlessly, but no one could convince anyone. However, this kind of debate was just to express their opinions. To be honest, they would only know who would become the Golden Sovereign when the results were out. Among the 5 candidates, only Ling Xiao hadn't appeared yet. Does this bastard Ling Xiao not put our Golden City's event in his eyes? Letting such a person sit on the Golden Sovereign's seat is the greatest blasphemy to the Golden City. Huang Jinding didn't see Ling Xiao in the crowd and immediately said coldly, "Huang Jinding, you've humiliated the Emperor's son again and again. Are you trying to rebel? Dizun hasn't appeared for over 100 years, but he's still alive. He won't allow you to behave atrociously there." In the crowd, Ancestor Scarlet Flame roared. Huang Jinding looked at Ancestor Scarlet Flame with a cold killing intent between his brows. He couldn't beat the Flame Emperor when he reprimanded him. But you, a mere Scarlet Flame, who was only at the first level of the Divine Body Realm, actually dared to be arrogant in front of him. You're simply courting death. Amidst his sneer, he suddenly threw a punch. The violent air wave caused the entire space to shake. It was like a flood crashing towards Ancestor Scarlet Flame. If it really hit him, he believed that Ancestor Scarlet Flame would definitely be blasted into pieces. Many of the martial artists standing nearby were shaken by the aftershock of the fist wind and were forced to retreat. Some people even vomited blood. Boom. At this moment, the Flame Emperor made his move. With a casual punch, the King of Punishment's Golden Cauldron's fist energy was shattered. He looked coldly at Huang Jinding and said, "You're really becoming more and more disrespectful to the Emperor. I used to give in to you because you're the Emperor's relative, but you've really gone too far. I remember saying before that if you insult the Emperor's son again, what will I do?" As he spoke, he suddenly pounced on Huang Jinding. With a punch, he sent Huang Jinding flying while vomiting blood. The Thunder King and Flower King didn't stop him. They also thought that Huang Jinding had gone too far. He actually dared to be so presumptuous in today's event. It was obviously disrespectful to the Emperor. This was no longer just targeting Ling Xiao. Flame Emperor, stop. The one who suddenly spoke was Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao finally arrived at this moment. The reason why he asked the Flame Emperor to stop was because he was worried about Yang Fan. Yang Fan definitely wouldn't let the Punishment King die. So even if Yang Fan was afraid of Huang Jinding, he would still make a move. At that time, even if the Flame Emperor, Thunder King, and Flower King joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for Yang Fan. He still had to trouble Huang Jinding to make a move. The problem was that Huang Jinding couldn't appear and could only use 1/10 of his strength to deal with Yang Fan. He was afraid that his strength wouldn't be enough. Under such circumstances, Ling Xiao could only let go of the Punishment King for the time being. It wasn't that he was afraid, but he didn't want the problem to become complicated. It wouldn't be too late to make a move on the Punishment King after he became the Golden Sovereign. Why? This old thing's mouth is full of shit. If we don't kill him, he will continue to go against us. The Flame Emperor asked. He didn't understand what Ling Xiao was thinking. Logically speaking, wasn't this the best time to kill the Punishment King? Anyway, The Flower King and Thunder King wouldn't stop him. End of chapter. Chapter 4799. Facing the Fire Emperor's question, Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "Although he's my enemy, he's still one of the 4 supreme kings in the Golden City. I can't kill him because of such a small matter. However, if I find out that he betrayed the Golden City and colluded with the Dead Spirit clan, then don't blame me for being impolite." Ling Xiao was warning everyone in advance. If he wanted to kill the Punishment King one day, it wouldn't be because of personal grudges, but because the Punishment King betrayed the Golden City. That's a smart move. The Fire Emperor was stunned and praised in his heart. Even he didn't have Ling Xiao's brain. He couldn't help but admire him. This gave the martial artists in the Golden City a preconceived idea. Ling Xiao had the chance to kill the Punishment King, but he didn't because he was fair. He didn't want to hurt the Punishment King's life because of personal grudges. However, it would be different if the Punishment King betrayed the Golden City. The people in the Punishment King's residence were furious, but they couldn't refute. In fact, the Fire Emperor did have the ability to kill the Punishment King. The Thunder Emperor and the Flower Emperor didn't seem to want to stop him. The Punishment King didn't dare to talk nonsense. Ling Xiao smiled and looked at Huang Jinrufeng. "Brother Jinrufeng, please announce the start of the 3rd round." "Okay." Huang Jinrufeng nodded. Although he couldn't be considered as part of Ling Xiao's faction, if he had to choose, he would definitely choose Ling Xiao to be the Golden Emperor. This was because Ling Xiao's performance in the wetlands had truly shocked him. The only thing he was worried about now was Ling Xiao's strength. In fact, he didn't see Ling Xiao's battle in the wetland. Other than the Golden Emperor, the martial artists in the Golden City didn't see anyone else. Therefore, they all thought that Ling Xiao was only at the core-shattering realm. Although he had improved from the 8th level to the 9th level of the core-shattering realm, he was still no match for a martial artist at the 4th level of the divine physique realm. Even if he could fight someone at a higher level, he could only defeat the Undying King at most. He couldn't defeat anyone else. "Humph, do you really think you've won?" The Punishment Law King secretly sneered. Lei Ming and the Undying King both received power from Yang Fan. Their main target was Ling Xiao. Even if Yang Shuyi became the Golden Sovereign, it definitely couldn't be Ling Xiao. According to Yang Fan, Yang Shuyi was nothing to worry about. Even if she became a Golden Sovereign, they could just kill her. But Ling Xiao was different. He had too many secrets. Once he became a Golden Sovereign, he might not be able to be killed. This guy's talent was too strong. If he could kill him as soon as possible, that would definitely be the best choice. However, they did not know that Ling Xiao's body was already close to a monarch weapon with 10 dragon patterns. His cultivation level was also close to the half-step divine body realm. He even had the 3-pointed flood dragon spear, an emperor weapon with 10 dragon inscriptions. Even if it was used as a fire rod in battle, it could still suppress other people's magic treasures. This was especially true for the king of many treasures, Golden Jade. No matter how many treasures he had, they couldn't compare to a monarch weapon with 10 dragon patterns. As for Ling Xiao's main body, it was currently impossible for him to defeat Yang Shuyi and Huang Jinyu. However, Raymond and the Undying King could give it a try. Raymond was already a puppet controlled by an insect. Without any brilliant battle techniques, he was just a machine with powerful combat power. In front of his battle techniques, he was even easier to defeat than the Undying King. As for the Undying King, his cultivation level was at the 3rd level of the divine body realm. He was also suitable for Ling Xiao to use as a stepping stone to increase his strength. Huang Jinyu might have to use the body of 3 Supremes. However, this was just an inference. Ling Xiao's goal was, of course, to obtain the Golden Sovereign's position. Everything else could be put aside for now. Huang Jinrufeng stood on the high platform and announced the start of the final battle. The rules of the battle are very simple, considering the possibility of martial artists restraining each other. Therefore, each of the 5 candidates will fight 4 battles. The ranking will be decided based on the number of victories. The first battle will be between Huang Jinyu and Raymond, who are currently at the bottom of the rankings. Such rules were easy for everyone to understand. Logically speaking, everyone would definitely have 4 battles. However, if someone lost their combat power or died during the battle, they would be eliminated directly. The remaining martial artists who had not fought with him would be able to obtain victory directly. Let's hurry up and start. Although Ling Xiao obtained a lot of points through shady means, however, he can't cheat in this last round. Huang Jinyu is someone with real talent. He is the most suitable to be the Golden Sovereign. All of you, just watch. He will definitely win. Punishment Hall Lord King Gongping said with righteous indignation. However, many people did not take it seriously. As the king of fairness, this guy was too biased. His reputation was already bad. In the eyes of others, what he said was practically no different from a fart. There was no meaning at all. Ling Xiao could not be bothered to refute this kind of idiot. He believed that if these people saw all of his performance in the wetlands, this king of fairness probably would not dare to say such stupid things. The first battle of the final battle began very quickly. However, what made everyone extremely puzzled was that Raymond actually took the initiative to surrender. Raymond, are you crazy? The Thunder King was also puzzled. Even if there was no chance in the last round, he should at least display his mental strength. He was actually afraid of fighting. This was not the style of the Thunder King's disciple. Thunder King, haven't you noticed? Raymond is different from before. Ling Xiao secretly reminded him. Although the Thunder King was powerful, he was just a boor and did not pay much attention. At this moment, after being reminded by Ling Xiao, he suddenly understood. Carefully thinking about what had happened in the past few days, he was extremely annoyed. Even if he was brainless, he knew who did this. Raymond would surrender in front of Huang Jinyu. Clearly, this was done by Huang Jinyu. This was too simple and clear. Haha, Raymond is still the sensible one. The king of many treasures, Huang Jinyu, has already won a round. Punishment Hall Lord sneered. Second round, Undying King versus Yang Shuyi. Originally, they thought that this would be an exciting battle, but something strange happened again. The Undying King announced his surrender. There were two reasons. First, the Undying King was indeed not as good as Yang Shuyi. Second, he had to save his strength to deal with Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he would become a puppet like Raymond. He did not want that. What's going on? Don't they want to be Golden Kings anymore? Maybe it's just a strategic surrender. Sigh, this is really strange. All right, stop arguing. It's normal to make a choice in such a battle. Next, let's start the third battle. Raymond versus Ling Xiao. Finally, the scene quieted down. Everyone looked at the two people on the stage. This time, they would not surrender. Kill. They were not disappointed. Raymond released his martial soul as soon as he went on stage. He charged towards Ling Xiao. He was prepared to fight with all his strength. Huang Jinding, Fair King, and Huang Jinyu revealed a mocking smile in their eyes. Ling Xiao, aren't you awesome? Then prepare for the next round of attrition battle. End of chapter. Chapter 4800. The Punishment King's faction was very pleased, because Raymond and the Undying King were both controlled by them. Don't say that Ling Xiao's strength was not good to begin with. Even if he was really very powerful, if he faced a tag team battle, would he still have the possibility of winning? Of course not. He would lose very miserably. Almost everyone thought so. No matter if Ling Xiao won or lost this match, in short, he would consume a large amount of true essence and stamina. And in the third round of the final battle, in order to save time, everyone would only be given 10 minutes of rest after the battle. It was simply impossible to completely recover. They looked at Ling Xiao, but discovered that Ling Xiao's expression on the stage was still indifferent. Ling Xiao treated Raymond as his opportunity to break through. So he did not choose the Three Supremes physique. He was fighting with his true body. He entered the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation in advance and activated the Sun God Blood Fiend diagram. It was just that he did not use the Sky Tyrant possession. Although Raymond was very strong, he did not have any combat skills to speak of, just blindly fighting crazily. He planned to use a strategy of attrition. At the beginning, he absolutely would not clash head-on with Raymond, because he could not touch at all. He frequently used the vertical golden light art to dodge, using the bloodthirsty rat plague to continuously consume Raymond's stamina and divine essence. Over 10 minutes later, Ling Xiao was still unscathed, but Raymond clearly somewhat consumed too much. Really despicable. scurrying here and there like a rat? Could it be that this kind of person is the Gold King in your hearts? Fair punishment, King mocked. Are you farting? Ling Xiao is only at the 9th level of the Shattered Core Realm. It's already a miracle that he can continue fighting with Raymond for over 10 minutes. If his cultivation was the same as Raymond, presumably Raymond would lose immediately. Gold King has always been not the strongest existence in Gold City, but the existence with the greatest potential. Ling Xiao is clearly sufficient enough. Bai Yinzalong mocked. Even so, but if this continues, who will be considered the winner and the loser? Huang Jinding asked coldly. The battle time is at most half an hour. If the battle cannot be resolved, it will be considered a draw. Huang Jinrufeng said indifferently, but this battle seems to be about to determine the victor. It should not make us wait that long. Determine the victor? Huang Jinding sneered. He didn't believe that after such a long time, Raymond had consumed so much energy, but Ling Xiao, whose cultivation was much lower than Raymond's, hadn't consumed any energy. However, there really were such people in this world. Ling Xiao's physical strength was not only reflected in defense, but also in physical strength, explosive power, and so on. It could be said that in terms of physical strength, even 100 Raymond couldn't compare to him. As for true essence, there was no need to talk about it. Ling Xiao's total true origin was equivalent to a martial artist at the 3rd level of the Divine Physique Echelon realm. In addition to his potential, even a 9th level Divine Physique Echelon expert might not be able to compare to him. This guy was the biggest cheat in the world. Unfortunately, Huang Jinding knew too little about Ling Xiao. The energy in my sea of cultivation has increased to 70%. The other party doesn't have much pressure on me anymore. This battle can end now. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks. This caused everyone to be shocked. They thought that Ling Xiao was exhausted and that Raymond was going to seize the opportunity. However, in the next moment, everyone was stunned. Ling Xiao revealed his light totem. Raymond suddenly held his head and screamed. The parasite that had fused with his soul was gradually being eliminated. Although this would definitely cause damage to his soul, it was better than being a puppet for the rest of his life. When the Thunder King saw this scene, he was anxious and wanted to stop him. However, he wasn't too stupid. He saw that Raymond's eyes were gradually regaining their clarity. In the end, he didn't make a move. Thank you. The moment Raymond regained his consciousness, he actually knelt down in front of Ling Xiao. I don't care who becomes the Golden Sovereign. I, Raymond, will only recognize you. Also, speaking until here, he suddenly stood up and turned to look at Yang Fan. Huang Jinding, you probably didn't expect this. I can still return to normal today. Can you still hide the fact that Yang Fan is the dead spirit emperor's disciple? Raymond was a boorish person. He never considered the consequences of his words. After holding it in for so long, he only wanted to say it now. Ling Xiao understood that this boorish person did a smart thing. Because if Raymond didn't say it, Huang Jinding and Yang Fan would definitely silence him. Moreover, Yang Fan is the traitor who once betrayed the ancestor. Raymond, don't talk nonsense. What kind of bewitching technique did Ling Xiao use on you to make you speak in his favor? Huang Jinding suddenly stood up and shouted, whether I'm talking nonsense or not, you know very well. Although I don't have evidence, I still have to say it to prevent others from falling into your trap. After Raymond finished speaking, he didn't refute and directly walked off the stage. In any case, he didn't have evidence and couldn't say it clearly. Moreover, he wasn't good with words. If he said too much, it would be easy for others to find flaws. Huang Jinding wanted to say something, but he felt like he had punched a cotton ball. He was really powerless. At this time, the Undying King suddenly rushed out of the crowd and knelt in front of Ling Xiao. Emperor, please help me. What's wrong? Ling Xiao asked. I was also poisoned by Yang Fan. Although I'm a little better than Raymond, if he let the parasite hatch, I'll be like Raymond. The Undying King said. Of course, Ling Xiao knew what was wrong with him. He just needed the Undying King to say it. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but frown. If it was only Raymond who said it, they would only be suspicious. But now that the Undying King said it, it was very credible. Of course I can help you. At this time, Ling Xiao only needed to show a little generosity. He released the power of light of the light totem. In an instant, the worm eggs in the undying king's body were destroyed. This process was much simpler than Raymond's. Thank you, Emperor. The undying king was very excited. These days, he had been rather vexed and had done some things that he didn't want to do. But fortunately, he didn't make a big mistake. Huang Jinding, shouldn't you give an explanation? Flame Emperor asked coldly. What a joke. Who knows if they colluded with Ling Xiao and deliberately slandered me? Anyway, there's no evidence. They can say whatever they want. Huang Jinding said disdainfully. Back then, they were worried that they would be exposed. Although they didn't expect it to be like this, they didn't leave any evidence anyway. Other than their own people, only Raymond, the undying king, and Bailey Shuwu knew about this. Even if the three of them bit him, it would be useless. He was a supreme king. The Golden City couldn't do anything to him because of what the three of them said. Although that was the case, the impact was not small. The undying king represented the neutral martial artists, while Raymond represented the Thunder Emperor's faction. The Law King gradually offended all the people he could rope in. This was the effect that Ling Xiao wanted. Of course, there was also the Flame Emperor's faction. It was time for Bailey Shuwu to come out. End of chapter. Chapter 4801. Since the Punishment King doesn't care, I'll tell everyone what happened that day. Bailey Shuwu suddenly walked out from the crowd. He took off the hood that was wrapped around his head. Then, he told everyone what happened that day. I know. You also said that I don't have evidence. Yes, I don't have evidence, but I can tell you that you'll be the Fire King Palace's mortal enemy from now on. Regardless of whether you have evidence or not, the people of the Fire King Palace will believe that I'm not lying. Bailey Shuwu sneered. You want me to kill Ling Xiao, but unfortunately, you don't know how strong he is. From now on, I, Bailey Shuwu, will only believe in Ling Xiao, the Golden Sovereign. If Huang Jinyu takes this position, he'll have to pray for himself. Huang Jinding wanted to refute. However, Bailey Shuwu ignored him and turned to look at the Fire King. Lord Fire King, I've made you worry during this period. In order to save me, Ling Xiao hid me. Please don't blame him. Ha ha ha, why would I blame him? I trust him more than you. The Fire King was in a good mood. The previous incident had actually caused some disagreements within the Fire King Palace. However, Ling Xiao didn't explain anything. His mental fortitude was really quite strong. Moreover, Bailey Shuwu had made things clear today, which would only make the Fire King Palace more united. They would also support Ling Xiao. You guys are really good at acting. Huang Jinding snorted. Whether it's acting or not, the Punishment King knows. As for who's acting and who's lying, we'll know in the future. Bailey Shuwu sneered. I'm sorry, Commander Ruofeng. Let's continue with the third round of the examination. Don't delay the important matters because of us. Huang Jinding nodded. Then, he said, the fourth round, Huang Jinyu versus Yang Shuyi. I don't think anyone will surrender in this round. It'll definitely be more exciting than the previous one. I'm still thinking about what happened just now. It's too unbelievable. The Punishment King is usually arrogant and despotic, and even a little disrespectful to sovereigns. However, I don't dare to believe that he colluded with the dead spirit race. Don't think too much about it. The truth will come to light one day. Let's just focus on the match. That's true. The storm passed just like that, but the seeds of suspicion and hatred were planted. The Penal Law King had been forced into a dead end. This was the effect that Ling Xiao wanted. He wanted him to choose to take the initiative to attack, because he was anxious. At that time, he would reveal his foxtail. Huang Jinyu fought against Yang Shuyi. This was definitely going to be an extremely exciting battle. However, Yang Shuyi's advantage was still too great. At first, Yang Shuyi didn't use the monarch weapon with 9 dragon patterns that Ling Xiao gave her. As a result, he was crushed miserably by Huang Jinyu. This was especially true for Huang Jinyu. He had actually used a monarch armament with 7 dragon patterns that Yang Fan had given him. In the end, Yang Shuyi was forced to use her emperor armament. Huang Jinyu was defeated in an instant. However, it was a pity that Huang Jinyu escaped. I failed to kill him. Huang Jinyu had many treasures on him. Although he might lose, His life-saving ability was probably in the top 3 in the entire Golden City. How can she have a monarch armament with 9 dragon patterns? Huang Jinyu was defeated, but he was very unwilling. It was fine that the Flame King had a monarch armament with 9 dragon patterns. However, Yang Shuyi had one too. This made him feel very unbalanced. It must be a gift from Ling Xiao. Yang Fan frowned. He knew that Ling Xiao had taken many treasures from the world of souls. However, he didn't expect that there would be so many monarch armaments with 9 dragon patterns. This was out of his expectations. From this, it could be seen that even the Death Spirit Emperor didn't know about the things in the space-time corridor. Everyone seemed to have guessed this as well, and they all looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't deny it. He wanted these people to understand that he wouldn't mistreat anyone who was willing to fight with him. He wouldn't be as stingy as Huang Jinyu. He wouldn't be as aggressive as Huang Jinding. Master, I want to win against Ling Xiao. Although he was surprised that he lost to Yang Shuyi, Huang Jinyu accepted it. However, he couldn't accept that he lost to Ling Xiao. Fine. I'll lend you this monarch armament with 9 dragon patterns. This is the best monarch armament I have. Don't break it. It was Yang Fan who spoke. Huang Jinding didn't have a monarch armament with 9 dragon patterns. Although it was very frustrating, it was the truth. That's great, young master. Don't worry. With this treasure, I'll definitely help you get rid of Ling Xiao. Huang Jinyu regretted that he didn't get this monarch armament earlier. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost to Yang Shuyi. Go and familiarize yourself with this monarch armament now. It won't be long before your next battle. I reckon that Raymond might admit defeat when he faces Yang Shuyi. The Undying King will also admit defeat when he faces Ling Xiao. You don't have much time to prepare. Yang Fan reminded. Huang Jinyu didn't waste any time and quickly ran to the side to familiarize himself with the treasure in his hand. At this moment, the 5th battle had begun. Raymond versus Yang Shuyi. Raymond didn't participate in this battle at all because his soul was injured, and he needed to rest quietly. Therefore, he couldn't participate in the following battles. However, Raymond didn't care. As long as he could return to normal, the battles weren't as important as he thought. After all, he couldn't become the Golden Emperor. The 6th battle, Undying King versus Ling Xiao. I admit defeat. The Undying King shook his head. He planned to return Ling Xiao a favor. Although he still had hopes of becoming the Golden Emperor, he didn't like to owe people favors. Ling Xiao had saved him from suffering. There was no reason for him not to repay him. The 7th battle, Huang Jinyu versus the Undying King. Because the Undying King had admitted defeat, this battle could begin immediately. You're a smart person. You should admit defeat quickly. Huang Jinyu didn't even go on stage. He only looked at the Undying King coldly and said, "You're no match for me. Don't force yourself if you want to live." The reason why he didn't want to fight at this time was that he wanted to familiarize himself with the Emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns in his hands. Can you kill me? The Undying King sneered and said, I've never thought that I'm weaker than any of you. I admitted defeat to Ling Xiao just to return the favor. As for you, I don't have any favor to return. So, come on up. Huang Jinyu's face was a little ugly. The Undying King clearly didn't give him face. He jumped onto the stage angrily and looked at the Undying King coldly and said, Since you don't want to make things easy for me, then I'll have to kill you. His aura instantly became stronger, making him look like a ferocious beast. He wanted to bite the Undying King to death instantly. Why do you have to do this? Ling Xiao sighed. He understood the Undying King's thoughts too well. It was not enough to just admit defeat. He still had to weaken Huang Jinyu for Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, it would be difficult to achieve anything in this battle. End of chapter. Chapter 4802. Although Ling Xiao didn't like Huang Jinyu's strength was probably stronger than Yang Shuyi's. If Yang Shuyi didn't have the Emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns that Ling Xiao gave her, it would be hard to say what would happen in the previous battle. But now, Ling Xiao could only be a bystander. He couldn't insult the Undying King's pride. Moreover, the Undying King had the legendary Undying Body. It was all because he had some kind of martial soul. Perhaps he didn't have to worry that the Undying King would be killed. This was the only thing that he looked forward to. Huang Jinyu wanted to end the battle as soon as possible so that he could study his emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. So as soon as he got on the stage, he launched an attack. The Undying King didn't hesitate either. He directly released his martial soul. It was a very strange martial soul called Tai Sui. It was this Tai Sui martial soul that didn't help much in battle, but it could make the Undying King almost immortal. The physical body of a divine body realm warrior was very strong. Usually, after being injured, they could recover by consuming divine essence. But the Undying King was different. His body recovered faster and could be healed in an instant. And he didn't need to consume divine essence. The Tai Sui martial soul could absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth to repair the body. In a sense, this kind of martial soul was really invincible. The moment the Undying King released the Tai Sui martial soul, Huang Jinyu's attack had already arrived. 3 cold lights shot out from his hand. They were all magic treasures. He was the king of treasures, so his favorite attack method was to cooperate with magic treasures. Although Huang Jinyu lost to Yang Shuyi, there was no doubt that he wasn't weak at all. Not only was he not weak, but he was also very powerful. The moment the attack was released, the surrounding air flew in one direction. The sharp edge instantly arrived in front of the Undying King. The Undying King didn't have time to dodge. 3 cold lights, 1 shot towards the Undying King's face, 1 shot towards the Undying King's heart, 1 shot towards the Undying King's dantian. Huang Jinyu's attack could be said to be very targeted. Every ray of light was a direct and fatal attack, and all of them hit. One could see that the Undying King's head was pierced, his heart was pierced, and his dantian was also pierced. But even so, the Undying King still recovered in the blink of an eye, as if he had never been injured. The king of many treasures, Huang Jinyu, is only ill. The unscathed Undying King sneered and said, "With your strength, you actually want to fight for the position of Golden Sovereign. You are simply indulging in fantasy." "Humph, I don't believe that you are truly immortal." Huang Jinyu suddenly sped up and arrived behind the undead king in an instant. No matter what, Huang Jinyu was indeed stronger than the Undying King. Other than the Undying King's immortality, there seemed to be nothing else that could compare to him. Die. Arriving behind the Undying King, Huang Jinyu attacked with hatred. He held a sharp saber in his hand. It was an emperor armament with 4 dragon inscriptions. With the power of the wind, it could tear the enemy's body apart. The Undying King still couldn't block it. Therefore, he didn't block it at all. He was using his immortal body to demonstrate to Ling Xiao, letting Ling Xiao see what Huang Jinyu's attack was. At that moment, the Undying King's body was torn apart by the wild wind. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. In fact, he didn't even look human anymore. Ling Xiao frowned worriedly. After becoming like this, could the Undying King still be resurrected? The Undying King was not an enemy, but a good comrade. Moreover, Golden City was about to face a crisis. It was good to have one more helper. "He's not dead." Suddenly, Yang Fan on the opposite side shouted. This voice was naturally to remind Huang Jinyu. Huang Jinyu had indeed underestimated his opponent. He was hit hard by a hand that had just formed in the void and almost fell out of the arena. Although the injury wasn't serious, Huang Jinyu was furious at this moment. This time, he had really made a fool of himself. This Undying King is indeed a weirdo. Although his combat prowess is not good, he is still very strong. Although his combat strength is not good, his Tai Sui martial soul is really amazing. If Huang Jinyu doesn't have a way to restrain it, I'm afraid that this battle will be a disaster. The Flame King laughed. "I'm a little worried." Ling Xiao frowned and said, "Huang Jinyu is not a fool. He knows that the Undying King has this ability. It's impossible that he didn't make any preparations." At this moment, the Undying King had actually split into 2. This guy was just like an earthworm. Sometimes, Ling Xiao thought that this guy shouldn't have the Tai Sui martial soul, but the earthworm martial soul. After splitting into 2, the Undying King's combat power didn't decrease at all. Both Undying Kings had the combat power of the 3rd level of the Divine Physique Echelon. It was really strange. No wonder he dared to say that his combat power was stronger than others. If not for the Dharma treasure, it would be really difficult for Yang Shuyi and the king of many treasures to defeat him. Ling Xiao turned his head and looked at Huang Jinyu. He didn't see any nervousness or anxiety on Huang Jinyu's face. It was obvious that this fellow had expected this to happen, and he already had a way to deal with it. Undying King, be careful, Ling Xiao reminded him subconsciously. Unfortunately, it was too late. Huang Jinyu didn't want to waste too much time on the Undying King. Finally, he used the Emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns that he had just obtained. Although he wasn't familiar with it, against the Undying King, it still had an overwhelming advantage. It was a saber that emitted the aura of death. It seemed that any life that got close to it would shrink because of it. Undead Evil Emperor Saber. With just one slash, the Undying King's martial soul was directly shattered. The Undying King was also covered in blood. Since you dare to stop me, then I'll kill you. You asked for it. Huang Jinyu didn't intend to let the Undying King go. The Undead Evil Emperor Saber was obviously a treasure that could restrain the undying body. He wanted to kill the Undying King. Admit defeat. Ling Xiao said coldly, you've done enough. It's my business now. The Undying King smiled when he heard this. His goal was achieved. He fought until now just to let Ling Xiao see how terrifying the Undead Evil Emperor Saber in the Undying King's hand was. I admit defeat. Admit defeat? It's useless. You must die. Huang Jinyu didn't care whether the Undying King admitted defeat or not. He only had one thought, and that was to kill the other party. In fact, the reason why Ling Xiao asked the Undying King to admit defeat wasn't for the Undying King. It was for the judge. According to the rules, as long as one admitted defeat, the battle would immediately stop. After all, this was an internal battle of the sect. In principle, killing was not allowed. As long as the Undying King admitted defeat, he could go on stage to save the Undying King. A black shadow flashed. It was shockingly fast. Huang Jinyu's Undead Evil Emperor Saber didn't hit the Undying King. Instead, it hit the arena. Countless cracks appeared on the arena in an instant, and finally, it was completely shattered. This arena could only deal with the attack of an Emperor weapon with 8 dragon patterns at most. It definitely couldn't withstand the attack of an Emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. End of this chapter. Chapter 4803. Thank you. You saved my life again. The Undying King supported Ling Xiao's body and smiled bitterly. Although his martial soul was powerful, it still had its limits. Facing Huang Jinyu's terrifying Undead Evil Emperor Saber, it was impossible for him to win. If not for Ling Xiao, he would have died. What are you thanking me for? Didn't you do all this to help me? Ling Xiao patted the Undying King's shoulder and handed him over to the warriors of the Fire King Palace to take care of. I wonder if I helped you? The Undying King looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Of course, that Undead Evil Emperor Saber is very strong. Ling Xiao lied, but it was a white lie. In fact, he did not care about the Undead Evil Emperor Saber at all. It was just a 9-dragon Emperor weapon. The reverse God Sword in his hand was a 10-dragon Emperor weapon. How could the Undead Evil Emperor Saber compare to him? Let's continue. Ling Xiao raised his eyes and looked at Huang Jinrufeng. He had a burst of anger that he wanted to vent today. He might not be able to touch Huang Jinding, but he must kill Huang Jinyu. He could not stand to see a warrior who had defected to the undead race being so arrogant in Golden City. All right, next match, Ling Xiao against Yang Shuyi. Huang Jinrufeng announced. Hearing this, Ling Xiao looked at Yang Shuyi. Shuyi, you should withdraw. Some people don't want me to become the Golden Emperor. I want to be the Golden Emperor. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Huang Jinyu, if you can defeat me, the Golden Emperor will be you. Do you dare to fight me? Hearing this, everyone was a little stunned. What was Ling Xiao doing? If he lost to Huang Jinyu, wouldn't he have to give the position of the Golden Emperor to someone like Huang Jinding? If Yang Shuyi stayed, she would have a higher chance of becoming the Golden Emperor. I had this intention long ago. However, to everyone's surprise, Yang Shuyi did not hesitate at all and announced her withdrawal. Others did not see Ling Xiao's performance in the damp ground, but she did. Ling Xiao's strength would give everyone present a huge shock. Thank you. Ling Xiao nodded and walked up to the ring. Is what you said true? Huang Jinyu was a little excited. In fact, even if he could defeat Ling Xiao, it was impossible for him to be the Golden Sovereign. But if Yang Shuyi withdrew, then the Golden Sovereign would definitely be his. This Ling Xiao definitely had a hole in his head. He actually gave him such a great opportunity. Of course, not only do I represent myself, I also represent the entire Fire King Palace. Fire King, what do you think? Ling Xiao turned to look at the Flame Emperor. Do as you say. The Flame Emperor trusted Ling Xiao as well. He still couldn't forget the scene of Ling Xiao killing the Dragon Emperor. He could even kill the Dragon Emperor, who was at the peak of the 5th level Divine Physique Echelon. How could a mere Huang Jinyu be a match for Ling Xiao? Ha ha ha, that's great. But I just went through a battle and need to rest. Huang Jinyu did not dare to be careless. He wanted to familiarize himself with the treasure in his hands. I'll give you half an hour. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he sat there and waited. Half an hour? The smile on Huang Jinyu's face became even more brilliant. According to the rules, he only had 10 minutes to rest, but Ling Xiao's actions had undoubtedly helped him. What an idiot. He smiled and immediately went down to familiarize himself with the treasure in his hands. Half an hour was neither long nor short. Many people were extremely nervous. This was because this battle would determine the future of Golden City. If Ling Xiao won, then Ling Xiao would become the Golden Sovereign. If Huang Jinyu won, then Huang Jinyu would become the Golden Sovereign. How could people not pay attention to this? No matter who they supported, this would be the final battle. The air was filled with a tense and heavy atmosphere. Every minute of waiting was torture. Everyone felt like they were preparing for a big exam. Because of the great implications, they were too nervous. Finally, it was the last minute of the half hour. Huang Jinyu, bring this. If the Emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns can't defeat Ling Xiao, then use this. Remember, your mission is to kill Ling Xiao. Do it at all costs. Even if you have to sacrifice your physical body, it doesn't matter. Anyway, as long as your soul still exists, I can reconstruct your physical body. Yang Fan stuffed a spiritual talisman into Huang Jinyu's hands. He wanted to make sure nothing went wrong. If the Emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns could not defeat Ling Xiao, then he would have to use this last resort. If Ling Xiao did not die, he would not be able to rest easy. Time's up. Let's begin. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and suddenly stood up. Huang Jinyu also flew into the arena. 2 powerful geniuses were going to start a life-and-death battle here for their future, for their goals. Everyone knew that the 2 of them would not surrender. Therefore, this battle would most likely be a life-and-death battle. It would be more exciting than any of the previous battles. The Undying King was stunned. He realized that Ling Xiao was angry. But for who? Was it for him? They were just fellow disciples. They could not even be considered friends. This Ling Xiao was really a righteous person. He felt that everything he did was worth it. Even if he died in Huang Jinyu's hands just now, he might not lose anything, because he firmly believed that even if he died, Huang Jinyu would quickly go down to find him. Ling Xiao was indeed very angry. A terrifying aura was released from his body. It stirred up a raging wind. Right now, he was only in his original body. Facing Huang Jinyu, he planned to completely break through the shackles and raise his cultivation to the half-step divine body realm. This would also increase his overall strength. The stronger his original body was, the stronger the merged body would be. However, even if he released his aura with all his strength, even if he used the Sky Tyrant possession and the 2nd level of the Bloody Devil Rat, his combat strength could only reach the peak of the 3rd level of the divine body realm at most. He was still very far from Huang Jinyu. Huang Jinyu's combat strength was at the peak of the 4th level of the divine body realm. Therefore, facing the aura released by Ling Xiao, Huang Jinyu's eyes were only filled with disdain. He also snorted coldly and released his own aura. It instantly suppressed Ling Xiao. Both of them did not use the Emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. Huang Jinyu did not even release his martial soul. It was as if he wanted to show his powerful strength. Without using his martial soul and the Emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns, he could directly crush Ling Xiao to death. That kind of victory would be more convincing. Even if he did not use his martial soul and the emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. The king of many treasures also had a lot of treasures. 9 golden wheels appeared behind him. They were like 9 red suns. The red suns released a golden red light. It was so dazzling that everyone could not help but close their eyes. At that moment, he was the real king. Apart from the 4 supreme kings, everyone else present felt extremely uncomfortable due to this mysterious pressure. Huang Jinyu's strength was not a bluff. Since he was chosen by the Golden Cauldron to compete for the Golden Sovereign, he definitely had the strength. End of chapter. Chapter 4804. You know what? I've wanted to kill you for a long time. Unfortunately, I never had the chance. I have to thank you for giving me such a chance to become the Golden Emperor. I really don't know if you're generous or stupid. However, it doesn't matter, because soon you will disappear from this world. Huang Jinyu floated in mid-air. The arena had been reduced to ruins and could not be stood. Therefore, their battlefield would be in mid-air. Ling Xiao took out the Crimson Blood Demon Sword. His opponent was stronger than him, so he had to use the Crimson Blood Demon Sword to fight. A lot of the power of the Crimson Blood Demon Sword was sealed. However, it was equivalent to a 9-dragon pattern Emperor weapon. It would not be weaker than the undead evil Emperor Saber in his opponent's hand. As for the Reverse God Sword, he was prepared to use it at the most critical moment. He had not completely taken out his trump card. The Reverse God Sword, the 6 totems, and the most terrifying martial spirit of the Tyrant Sky were released. The possession of the Tyrant Sky only used 70% of the power of the Tyrant Sky martial spirit. Therefore, after the release of the Tyrant Sky martial spirit, Ling Xiao's combat strength would be even stronger. However, that was the last resort. His current goal was to use Huang Jinyu's strength to break through. Then, he would use the power after the breakthrough to completely defeat Huang Jinyu. Ling Xiao's Sun God Blood Demon formation could only be seen by him. Others could not see it at all. Therefore, the moment Huang Jinyu stepped onto the arena, the battle between them had already begun. This was a little sinister. However, if he did not do this, Ling Xiao would not be able to win against his opponent with his original body. Everyone, step back and activate the psionic defense wall. Huang Jinrufeng called out to everyone because he felt the terrifying aura released by the two of them. He was worried that the innocent would be hurt. Therefore, he asked everyone to step back and leave a large battlefield. He even surrounded it with the psionic defense wall. This way, he could at least block the attack power of a 9-dragon pattern Emperor weapon. On one side was the peerless genius Ling Xiao, who dominated the 4 regions and 9 worlds. On the other side was the King of Treasures, Huang Jinyu, who had been famous for a long time. Who would win? Who would seize the throne of the Golden Emperor? The suspense was finally about to be revealed. Ling Xiao held the Crimson Blood Demon Sword and released a murderous aura. This made him seem like a god of death. After all, this sword belonged to the Massacre Emperor. The murderous aura it contained was extremely terrifying. At this stage, Ling Xiao didn't dare to completely release this murderous aura, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to control it. Wang. The Crimson Blood Demon Sword trembled with all its might. It was as if he wanted to drink blood. He could not wait to kill the enemy. Ling Xiao still had some advantages over the other party. That was speed. With the help of the Sun God's Blood Fiend array diagram, his speed could definitely overwhelm Huang Jinyu. Even if Huang Jinyu had a magic treasure that could increase his speed, it was useless. In terms of speed, it was not that Ling Xiao was looking down on anyone, but everyone present was trash. Even the 4 Supreme Kings might not be able to catch up to him. After all, he had cultivated the 10th level Martial Saint movement technique, the Holy Ground Demonic Shadow. Even Huang Di was not qualified to cultivate this kind of cultivation technique. Die. Huang Jinyu finally made his move. 9 golden wheels shot out at the same time, attacking Ling Xiao from different angles. They were like 9 crimson suns that wanted to destroy Ling Xiao. That glaring light made Ling Xiao unable to see anything. Ling Xiao had used this trick before. However, he felt that Huang Jinyu had used it too early. Ling Xiao could not see anything. However, his soul power was extremely powerful. Huang Jinyu's image had already formed a clear composition in his soul realm. Even if he closed his eyes, he could still dodge the other party's attack. It was just that the others didn't know. When the surrounding people saw this scene, many of their hearts were in their throats, especially the staunch supporters of Ling Xiao. They definitely didn't want to see anything happen to Ling Xiao. No, Huang Jinyu is too powerful, and he's very good at using magic treasures. These 9 golden wheels are a set of emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns. Even a 4th-level divine body realm martial artist can't block it. How is Ling Xiao going to block it? Oh no, Ling Xiao is really too impulsive. If I had known earlier, I would have let Yang Shuyi become the golden sovereign first. Then I can give it to him. They have such a good relationship. Miscalculation. It's really a miscalculation. What's Ling Xiao doing? Everyone looked at Ling Xiao. They realized that Ling Xiao's eyes were tightly shut, as if he couldn't see anything at all. He didn't even notice that the 9 golden wheels were already in front of him. Oh no, he can't see anything. What are you panicking for? If he can't even solve this problem, do you think Dizun will support him to become the golden sovereign? Fire Emperor said loudly. Humph, Fire Emperor, you can only rely on your mouth now. Maybe Dizun was just deceived by him. Huang Jinding snorted and said disdainfully. Unfortunately, he was slapped in the face in the next moment. When the 9 golden wheels were about to touch Ling Xiao's body, Ling Xiao suddenly disappeared. There! Someone shouted. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and discovered that Ling Xiao had actually appeared beside Huang Jinyu in an instant, and instantly launched a counterattack. Damn, what kind of speed is this? Yeah, how did we forget that he relied on this speed to avoid all of Raymond's attacks previously? Ling Xiao's speed was simply too fast. It was so fast that Huang Jinding frowned. Even Yang Fan revealed a shocked expression. In terms of speed, they weren't Ling Xiao's match. This kid was too scary. This was the first time Ling Xiao fought a 4th-level divine body realm martial artist in front of everyone in Golden City. His previous actions against Raymond did not count. After all, Raymond could only be considered a puppet. Beast God Sky Devouring Flash. The moment Ling Xiao dodged Huang Jinyu's attack, he used the Crimson Blood Demon Sword to release the Beast God Sky Devouring Flash. A dazzling sword light instantly appeared in front of Huang Jinyu. Huang Jinyu didn't even have the chance to react. He was hit by the sword light. What a pity. Although Ling Xiao is fast, his attack power isn't enough. Huang Jinyu, the king of many treasures, has a strong physical body, and he even has defensive treasures on him. This sword light can't hurt him at all. So this battle, could it be that he's going to fight a battle of attrition like he did with Raymond? Stupid. Raymond was just a puppet before and didn't know any battle techniques. However, Huang Jinyu isn't stupid. That kind of strategy is useless. This kind of discussion showed the people's contradictory mentality. They hoped that Ling Xiao would win, but they didn't have the slightest expectation of winning this battle. After all, the difference in strength between the two of them was too big. However, at this moment, they saw a sword light pierce through Huang Jinyu's body. Then, it shot onto the spiritual defense wall. A sharp point appeared on the wall, and it tore outwards. It was almost broken. What? Everyone was stunned. It was understandable that Ling Xiao's speed was faster than Huang Jinyu's. After all, Ling Xiao was a genius. He might have cultivated some brilliant movement technique. However, it was incomprehensible that his attack power was also so strong. This sword pierced through the golden soft armor on Huang Jinyu's body. Then, it pierced through Huang Jinyu's body. One must know that the soft armor was an emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns. End of chapter. Chapter 4805. Huang Jinyu's eyes were filled with disbelief. Previously, Yang Fan had always said that Ling Xiao would be the biggest threat. In fact, he did not take it seriously at all. In his opinion, Ling Xiao was just a piece of trash. How could he cause trouble for their plan? However, at this moment, he suddenly believed it. What a guy who pretended to be weak. What a hidden expert. At this moment, exclamations were heard. Ling Xiao would not give Huang Jinyu a chance to exclaim. Another sword light pierced over, revealing its sharpness. Huang Jinyu frowned. He immediately took out 3 treasures and threw them out. They turned into 3 doors in the void. The 3 treasures were exactly the same. They were all emperor weapons with 4 dragon patterns. If one of them could not block Ling Xiao's attack, he did not believe that 3 of them could not block it. However, in the next moment, the sword light pierced through the 3 treasures and continued to shoot toward Huang Jinyu. However, this time, Huang Jinyu dodged it. "Brat, I've really underestimated you. I did not expect you to be so powerful. However, you were only able to hurt me because I underestimated you. From now on, you will not be able to hurt me at all." Huang Jinyu looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. Although he said that he would not underestimate Ling Xiao, he still did not use his martial soul. He did not use the powerful emperor weapons with 7 dragon patterns, let alone the emperor weapons with 9 dragon patterns. This guy was still too arrogant. He was not willing to admit that he was no match for Ling Xiao in his current state. "Is that so? I would like to see how many treasures you can take out to destroy." As he spoke, Ling Xiao suddenly appeared in front of Huang Jinyu. His speed was like a ghost. Huang Jinyu's heart pounded. 9 wheels combine. Kill. Huang Jinyu did not have time to think about how Ling Xiao could be so fast. At this moment, he did not have the time to think about it. He immediately launched an attack. The 9 golden wheels combined and turned into a huge golden wheel that released golden light. If one took a closer look, they would realize that the golden light was no longer a simple light. It was as sharp as a blade chi. It could completely shatter a person's body. Idiot. He had already suffered a loss, yet he still dared to underestimate his opponent. "Good. You want to defeat me without releasing your martial spirit? You're thinking too much." Ling Xiao sneered. He did not care about the 10,000 rays of golden light at all. He slowly walked towards Huang Jinyu. Every step he took felt like he was stepping on everyone's hearts. It was too shocking. That terrifying saber chi was actually easily deflected by Ling Xiao's fleshly body. Unexpectedly, it was unable to cause any damage to his body. Moreover, Ling Xiao was still enjoying the attack. While being slashed by the saber chi, he could feel that the dragon corpse in the mountain river world was beginning to disappear again. The portion that disappeared turned into energy and surged into his body and potential cells. His body continued to grow stronger. His cultivation C's energy was also constantly increasing. Unfortunately, the other party did not use his full strength, so his improvement was slower. "No, this is impossible." Huang Jinyu looked as if she had seen a ghost. Who did Ling Xiao think he was to make him so flustered? Ling Xiao, as expected of the person chosen by the sovereign. His body is too strong, even more terrifying than mine. The undead king revealed a surprised expression. If it were him, his body would be torn apart. Although he could constantly heal, his defense was really incomparable to Ling Xiao's. Ling Xiao's body completely blocked the other party's attack. "Still not releasing your martial spirit? Then go to hell." Ling Xiao was already less than 2 to 3 meters away from Huang Jinyu. Suddenly, he stabbed out with his sword. God-defying art. Although the God-defying art was hidden in the God-defying sword, it did not have to be used with the God-defying sword. As long as it was a sword, it was fine. A bloody light slid through the void. Huang Jinyu's head was directly chopped into pieces. Although Ling Xiao wanted to use Huang Jinyu's strength to break through his cultivation, however, since the other party was unwilling to release his full strength, there was no need to keep him. It would be more convenient to just kill him. Just one sword. Huang Jinyu's entire head was shattered. Naturally, his soul realm could not exist. Dead? Many people were stunned. They thought that this would be an extremely exciting battle. However, Huang Jinyu should have the upper hand. But the current situation was too strange. Huang Jinyu was actually killed by Ling Xiao so easily. He simply did not have the strength to fight back. Ling Xiao relied on his terrifying speed and terrifying attack power to completely suppress Huang Jinyu. On the Fire King Palace's side, many people cheered. However, there was no smile on Ling Xiao's face. "I was actually tricked by that bastard Yang Fan." Ling Xiao sighed. Huang Jinyu was an idiot. When did he have such a thing implanted in his body? He was still working for others. He stood there quietly, and the cheers around him suddenly stopped. Everyone looked at the strange scene in the arena. Huang Jinyu, who was supposed to be dead, was actually resurrected. However, the situation did not seem to be right. Huang Jinyu's skin had turned into a terrifying greenish-white color, like a ghost. Even his eyes were filled with a dense aura of death. The most terrifying thing was that all the magic treasures on his body were melted by a strange black gas and integrated into Huang Jinyu's body. They were perfectly integrated with his physical body. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Huang Jinyu suddenly laughed wildly. His voice was cold and strange. It sent chills down people's spines. What are you laughing at? You're neither a human nor a ghost. Ling Xiao frowned and said, I have to thank you, Ling Xiao. It was you who allowed me to truly obtain this god's body. In the past, I wanted to commit suicide, but I did not have the courage. However, you made this decision for me. The current me is no longer in existence that you can defeat. Huang Jinyu revealed a ferocious expression and looked at Ling Xiao mockingly. God's body? Hee, in my opinion, you've just become a monster. He was a walking corpse. In the world of souls, I've seen too many monsters like this. You're not the first, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Undead. What was going on? Many people below the stage were dumbfounded. Huang Jinyu came back from the dead and became an undead. This made them unable to understand. Don't you understand? Huang Jinyu has long surrendered to the undead, and an undead essence was planted in his body. When he dies, he will be resurrected, but he will completely become an undead. With an immortal body, he will have more powerful combat power. Ling Xiao said indifferently, I think this time, Huang Jinding, what else do you have to explain? Explain what? Huang Jinyu said disdainfully, the martial arts in the world are complicated. I'm just practicing the undead secret art. Although it's a bit ugly, it's not a real undead. My soul is still my own. You're good at quibbling. Ling Xiao smiled, but a rabbit's tail can't grow long. Whether you're practicing the undead secret art or becoming an undead, the result will be out soon. While speaking, Ling Xiao took out the reverse god sword. Huang Jinyu finally stopped hiding his strength, and he did not dare to be careless. The two-handed sword was his strongest state. End of this chapter. Chapter 4806. Kid, don't talk nonsense. The people of our criminal law king's mansion can't be slandered by you. Below the stage, the king of fairness roared angrily. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to him at all. It was just a dog. Why should he care? His real enemy was actually the lotus flower behind Huang Jinding. Even Yang Fan was just a puppet. After seeing Lotus Flower in person, Ling Xiao knew very well that that person had no feelings. Even if he was a disciple, he was just a tool to be used and could be sold out at any time. He didn't mind at all. Seeing that Ling Xiao ignored him, the king of fairness was furious. But he couldn't go on stage. Furthermore, the strength that Ling Xiao had displayed had already exceeded the scope of his abilities. Even if he went up, he would definitely not be Ling Xiao's opponent. Ling Xiao could easily destroy Huang Jinyu's soul realm. Then he could also destroy him. He didn't want to touch that bad luck. Of course, Huang Jinyu hadn't lost yet. Although the strange changes in his body made people feel uncomfortable, the increase in strength was real. Ling Xiao will definitely die. Huang Jinding seemed to want to comfort himself, but also seemed to really think that Huang Jinyu had such powerful strength after coming back from the dead. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly saw Ling Xiao looking over. Really stupid. You always think that I will die, but from the beginning to the end, you don't know what my true strength is. Do you think that this is all my strength now? Sad and ridiculous. Martial Spirit Release. At this moment, Huang Jinyu finally released his martial spirit. That martial spirit was actually a pavilion, and it was called Treasure Pavilion. This kind of martial spirit was extremely rare, but each one was very magical and very difficult to deal with. Treasure Pavilion Martial Spirit. It seems that this guy's specialty is magic treasure. Ling Xiao frowned. He could feel that Huang Jinyu, who had released his martial spirit, was already able to completely crush him. The next battle would become extremely difficult. Once again, their strength became extremely unequal. However, an imperceptible smile flashed across his eyes. Huang Jinyu's sudden increase in strength also brought about a sudden increase in pressure on him. This caused the release of potential in his body to speed up. His cultivation sea's energy had already increased to 90%, and it was still increasing crazily. He wasn't far from breaking through. As for the celestial demon black tortoise body, it improved even faster. The dragon corpse disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Let the storm come more violently. Only when you become stronger can I become stronger. Ling Xiao looked at Huang Jinyu with incomparable excitement, shouting in his heart. Huang Jinyu seemed to have heard his voice. He actually urged his spirit essence and executed his strongest ultimate skill. Above his head, a huge golden formation appeared. It gradually merged with the martial spirit of the bountiful treasures pavilion. Countless treasures flew out of the treasure pavilion and turned into runes and entered the array formation. Myriad treasures demon subduing formation. The King of Justice exclaimed. He actually succeeded. He actually succeeded. The King of Fairness shouted twice in a row because it was simply too shocking. This was also a special skill of his martial soul. The difficulty of cultivation was extremely high. Back then, when Huang Jinyu wanted to cultivate, to be honest, the four great sovereigns were not optimistic. The King of Justice even repeatedly advised Huang Jinyu to give up and not waste time on this. But Huang Jinyu did not give up. Instead, he chose to persevere. What was terrifying was that he actually succeeded. This was truly an extremely heaven-defying genius. Of course, this was just their thoughts. In Ling Xiao's view, this array diagram was inferior to any of his martial soul array diagrams. It was just that he did not want to display his array diagram, so others could not see it. Sigh, Huang Jinyu is really a rare genius in my golden city. For him to be able to cultivate this myriad treasures demon subduing formation, the difficulty is beyond imagination. Not only does he need talent, he also needs extremely strong comprehension ability, and he also needs to have an affinity with treasures. Not a single one can be missing. There are so many martial artists in the Golden City, but no one has ever succeeded in cultivating it. But he did. If he wasn't from the undead race, perhaps it wouldn't be bad to let him be the Golden Sovereign. Although Ling Xiao is not bad, his strength is still a little lacking. Ling Xiao has brains and is responsible. Huang Jinyu has strength. If the two of them could join forces, it would be a true blessing for the Golden City. It's a pity that they have become enemies. Ling Xiao did not dare to agree with such words. No matter how outstanding Huang Jinyu was, he was just a person who betrayed his master for glory. He looked down on such people the most. But one thing was certain. At this stage, with his original body, his chances of defeating Huang Jinyu were probably only 10%. This required him to use all kinds of battle techniques to unleash his strength to the extreme. Although it was difficult, he still wanted to try. At this moment, a celestial sound rang out in the sky. One treasure after another fused into the demon subduing formation. Every time a treasure was fused, the power of the formation would increase a little. At this rate, the power of the demon subduing formation might really surpass Ling Xiao's beast soul array diagram by a lot. After all, after eating so many treasures, he could not be a piece of trash. Ling Xiao stood there. He still did not enter any of the three bodies. He wanted to test his limits. At this point, he had to break through as soon as possible. Otherwise, if an even greater danger came, his Tao of fusion would not be able to hold on for long. Most of the time, he still had to rely on his normal combat strength. On the side of the Fire King Palace, other than the Fire King, everyone else revealed shocked expressions. Although they believed in Ling Xiao, they really did not know how Ling Xiao could block such a terrifying attack. The range of the demon subduing formation was huge. It had a radius of 1 mile. This range was just the size of the grid. If Ling Xiao wanted to avoid it, his only choice was to escape from the grid. And if he escaped, he would lose. He would not have the qualifications to become the Golden Lord. Boom. A total of tens of thousands of treasures were fused into the demon subduing formation. At that moment, the power released by the demon subduing formation made Huang Jinyu, who was controlling it, look like a god. He was above all living beings. As the demon subduing formation took shape, Huang Jinyu's body also changed. His originally greenish-white skin also revealed a golden luster. His entire body was like a supreme treasure that was tempered by 10,000 treasures. Ling Xiao, Do you feel this powerful strength? I believe that even if you are stubborn, you will understand that you and I are not on the same level of strength. Huang Jinyu looked down at Ling Xiao. He looked as if he could kill Ling Xiao at any time. You are indeed very strong, but you are still a little lacking to kill me. Facing a powerful enemy, Ling Xiao chose to face the difficulties head-on. He felt his body continue to strengthen, and the energy in his cultivation continued to increase. Right now, he only had the desire to fight. As for Huang Jinyu, he had no fear at all. This battle was a battle to protect his home. It was a battle to eliminate traitors. And it was also a battle for Ling Xiao's future. If he lost, he knew very well how serious the consequences would be. End of chapter. Chapter 4807. With both swords in his hands, Ling Xiao took a deep breath. At this moment, he was like a lowly praying mantis in the eyes of others. And Huang Jinyu was like a huge chariot. He was clearly a praying mantis trying to stop a chariot, digging his own grave. But why would Ling Xiao care about other people's opinions? If he cared so much about other people's opinions, he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. It's time for you to lose and die. Huang Jinyu's cold voice sounded. The runes on the huge formation diagram flickered continuously. Then, it began to release an extremely shocking power. Every time a rune flickered, it would increase the pressure on Ling Xiao by a bit. This attack power was almost at the Divine Body 5th level. If it was before, Ling Xiao would probably choose to switch to the Body of 3 Supremes immediately. He might even choose the Path of Fusion. But today, he didn't. He couldn't escape. He had to borrow Huang Jinyu's power to make himself break through. If he died, then so be it. Anyway, he hadn't used Rebirth from Ashes and Life Backtrack for a long time. Kill. The fierce attack finally landed. A golden radiance pressed down on Ling Xiao as if it was the firmament. This made Ling Xiao unable to dodge. He could only face it calmly. Many people cried out in surprise. While Huang Jinding's faction's martial artists revealed gloating expressions, this Ling Xiao caused them a lot of trouble and made them suffer a lot. Today, they finally watched him die. That kind of feeling was really good. Boom. The terrifying attack finally landed. It completely drowned Ling Xiao. Everyone couldn't help but stand up, wanting to see the result. Because this attack was very likely to change the situation on the field and end the battle. Ling Xiao might die. Huang Jinyu might win. You didn't even let out a scream? What a pitiful ant. Huang Jinyu stood in the air and sneered disdainfully. He knew how powerful his attack was this time. A martial artist at Ling Xiao's level would definitely be crippled directly. There was no possibility of survival at all. Ha 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 ha. We won. The King of Justice laughed excitedly, as expected of the King of Many Treasures, Huang Jinyu. His strength is really too strong. However, his laughter sounded a little awkward, because neither Yang Fan nor Huang Jinding smiled. On the contrary, both of them were frowning. Only experts at the 5th level of the Divine Physique Echelon and above could sense that Ling Xiao's aura was still present. Although he was much weaker, he was still alive. When the dust settled from Huang Jinyu's attack, the crowd suddenly exclaimed again. Not dead. Ling Xiao didn't die. He blocked the terrifying Myriad Treasure's devil-subduing formation. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already released the invincible Ape Deity Array. This weakened the opponent's attack by nearly 70%. Even so, he was still seriously injured. It had to be said that Huang Jinyu's attack this time was really terrifying. There was absolutely a possibility that he could be killed, but he survived. He didn't even need to waste his life reversal and rising from the ashes opportunity. His physical body had finally undergone a transformation after suffering another round of crazy attacks. One of the dragon corpse's wings had completely disappeared. As for Ling Xiao's physical body, it had once again broken through. It had reached the level of an emperor weapon with 10 dragon marks. It was the same as cultivating a 10th level saint rank defensive skill. The black tortoise body emitted the aura of a dragon. Almost at the same time, his cultivation had broken through. From the 9th level of the Shattered Core Realm, he had finally broken through to the half-step Divine Physique Echelon. There was a fundamental difference between the two realms. The 9th level of the Shattered Core Realm was still a Divine Core Realm warrior. However, the half-step divine physique echelon meant that he had 1 foot in the divine physique echelon. He now possessed his own divine yuan. When Ling Xiao was fighting with his true body, he was actually using his true yuan. His true yuan was able to compete with the divine yuan of others. Just how terrifying was his divine yuan? Ling Xiao could feel that his strength had become much stronger. It was much stronger than any of his previous breakthroughs. Facing the current Huang Jinyu, his chances of winning had greatly increased. From less than 10% before, it had increased to 30% now. Although it wasn't much, it was more than enough for Ling Xiao. This chance of winning didn't include magical treasures. With the help of powerful magical treasures, Ling Xiao believed that he could definitely win. However, he had achieved his goal of fighting a tough battle. His cultivation had broken through, and his body had broken through. He felt that there was no need for him to take any more risks. After all, his true body was severely injured. It was almost impossible for him to recover in a short period of time by relying on pills. Therefore, he chose the sovereign physique. He let his true body heal his injuries. Ling Xiao realized something. After his true body had broken through to the half-step divine physique echelon, even the sovereign physique had become easier to control. His combat ability had also become stronger. Although he didn't achieve any breakthroughs in his cultivation, Ling Xiao could still feel how powerful he was. This was something he didn't have before. As expected, his true body was the foundation. Only when his true body became stronger could the sovereign physique unleash its true power. It felt a bit like a magical treasure. The only difference was that the sovereign physique could fight on its own. Your tortoise shell is really hard. Huang Jinyu's expression was extremely ugly. He was willing to be able to kill Ling Xiao, but he only severely injured him. It was too degrading. Moreover, this was clearly forcing him to use the Emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns, the Evil Spirit Saber. Currently, if he didn't use the Evil Spirit Saber, it was impossible for him to kill Ling Xiao. The Evil Spirit Saber finally appeared in Huang Jinyu's hands. It emitted a demonic glow. It was filled with a sinister aura. The moment the saber appeared, the Undying King suddenly became nervous. He was almost killed by this saber. Would Ling Xiao really be able to block it? Even if that Ling Xiao blocked the King of Many Treasures, Myriad Treasures demon subduing formation, he can't block the Evil Spirit Saber. The nervous fair king suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. He realized the terrifying power of the combination of the powerful Huang Jinyu and the Emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. Evil Spirit Saber. Kill. The moment he took out the saber, Huang Jinyu slashed down. The violent saber aura was indeed several times more terrifying than the Myriad Treasures demon subduing formation. Ling Xiao's choice to enter the D-Zun body was right. After all, the current Huang Jinyu already had the combat power of the 5th level of the divine physique echelon. Even if he entered the D-Zun body, he might not be able to win, not to mention his original body. However, in the state of the D-Zun body, his chances of winning should be 50%. Winning or losing would depend on his performance. The hell-like saber chi was about to descend upon Yi Qingyu. Ling Xiao didn't have any intention of dodging. The Crimson Blood Demon sword in his left hand released the Beast God's sky-devouring flash again. A sword gleam pierced through the air. Its power wasn't inferior to the terrifying Evil Spirit Saber at all. The saber gleam and the sword gleam collided in the air. There was no difference in strength, and they shattered almost at the same time. However, Ling Xiao's backup plan arrived very quickly. Almost at the instant when the saber gleam and sword gleam collided, a dazzling sword gleam slid through the air. It directly pierced through Huang Jinyu's body. End of chapter. Chapter 4808. The strange thing was that Huang Jinyu was not bleeding. There was no blood at all. It looked like rotten meat had been cut up. Anyone who saw this scene would find it hard to understand. Could it be that Huang Jinyu is really an immortal undead? More and more people believed Ling Xiao's words. After all, even if he cultivated the necromancy secret technique, it was not enough to turn him into a walking corpse. He was clearly no longer human. He had completely become a monster. Of course, at this time, they had no time to think about such a complicated question. Their attention was attracted by this wonderful battle. Ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, you can't kill me. My current physical body is even more terrifying than the undead king. What can you do to me? The injured Huang Jinyu did not care at all. It was even obvious that his wound had healed in an instant. However, it looked a little disgusting, as if countless insects had instantly healed the wound. Huang Jinyu attacked again. The evil spirit saber, together with the myriad treasures demon subduing array, poured down on Ling Xiao one after another. If it was Ling Xiao in his original state, he would probably be beaten up at this time. However, Ling Xiao in the state of the emperor physique could deal with Huang Jinyu with ease. He even had time to speak. Can I really hurt you? Ling Xiao showed a mocking smile. He had seen many necromancers. He had killed many of them. Huang Jinyu was just a dabbler, but he dared to be so arrogant in front of him. You monster who sold your soul. Today, I'm going to kill you in front of everyone here. Don't worry, Yang Fan can't save you. Only Ling Xiao knew that Huang Jindi was in his Dongshang Emperor ring. If Yang Fan attacked, Huang Jindi would also attack. In Ling Xiao's opinion, Yang Fan might attack for Huang Jinding, but he might not attack for Huang Jinyu. That person was an extremely cautious guy and would not take the last step easily. Once he attacked, it meant that he would be completely exposed. It meant that the plan would be in vain. Kill me? Then I'll kill you first. Huang Jinyu sneered and used all of his power to attack Ling Xiao. The myriad treasures demon subduing formation and the vile emperor's saber fell at almost the same time. Ling Xiao frowned. The two swords activated the power of the emperor and stabbed out at the same time. They were all using the beast god heaven swallowing flash. This was the move he was most familiar with and the one he was most familiar with. Now, he had already reached the level of great accomplishment and was not far away from great accomplishment. Boom. The attacks from both sides collided once again. In the end, Ling Xiao was still at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation. In a head-on clash, he was no match for Huang Jinyu. He was sent crashing into the psionic defense wall. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. His body slid down the psionic defense wall. Ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao. Is this what you meant by wanting to kill me? Are you going to kill him just like that? Huang Jinyu laughed wildly as he pounced towards Ling Xiao. His attacks fell like a storm. Sure enough, Ling Xiao is still not as good as Huang Jinyu. What a pity. It's already not easy for him to last until now with that kind of cultivation. It's not just not easy, it's practically a miracle. If it were someone else, they would have died long ago. Yeah, I'm afraid only a martial artist at the 5th level of the Divine Body Realm can suppress Huang Jinyu now. Everyone was a little worried. Because looking at Huang Jinyu, it was obvious that he had become an undead. Even many of the martial artists in the Punishment King's faction were a little shaken. They didn't even want Huang Jinyu to win. After all, many people in the Punishment King's faction were deceived. Crazy attacks continued to fall. Ling Xiao could only curl up in a corner and resist with all his might. People couldn't see Ling Xiao's appearance because it was completely blocked by Huang Jinyu's attacks. Ha 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 ha, ant. Lowly ant. Just like an idiot. So what if I become an undead? As long as I can kill you, it's enough. Huang Jinyu had completely gone crazy. He didn't even hide the fact that he had become an undead anymore. Idiot, where are you hitting? A cold voice suddenly sounded from behind Huang Jinyu. This scared Huang Jinyu to death. At that moment, he wanted to dodge. But how could he possibly avoid it? Hell Shadow Kill. The violent power instantly pierced through Huang Jinyu's body. This time, the distance was closer. The attack was stronger. The wound was more ferocious. Huang Jinyu was sent flying by the terrifying power. A terrifying hole appeared on his body. It was black and emitted the stench of rotten flesh. He wanted to recover, but he couldn't. Because Ling Xiao's sword energy was filled with the killing intent of the Massacre Emperor. This killing intent made Huang Jinyu's wound unable to heal. This scene left everyone dumbstruck. Despicable and shameless. You actually sneak attacked from behind. The Fair King was even more unscrupulous. Unfortunately, this kind of words only attracted the ridicule and disdain of countless people. A life and death battle wasn't a spar, and they had to fight head-on? What a joke. Moreover, the Fair King had done a lot of shameless things. You said I can't hurt you? As Ling Xiao spoke, he attacked again. Under the holy ground demonic shadow, his speed was like a ghost. No matter where Huang Jinyu hid, he could arrive at the first moment. Then, he left a humiliating scar on Huang Jinyu's body. These scars couldn't heal, although Huang Jinyu wouldn't die or even feel pain. But he was afraid. He couldn't imagine that in order to become stronger, he didn't hesitate to become an undead. He even took out the undead evil emperor blade. He was actually suppressed by Ling Xiao. This simply didn't make sense. Did he really have to use that thing? That talisman was the last thing Yang Fan left for him to die together. Of course, he didn't want to use it now. But in the current situation, if he didn't use it, wouldn't he lose immediately? While Huang Jinyu was hesitating, the injuries on his body became more and more serious. In the end, this guy directly turned into a skeleton. But these bones were different from ordinary people. They were actually black. Without a body, only bones were left, but Huang Jinyu was still alive. In his head, there was a blue flame burning. That was his soul. Even if he became an undead, he was still an undead with a soul. If his soul was destroyed, he would be completely finished. It should be over, right? In today's battle, there were too many accidents and too many twists and turns. So many people didn't dare to speak with certainty. Who knows, he's already injured like that. But Huang Jinyu is still alive. The battle shouldn't be over. That's true, but is it really necessary to continue? Huang Jinyu, this guy, is no longer human at a glance. Sigh, who knows, maybe it's because of the aftereffects of cultivating some kind of cultivation method? Some people still had a trace of fantasy. After all, Huang Jinyu was also a genius. If he could stay, it would be of great help to Golden City. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao didn't have any fantasies about this guy at all. This guy was a complete traitor who sold his soul to Lotus Flower. Chapter 4809. Now, who do you think will die? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Of course it's you. Death Coil. Huang Jinyu had no other choice. He put away the evil Emperor Saber and the myriad treasures demon subduing array. He used all his strength to release the death coil. At that moment, countless black vines shot toward Ling Xiao. They trapped Ling Xiao in an instant. Huang Jinyu immediately rushed over. Grabbing Ling Xiao tightly, his body began to release a terrifying aura. It kept getting bigger and bigger as if some kind of power was going to explode. I didn't expect it to come to this. Don't worry, Huang Jinyu. If you die, I'll take revenge for you. Yang Fan lied. He told Huang Jinyu that he could survive even if he used the talisman. In fact, he couldn't survive at all. It was a method of mutual destruction. Everyone, back off. The Fire Emperor suddenly stood up and roared. Huang Jinyu used an inward explosion talisman. It's a terrifying talisman that stimulates the martial artist's potential and explodes it. If he wants to perish together with Ling Xiao, it will affect everyone. Everyone panicked and fled into the distance one after another. Some of them even ran out of this space. They were afraid they would be affected. However, this was normal. Everyone cherished their lives. There was no reason for them to wait for death. Moreover, the terrifying power released by the inward explosion talisman could even injure the 4 Supreme Being Kings. Given Huang Jinyu's battle prowess that was close to the 5th stage of the Divine Physique echelon, there was no need to mention the others. What should we do, Lord Fire Emperor? Do you need help? Huang Jinyu is obviously a spy from the undead race. If he kills Ling Xiao, our Golden City will suffer a great loss. Bailey Shiwu said emotionally. Don't panic. Ling Xiao hasn't asked for help yet. The Fire Emperor was also a little nervous. However, since Ling Xiao didn't ask for help, it meant that he wasn't afraid. Therefore, he didn't leave this space. Instead, he sat there and watched the battle. He was ready to save someone at any time. Even if he died, he couldn't let Ling Xiao die. Ling Xiao was the hope of the Golden City. There was no doubt about that. Huang Jinding's side was also very nervous, but they had already left the grid. Only they understood the power of this inward explosion talisman. Once it exploded, the entire space would be destroyed. The entire grid might disappear completely. Will it work? Huang Jinding looked at Yang Fan and asked. Definitely. If Ling Xiao can't even die from such an attack, then none of us can do anything to him. Remember, once the explosion is over, immediately have the punishment hall seal this place and seize the primordial blood jade amulet. There were two reasons why Yang Fan wanted Huang Jinyu to self-destruct. One of them was to kill Ling Xiao. The second reason was because of the lotus flower's sovereign physique, which had been suppressed by the primordial blood jade talisman. His plan was vicious and almost foolproof. Well, of course, meeting a freak like Ling Xiao, Yang Fan was really unlucky. It could only be said that he had underestimated Ling Xiao. Terrifying energy continued to be released, and the entire grid began to become unstable. Fire King, get out! Ling Xiao's voice came from the death entanglement. I can't protect you. Hearing this, the Fire King hesitated for a moment before finally leaving. The vibrations grew louder and louder, and the white light flashed and emitted a strange roar. Ling Xiao, farewell. Even if you are powerful, so what? If you die, there will be nothing left. Huang Jinyu's voice was heard before it exploded. The whole lattice shook crazily, just like a can in a storm. However, this grid was ultimately a part of the Great Emperor Palace. As a part of the Emperor armament with 10 dragon patterns, it wasn't that easy to shatter. Other than the grid, the primordial blood jade amulet also shook violently, but it didn't shatter. Other than these two, the rest of the items were gone. Ling Xiao and Huang Jinyu were both in the grid. Gone. Both of them are dead. They really perished together. Many people couldn't accept such an outcome. Regardless of whether it was Ling Xiao or Huang Jinyu, they were both geniuses of the Golden City and important forces of the Golden City. However, both of them had died. How could anyone accept this? While most people were still in shock and disbelief, Huang Jinding and Yang Fan rushed in and pounced on the primordial blood jade amulet. Although the explosion hadn't destroyed the primordial blood jade amulet, it had consumed its instantaneous defensive power. If they made a move now, they would definitely be able to obtain the primordial blood jade amulet. Without the primordial blood jade amulet, the lotus flower's emperor physique could be fully unleashed. Stop! The Fire King and the Flower King turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted. However, why would the two of them care about their voices? This was Yang Fan's purpose for coming to the Golden City. Now that such a good opportunity had presented itself, it was impossible for him not to try it. Even if his identity was exposed, he didn't care. Furthermore, he didn't believe that anyone could stop him at this moment. Oh no, we should have listened to Ling Xiao. Huang Jinding and Yang Fan are indeed traitors. They're lackeys of the dead spirit emperor. The martial artists in the Golden City woke up one by one and recognized the reality. Unfortunately, it was all too late. At this moment, even Supremes couldn't catch up to Yang Fan and Huang Jinding, let alone others. It was at this moment that they saw the most shocking scene. A ferocious tiger appeared in front of the primordial blood jade amulet and blocked Yang Fan. Yang Fan's eyes were filled with shock. Then, his expression changed drastically. Oh no, we've been tricked. He was a smart person and instantly realized that this was a trap. It's okay, young master, you block him. I'll take the primordial blood jade amulet. Huang Jinding gritted his teeth. Success was right in front of him. He couldn't give up, even if he had already sensed Huang Jinding's aura from the tiger. But so what? He was so close to success. If he gave up now, it would all be over. Tao Tai, block him. At this moment, a voice rang out from the void. Then, the reverse god sword that had fallen to the ground suddenly turned into a ferocious Tao Tai and pounced on Huang Jinding. It blocked Huang Jinding in front of the primordial blood jade amulet. Tao Tai wasn't a match for Huang Jinding and might be defeated after 10 moves. However, this wasn't what scared Huang Jinding, nor was it what shocked the crowd. They saw a strange and inconceivable scene. In the void, the energy gradually condensed into a human figure. Ling Xiao. Yang Shuyi covered her mouth in shock. F***CK. This is the true immortal body. The Undying King was also stunned. Even if he had the Taisui martial soul, he would definitely be finished in this situation. However, Ling Xiao was alive. Not only was he alive, but his strength had also become stronger. 9 Deaths Reincarnation Technique? Ling Xiao sighed. The 9 deaths reincarnation technique could bring Ling Xiao back to life after death and allow his strength to break through a major realm. He was now a martial artist at the first level of the divine physique echelon. End of chapter. Chapter 48:10. Ling Xiao had finally broken free from the shackles of the divine core realm. He had entered the ranks of the divine physique realm, but it felt like a waste. The 9 deaths reincarnation art could only be used 9 times. This was the second time. He sighed, but the others were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. Who could believe that not only did he come back from the dead, he had also overcome a hurdle that others might not be able to overcome in their lifetime. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. After breaking through to the first level of the divine physique realm, Ling Xiao immediately used the Tao of fusion. He realized that the breakthrough this time had brought him an unparalleled advantage. Now, his fused body had surpassed the limit of the 5th level of the divine physique realm. He had entered the 6th level of the divine physique realm. His combat strength was at the 6th level of the divine physique realm. His combat strength was on par with Yang Fan's and Saint Tian Ho's. It was even on par with 1/10 of Huang Jindi's combat strength. Perhaps he was slightly weaker than Lizardman Jin Lin. As expected, when his foundation was strong, even his fused body would be strong. He believed that the treasure in his hand would be even more powerful. The dragon marks on the Crimson Blood Demon sword instantly turned into 5. It felt like the power of an emperor weapon with 10 dragon marks. As for the Void God sword, although it didn't improve, Ling Xiao was able to unleash more of its power. Get lost. Huang Jinding sent Tao Tai flying with a punch. On the other side, Yang Fan and Huang Jindi were fighting fiercely. Ling Xiao suddenly appeared behind Huang Jinding and pierced his body with his sword. No! Huang Jinding roared in pain. A huge golden cauldron appeared behind him and merged with his body. His entire body turned golden. His combat strength was no weaker than Fire King's. So, this guy had been hiding his strength all this time. He was waiting for the right time to unleash his true strength to seize the throne. What a cunning guy. Many people were stunned by what they saw. Huang Jinding was so strong, and Ling Xiao was able to suppress him. How strong was Ling Xiao? It was unbelievable. Venerable Sovereign's eyes are really sharp. This soaring cloud is definitely a rare treasure. The ancestor choosing him to become the Golden Sovereign was truly the right choice. The Thunder Sovereign smiled bitterly. If he had known earlier that Ling Xiao was so powerful, he would not have let his disciple embarrass himself. What he didn't know was that although Ling Xiao's body was powerful, it could only last for half an hour. This was the reason why Ling Xiao couldn't use fused body often. Good heavens, Huang Jinyu is nothing in front of Ling Xiao. Even after using that kind of method, she still couldn't defeat Ling Xiao. So Ling Xiao is already in existence on the same level as the 4 great kings. The undead king was also dumbfounded. He was glad that he chose to believe in Ling Xiao. Otherwise, if he really followed Huang Jinding, he didn't know what would happen to him. At this moment, some interesting changes took place on the scene. Ling Xiao killed the golden cauldron to the point that it didn't even have the strength to fight back. It almost forced the golden cauldron into a desperate situation. Huang Jinding's current situation was no different from Huang Jinyu's. In front of Ling Xiao's fused body, Huang Jinding was like a lowly ant. He was suppressed to the point that he couldn't breathe. Huang Jinding, you've been secretly framing me. I didn't bicker with you because I didn't have a handle on you. To be honest, if I want to kill you, I can do it in minutes. Everyone had seen what had happened today. You actually colluded with the traitor Yang Fan and tried to use the primordial blood jade talisman to release the dead spirit emperor's incarnation. Everyone knows that you're a wolf with wild ambitions. If I were to kill you now, there shouldn't be anyone who would object. Ling Xiao looked at Huang Jinding with disdain. If it was before, it wouldn't be easy for him to kill Huang Jinding. However, after his cultivation broke through to the first level of the divine body realm, his fused body's combat power increased at the same time. He had the strength to crush Huang Jinding. Of course, he wouldn't say this out loud. Sometimes, lying was also very important. At the very least, he had to let the martial artists in Golden City know that he wasn't someone who would eliminate his competitors for his own benefit. He killed Huang Jinding because Huang Jinding was a traitor. He was a sinner who tried to push Golden City to the edge of danger. I've really underestimated you, but I won't die. My soul has already been offered to the dead spirit emperor. Even if you kill me, you can only destroy my physical body, but not my soul. When the undead calamity descends, the one who dies will still be you, not me. Huang Jinding laughed wildly. Ling Xiao suddenly understood how the dead spirit emperor got so many expert souls. So that was how he got them. He used the Tai Chi eye to look at Huang Jinding's physical body. As expected, there was no soul. There was only a flame burning in Huang Jinding's soul realm. Is that so? It's good that you're alive. Then I'll let you see how I lead the Golden Sky region to defeat the undead calamity. But now, your physical body will become the nourishment of my Void God sword. Ling Xiao sneered. The Void God sword pierced Huang Jinding's body. Tao Tai's roar echoed in the Emperor Palace. A moment later, Huang Jinding's physical body was completely destroyed, and Tao Tai's strength was about to break through. He was suddenly looking forward to the upcoming Crusade Alliance. With the nourishment, Tao Tai's strength would definitely break through. He was thinking about something else, but it scared the others. Ling Xiao had actually killed one of the 4 great kings, the Punishment Law King, so easily. This was too terrifying. Yang Fan saw that the situation was bad. He hurriedly crushed a talisman and escaped into the black vortex. The people of Punishment Palace, especially the Palace Lord, King Gongping, were trembling in fear. He had been targeting Ling Xiao in every way before. How could Ling Xiao let them go? Ling Xiao said before that he would destroy and rebuild the Punishment Palace, because the Punishment Palace was rotten to the core. Thinking of this, his whole body trembled crazily. Everyone in the Punishment King's faction was afraid of their unknown future. At this moment, a phantom rushed out from the tiger. It showed the image of Huang Jinding. Greetings, Sovereign. The Thunder King, Flower King, and Fire King were too familiar with Huang Jinding's aura. The moment this figure appeared, they knelt down. They did not dare to neglect in the slightest. It was actually Sovereign. King Gongping breathed a sigh of relief. He believed that Sovereign would not be as bloodthirsty as Ling Xiao. As long as he begged for mercy, he should be able to save his life. So he hurriedly knelt down and said, Sovereign, this subordinate was completely deceived by that old man Huang Jinding. If this subordinate knew that he was from the undead race, I would not have followed him. I hope that Sovereign will spare this subordinate's life. This subordinate will certainly assist Sovereign with all his strength. This guy made her sound like a white lotus flower, so innocent that she couldn't be more innocent. It seemed that he was completely deceived by Huang Jinding, so he did all the things that betrayed Golden City. Unfortunately, did Huang Jinding look so stupid? End of chapter. Chapter 48:11. Huang Jinding glanced at the King of Fairness coldly. You shouldn't have begged me for mercy. You've repeatedly disrespected the Emperor, which is already a capital offense. You've even colluded with the Golden Cauldron many times to harm the loyal. If a person like you can live, how unfair would it be to the dead? However, I won't convict you. Everything will be handed over to the new Golden Emperor. The new Golden Emperor. Hearing these words, everyone was stunned, including Ling Xiao. Wasn't it supposed to be a competition for the position of the Golden Emperor? How did he become the Golden Emperor now? Huang Jinding continued. The position of the Golden Emperor is only in name and doesn't have much meaning. The main thing is to see if the candidate is truly qualified to inherit the position of the Emperor. I'm afraid you don't know, right? This time, I've been supervising Ling Xiao's completion of the mission. Even I was in awe of his boldness and breadth of mind. As everyone knows, I haven't shown up for 100 years, causing the internal management of the Golden City to be in chaos. I can't shirk this responsibility. Moreover, I have to focus on dealing with the dead spirit emperor. Therefore, instead of giving Ling Xiao the position of the Golden Emperor in name, it's better to pass the position of the Emperor to him. He'll be in charge of everything in the Golden City. Of course, I'll be his staunch supporter behind his back. Hearing these words, the noisy crowd suddenly quieted down. Perhaps Huang Jinding's approach was right. Ling Xiao's achievements were obvious to all. Although I don't need to discuss the candidate of the Golden Emperor with you. But if you have any opinions or suggestions, you can raise them. Huang Jindi said with a smile. If Ling Xiao were to become the Golden Emperor, no one would object. However, some of the older generation powerhouses were still unable to accept becoming the Golden Emperor directly. Emperor, you're still alive, and Ling Xiao is still young. Why are you in such a hurry? Let him become the Golden Emperor first. The Thunder Emperor thought for a moment and said. Huang Jindi shook his head and said, what you said makes sense, but what if I have to pass the position of the Emperor to Ling Xiao? Then this subordinate is willing to obey and pledge his loyalty to the new sovereign. The Thunder King did not dislike Ling Xiao. Furthermore, after experiencing this series of events, he also thought highly of Ling Xiao. The reason why he objected was purely because of the matter, not the person. After all, there had never been such a precedent in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. But since Huang Jindi had decided, he would not object. Very well, since no one objects. Therefore, the attack from the Subjugation Crusaders Alliance would be Ling Xiao's final test. If you do, I will personally hold the abdication ceremony for Ling Xiao. Let him be crowned to become a true venerable sovereign, the new Golden Emperor. After saying that, the phantom disappeared. The tiger was also taken away. After all, it had followed Huang Jindi for so long. Huang Jindi probably wouldn't treat it badly. In the entire space, only the 108 primordial blood jade talismans were left shining with blood-red light. Many people were still in shock and had yet to recover from the shock. The abdication ceremony, this is probably the first time in the history of the Golden Sky region. Everyone understood what this meant. At that time, all the martial artists in the Golden Sky region would know that Ling Xiao had become the Golden Emperor. That scene would definitely be very shocking. It was enough to show how serious Huang Jindi was about this matter. Ling Xiao sighed. This old man was really decisive. Was he going to tie him up directly? In fact, his original idea was that becoming the Golden Emperor was enough. After all, he would not stay in the 4 regions and 9 worlds for a long time. Once he became the Golden Emperor, he would have to consider the next Golden Emperor candidate. It felt so troublesome. But since Huang Jindi had already done so, he did not want to object. At most, it would be more troublesome. But his control over the Golden Sky region would be more solid. Speaking of which, it had been less than a year since he joined the 3,000 holy cities. His identity and strength had already undergone earth-shaking changes. Back then, there were many people he could not deal with in fighting Soul Sacred City. But now, he was already the Golden Emperor of the Golden Sky region. He had become the true peak existence in the Golden Sky region. Those who supported him in the 3,000 holy cities would definitely be very happy after hearing this news. And those who secretly played tricks against him would probably be so scared that they would not be able to take care of themselves. With a sneer, he suddenly looked at Fire King and said, Fire King, go to the 3,000 holy cities immediately and bring these people to the Golden City. Ling Xiao had already thought about it. After all, people that he brought out were more useful. Although those people were not strong enough, after coming to the Golden City, the cultivation conditions were much better than in the 3,000 holy cities. It was impossible for him to move the entire 3,000 holy cities over. But it was not a problem to pick out talented and loyal people from among them. There were 1,000 people on the list. Among them were familiar names such as Zhao Fengyun, Hai Myungkeo, Zi Qinya, Zi Long, Kill the Wolf, Lian Xiaobao, and Gao Shun. These people would never betray him. In addition, there were Fire King, Silver Dragon, Yang Shuyi, Bailey Shiwu, Immortal King, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and so on in the Golden City. There were also many people around him. He would definitely not be a figurehead. Only in this way could he truly control the Golden City. He was strong, but he still needed people to rely on. Otherwise, he would really become a commander without an army. No problem. Leave it to me. Fire King was about to leave, but he was stopped by Ancestor Scarlet Flame. There's no need to trouble you for such a small matter. I'll go. It just so happens that I'm familiar with these things. All right, then I'll have to trouble you. Ling Xiao looked at Ancestor Scarlet Flame and said, Yes, Sovereign King. After all, He had not officially become the Golden Emperor, so Ling Xiao was still the Golden Emperor for the time being. However, he was the Golden Emperor with the greatest power. As long as the Golden Emperor did not object, he would have the greatest power. After Ancestor Scarlet Flame left, Flower King bowed slightly and said, "Subordinate greets the Sovereign King. Since the Sovereign has chosen you, then Subordinate will wholeheartedly assist you." Flower King expressed his stance. Thunder King also immediately expressed his stance. Subordinate is also willing to assist the Sovereign King with all his strength. There's no need for me to say anything. If the Sovereign King has anything to say, feel free to instruct me. Even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire, I won't refuse. Fire King smiled. Ling Xiao nodded and displayed the boldness that a sovereign king should have. The rest of the people knelt down, including the Penal Law King's martial artists. No one dared to stand there. The current Ling Xiao possessed a monstrous amount of power and authority. If he wanted someone to die, he did not need a reason. He only needed to say a word. The three sovereigns were completely under his command. Who would dare to go against him? Of course, it was hard to guarantee that there were no Yongfan spies in the Golden City. However, at least on the surface, these people definitely did not dare to go against Ling Xiao. He, Eternal Emperor, you said that my status is inferior to your daughter. Therefore, you are unwilling to marry Yu Fenghua to me. What about now? I'm already a Golden Emperor and on the same level as you. What right do you have to look down on me? Ling Xiao sneered and looked in the direction of the Eternal Emperor region. Chapter 48:12. Soon, he would be able to go to the Immortal Palace and propose marriage openly. When that time comes, who would dare to stop him? Of course, this was a matter for the future. He was still facing a calamity, which was the attack of the Subjugation Alliance. If he couldn't withstand it, then he would be killed before he could become a real Golden Emperor. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. He knew very well that the current golden skies already belonged to him. Naturally, he had to protect it wholeheartedly. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to cause any harm to the golden skies. Looking at everyone kneeling on the ground, Ling Xiao's expression was cold and majestic. He said loudly, "Since the Overlord has handed this heavy responsibility to me, I will definitely defend the glory of the Golden City. No matter if it's an external enemy or an internal enemy, all of them will be wiped out. Those spies who are hoping for a fluke, you'd better find a time to escape. Otherwise, if I find you, your body and soul will be destroyed. I have a bad temper, but you don't have to worry too much. As long as you're loyal to the Golden City, everything is for the Golden City. I'm still very tolerant." The Overlord is wise. Everyone shouted in unison. If it was someone else, they might not be used to this kind of scene. But Ling Xiao didn't care. He had experienced the same scene many times and was already familiar with it. Perhaps this was the reason why the Golden Emperor dared to pass the position of Golden Emperor to him so quickly. Everyone else can get up. Those from the Criminal Law King's residence and Punishment Hall continue to kneel. Ling Xiao was someone who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance, and he dealt with the Criminal Law King's residence and Punishment Hall not only because of personal grudges. These guys could betray the Golden City once for their own interests. Then they might betray him a second time. The Golden City was facing a huge crisis. He would never allow such a time bomb to exist. They must be completely eradicated. The martial artist from the Criminal Law King's residence and Punishment Hall knelt there in fear. Not only did Ling Xiao have supreme power, but he was also extremely powerful. They actually became enemies with such a person. They had really done a very stupid thing. Ling Xiao walked to the King of Fairness. Suddenly, he kicked the King of Fairness out. King of Fairness crawled back like a dog, his heart filled with fear and unease. Although he didn't know Ling Xiao well, he knew that Ling Xiao wouldn't forgive him for what he had done. He just wanted to survive. As long as he survived, he would have a chance to turn the tables. "Sovereign King, you can't do this. Although we were deceived by the Golden Cauldron, we are still extremely loyal to the Golden City. You can't chill our hearts. If all of them rebel, you won't be able to bear the responsibility." The King of Fairness threw caution to the wind. When he said such words, it was obvious that he felt that the law could not punish the majority. As long as he was tied to the King of Punishment's mansion in the martial artists of Punishment Hall, Ling Xiao would not dare to act recklessly. After all, there were a total of 100,000 of them. Ling Xiao couldn't possibly kill them all. If he really killed him, it would be bad for Ling Xiao's reputation. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. I believe that there are indeed people who have been deceived by the Golden Cauldron. I also believe that they will recognize who they are in the future. But you aren't. Ling Xiao kicked out again, directly stepping on the King of Fairness. Don't tell me that the things you did that violated the law and discipline, were also forced by the Golden Cauldron. Humph, as the Palace Master of Punishment Hall, you should be fair in your rewards and punishments, but you blindly sided the King of Punishment's people. Just this point alone, you deserve to die 10,000 times. You caused a mess in the Golden City. Do you still think you don't deserve to die? After saying that, Ling Xiao suddenly took out the reverse god sword and pierced through the King of Fairness's head. Then, he raised the sword and said in a clear voice, I don't want to blow this matter out of proportion. After killing this thief, this matter will be considered over. But some people have to remember, it's not that I don't dare to kill you, but that I have just ascended to the throne. This is a special pardon for you. If anyone still dares to mess around in private and not listen to the command, the outcome will be exactly the same as this King of Fairness. Everyone looked at the King of Fairness, who had already turned into a shriveled corpse and sucked in a breath of cold air. Too ruthless, too decisive. Some people might have just obtained the position of emperor, and for the sake of reputation, they didn't dare to kill indiscriminately. But Ling Xiao didn't care at all. He directly killed the King of Fairness. This made those who were hoping for a fluke ring alarm bells in their hearts. This new emperor was not to be trifled with. This was an absolutely powerful character. We are willing to swear allegiance to the emperor. If there is the slightest falsehood, we will die a horrible death. The martial artists of the King of Punishment's faction all stood up and swore. Everyone knows how to talk. In another 2 days, the enemy will be here. At that time, you just have to perform well. Whoever really works for the Golden City, whoever is sneaking around, can't hide from my eyes. At that time, don't blame me for being impolite. You have to remember clearly, your current identity is that of a death row prisoner. If you want to live, you can only achieve it through performance. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the martial artists kneeling on the ground, and then gently waved his hand. All right, go back. Focus on preparing for the enemy. Although the abdication ceremony had not yet begun, the news had spread throughout the entire Golden Heavens domain in 2 days. Everyone was shocked. The ant from the western region was about to become the emperor of the Golden Heavens domain, and it was the current Emperor Huang who personally abdicated. This was really too shocking. At the same time, the 4 great powers also had to send envoys to the Golden City to pay respects to the new emperor. It was the same for the 3,000 holy cities. No matter what Ling Xiao used to be, now, he was a terrible existence that absolutely could not be provoked. Those who had offended Ling Xiao before were all ready to use their connections to send gifts, and they were ready to build a good relationship with Ling Xiao. Otherwise, they would not be able to sleep well. Originally, there were still some small rebellions within the 3,000 holy cities. But as soon as this news came out, those rebels simply surrendered collectively. What a joke. How many heads did they have to be enemies with the future Emperor Huang? The Crusader Alliance, which had regrouped and was rushing to the Golden City, also received the news. Haha, poor guy, he is just a cannon fodder sent out. Nether Devil Lord sneered. Yes, he may become the shortest-lived emperor in the history of the Golden Heavens domain. Thunder Star Lord also laughed. After the previous torment, the strength of the Crusader Alliance was actually much weaker than before. A large number of forces were destroyed in the ancient Imperial City, and for some unknown reason, Heavenly Fiend Ghost withdrew from the Alliance. However, Heavenly Roof Saint did not seem to care. As the leader of the Alliance, he actually looked down on the forces of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. This time, there were nearly 30 experts from Heavenly Roof City. Each of them was at least in the 3rd level of the Divine Physique Echelon. Even if they did not form an alliance with those rubbish forces, they could still take down the Golden City. However, they still needed cannon fodder. Of course, there were also many spies from the Undead clan and the Crusader Alliance. Their role was, of course, to fan the flames and sow discord. Chapter 48:13. While the marshalists of the Golden Sky territory were waiting for Ling Xiao to be officially crowned as the sovereign venerate, the army of the Subjugation Alliance was marching toward the Golden City. Ling Xiao was busy setting up a powerful array formation. The materials had been gathered with the help of Huang Di. Next, he would rely on the knowledge of the Yuan venerate and the power of Huang Di to create a terrifying array formation that was several times more terrifying than the one in the ancient imperial city. The 10,000 Lightning Immortal Punishment Array. This was the most terrifying array formation that Ling Xiao was familiar with. Normally, if he used the array refining stone to set up the 10,000 Lightning Immortal Punishment Array, it would only reach his strongest destructive power. However, it was different this time. This array formation was set up by Yuan Venerate and Huang Di together. It would definitely be a surprise for the enemies coming from afar. Furthermore, this was only an attempt. If it succeeded, he would have experience dealing with the undead calamity in the future. Who on earth did you learn this ultimate technique of setting up formations from? Huang Di's avatar was setting up the array formation according to Ling Xiao's instructions. He asked in surprise. He knew a little about array formations, so he could feel how powerful and terrifying this array formation was. I'm sorry, Sovereign Venerate. It's not convenient for my master to reveal. Ling Xiao had a lot of secrets. Some of them could be revealed, but some of them he didn't want to reveal. This was the case for the existence of the tyrannical martial soul and Yuan Venerate. Once exposed, he would probably be hunted down by the powerhouses of the Immortal Court. Given his current strength, he couldn't even be considered a top powerhouse in the Black Tortoise continent. Furthermore, he would be courting death if he faced the Immortal Court's martialists. Fine, if you don't want to say, I won't ask. Let's go to another place. The 10,000 Lightning Immortal Punishment Array had a total of 4 array cores. They were located in 4 different directions. They had already set up 3 array cores, and only one was left. At this moment, people could already feel the earth trembling. Under the leadership of the 3 Supreme Venerates, all the martialists in the Golden City gathered at the entrance of the city and prepared for the impending battle. This was a catastrophe. If the Punishment King, Huang Di, was still around, there might have been internal strife. Fortunately, they had resolved the internal strife before the enemy arrived. Now, no one dared to relax. Even the martial artists of the Punishment King's faction from before did not dare to show any cowardice. Ling Xiao had killed the King of Fairness that day. He had warned them. Their death sentences could only be offset by their military exploits. If they dared to flee or cower in battle, they would be killed without mercy. No one wanted to die. They had no choice. The moment the formation was completed, everyone in the City of Gold could clearly feel a terrifying power being unleashed, although it disappeared in a flash. But everyone knew in their hearts that this was the new Golden Sovereign, the future Golden Emperor, preparing for the upcoming war. Who do you plan to let guard the Gate of Life? Huang Jindi asked Ling Xiao. Let the Law King's faction stand guard. Ling Xiao said indifferently, this is their chance to atone for their sins, and also their chance to live. I hope everyone can pass my test. Otherwise, I won't let any of them leave alive. Your plan is really ruthless. The Life Gate was the most dangerous place. Once the enemy was attacked by the formation, they would definitely choose the Life Gate to escape. Presumably, there are also formation experts there, so it shouldn't be difficult to find the Life Gate. At that time, the pressure on those people will not be small. Huang Jindi laughed bitterly. As expected, I am different from you. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to be so ruthless. But because of this, it led to the decline of the Golden Sky region. From the strongest to the point where even cats and dogs dare to bully them. People have to be responsible for what they have done. If we don't let them suffer a little this time, then they will feel that what they have done in the past doesn't matter. They will go back to the way they were before. Ling Xiao said indifferently, but Di Zun, I'll have to trouble you to stay at the Life Gate. If there are truly warriors who are not afraid of death and are willing to abandon the dark and join the light, can you save them? You are decisive in killing, and you are also loyal. You brat, this old man didn't misjudge you. No problem, I'll help you. Huang Jindi nodded. Thank you. Ling Xiao cupped his hands towards Huang Jindi, then flew through the air. At the entrance of the city, Sovereign King. When everyone saw Ling Xiao, they all bowed their heads and saluted. All of you may rise. Now, I will assign you your tasks. Fire King, you will lead the Fire King Hall's martial artists to guard the formation core in the east. Without my orders, you must not leave. Otherwise, even though we have a deep friendship, I will still punish you according to military law. You have to understand that this is not a game, but a war. The slightest mistake, and you may lose your life. Understood. Fire King did not have any doubts about Ling Xiao's words. He knew that Ling Xiao was going to set up a formation to deal with the enemy. He called out to the Fire King Hall's martial artists and hurried over. Flower Queen, you will lead the Flower King Hall's martial artists to guard the formation core in the north. I won't say anything else. What I said to Fire King just now is also for you. Ling Xiao looked at the Flower Queen and said, This subordinate obeys. Although the Flower Queen did not understand this order, since she had sworn to be loyal to Ling Xiao, she had to obey. Flower King Hall's martial artists, follow me. The Flower Queen soared into the sky, and the Flower King Hall's martial artists followed. Thunder King, you will lead the Thunder King Hall's martial artists to guard the formation core in the south. I have marked the exact location. You will know when you get there. Yes. At this moment, the Thunder King was not hesitant. The Thunder King Hall's martial artists also left. Disciplinary King Hall's martial artists and Punishment King Hall's martial artists, you will go to the formation core in the west. Your positions are extremely important. You must not make any mistakes. Don't forget what I said before. If you kill the enemy courageously, after this matter is over, your death sentence will be waived. However, if anyone betrays or runs away, don't blame me for being merciless. Understood. Everyone left. King, let me go with those people. I still don't believe that they will completely obey your orders. At this moment, the Undying King stood out and said, The rest of you will follow the Gold Guards to guard the Great Emperor Palace. That is the core of the formation. You must not lose it. Ling Xiao said firmly. But King, are you planning to defend against the enemy alone? Huang Jinrufeng frowned. That's right, Ling Xiao. Are you tired of living? Huang Jinrufeng was even more worried. Have you forgotten how I came back from the dead that day? Don't worry. I have a true immortal body. I won't die. Of course, this was a lie. However, it was too troublesome to explain. Therefore, he just used a lie to replace it. All right, be careful. Everyone, follow me. Huang Jinrufeng led the Gold Guards and the neutral martial artists to guard the entrance of the Great Emperor Palace. Ling Xiao floated in midair and stood on top of the tall city walls. He looked at the dust clouds in the distance. There was some coldness in his eyes. Come and read the letter. Chapter 48:14. He had just received a report that this group of bastards from the Subjugation Crusader Alliance had passed through other regions of the Golden Heavens domain. They had actually massacred them. They had destroyed at least 10 small countries. They had also destroyed 4 sacred cities. If they had not been in a hurry to rush to the Golden City, they would have slaughtered all the martial artists in the Golden Heavens domain. Fortunately, the martial artists in the Golden Heavens domain had been notified in advance, and many of them had gone into hiding. Although the countries and cities had been destroyed, not many people had died. But there were still some. The casualties this time still exceeded 1 million. One should know that those who had come were all powerhouses, and the destructive power of a gentle wave of their hand was extremely terrifying. The martial artists in the Golden Heavens domain who could compete with them had basically gathered in the Golden City. Blood for blood. Whoever did this, I must make him pay with his life. The blood of the Golden Heavens domain will not be shed in vain. We can't let anyone bully us. Ling Xiao's original intention was to minimize the number of deaths as much as possible. After all, he was very clear that this was Lotus Flower's conspiracy behind the scenes. so he did not want to go along with Lotus Flower's plan. But after receiving this news, he did not care anymore. Leaving these scumbags who bullied the weak and even slaughtered civilians alive would not help the fight against Lotus Flower at all. He might as well kill them all. This was enough to vent his anger. Only then could those who had died rest in peace. The Golden City was still filled with golden light. However, the light today was not so beautiful, because it was filled with a strong, murderous aura. It made people feel uncomfortable all over. Outside the entrance of the Golden City, there were millions of martial artists densely packed together. These were the essence of the 8 major forces in the 4 regions and 9 realms. If they were all annihilated, then these 8 major forces would basically be completely finished. These people were so powerful that their number completely exceeded that of the Golden City. The number of martial artists in the Golden City was only slightly more than 300,000. The difference was still very big, and the number of powerhouses could not be compared with that of the Subjugation Crusader Alliance. With the addition of the powerhouses from the Heaven's Wall City, the strength of the Subjugation Crusader Alliance had become very terrifying. Therefore, if they faced the enemy head-on, the Golden Heavens domain would definitely not gain any advantage. They would definitely be wiped out. Now that they had Ling Xiao in the formation, of course, everything was completely different. Of course, no one knew how powerful the formation was. Therefore, when they observed the vast army from afar, they were still very uncertain in their hearts. They were filled with worry and fear. As for the martial artists of the Crusaders' Alliance, their eyes were filled with greed and excitement. Looking at the Golden City, it was as if it had already become theirs. Although many things had happened during this period, they had finally arrived. The ones leading them were naturally the experts of Heaven's Wall City led by Saint Tian Ho, as well as the remaining rulers. The Nether Demon Master, the Thunder Star Master, the Inferno Star Master, the Ice Star Master, and the Supreme King Shang Lang from the Heaven Holy Land could be counted as 5 emperors. The Saint Lord of the Heaven Holy Land did not come. This time, it was Shang Lang who had acted on his own initiative, so there were fewer martial artists from the Heaven Holy Land. But no matter what, the Heaven Holy Ground was indeed the second strongest force in the 9 worlds. The sovereign martial artist Shang Lang's strength was on par with the sovereigns. Today, they would join forces to take down the Imperial City. Treasures, cultivation resources, and even everything they wanted would belong to them. How could it not be exciting? Of course, their primary goal was to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao dared to toy with them in the Damp Land. If they did not kill Ling Xiao, how could they continue to live in this world? Ha ha ha, why don't I see anyone? Where is the backbone of the Golden City? Have they all become cowards? A bunch of trash. At the city gate, there was no one guarding it, so the Thunderstar Master laughed maniacally. He mocked the Golden Sky region. Thunderstar Master, you are wrong. A wise man submits to circumstances. They knew that we were here, but they still dared to stay there. That's called stupidity. It's better for them to hide, lest they get scared. The Nether Demon Master sneered. It's good for them to hide. What if they run away? The Inferno Star Master mocked. Run away? If they dare to run away, we will kill the rest of the people from the Golden Sky region. I don't believe they have the guts to live in this world. The Ice Star Master said coldly. Let's go. Let's destroy the Golden City first. I heard that there are many treasures in the Golden City. Shang Lang disobeyed the orders of the Heaven Saint Master and joined the Crusader Alliance just for the treasures. Therefore, he was anxious. Let's go. The Heavenly King, Sacred General, waved his hand, and the army set off. Although he considered the possibility of the enemy's conspiracy, he was not afraid at all. In his opinion, the array formation in the ancient Imperial City was the biggest conspiracy. However, it could not hurt him. This person was not cut out to be a commander. He only cared about himself and did not care about the lives of others. The Crusader Alliance must be crazy to obey the orders of such a person. It would be difficult for them to survive. Boom. When the million-strong army entered the Golden City, the thick and huge golden gate closed abruptly. Ha ha ha, a bunch of dogs. How dare you come to the Golden City and behave atrociously? Today, we will close the gate and beat the dogs. Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from the east. It was like rolling thunder. The sound attracted the attention of the Crusader Alliance, and they all looked to the east. Indeed, they saw tens of thousands of martial artists gathering there. At the same time, banners appeared in the south, north, and west. Initially, they were puzzled as to why the huge Golden City seemed to be empty. It turned out that everyone had gathered at these 4 locations. What the hell? Are they trying to surround us? But with their small number of people and strength? Is it going to work? The martial artists of the Crusader Alliance sneered in disdain. In their opinion, the Golden City was really out of options. They were ready to drag someone down with them before they died. Fire Emperor, you are already at death's door. How dare you be so arrogant? Ridiculous. The Thunder Star Lord looked in the direction of the Fire Emperor and sneered. Listen up, you bastards of the Golden City. How dare you destroy the nest of the Abyss Demon region? Today, I will smash the Golden City into smithereens. The Nether Demon Lord gritted his teeth and roared. Haha, I destroyed your nest to teach you a lesson so that you will understand that the Golden Sky region is not to be trifled with. However, it seems that you have not learned your lesson at all. How dare you attack the Golden Sky region with these trash? Today, I will kill you as well so that you can reunite with your subordinates in the Netherworld. The Thunder Emperor sneered. Shameless boasting. The Nether Demon Lord's eyes were filled with hatred as his murderous aura surged. Why do I feel that something is wrong? Qin Huang frowned and said, These people deliberately let us in, and they are acting so relaxed. They are not afraid at all. Was there some kind of conspiracy? After all, even a fool can see that we are much stronger than them in terms of superficial strength. Chapter 48:15. Young Master Qin, you're overthinking. In my opinion, the people of Golden City are quite courageous. They knew that they were no match for us, but they still let us in so that they could fight us to the death. They're just trying to protect the weaklings outside of Golden City. How hypocritical. The Nether Demon Lord sneered. Don't forget what happened in the ancient Imperial City. That Ling Xiao is good at setting up arrays. Qin Huang reminded. Hee, speaking of which, I forgot. I wonder if Ling Xiao is still in Golden City. Ling Xiao, come out and die. Saint Tiankong sneered and shouted. He didn't care about the array because he had already experienced the array in ancient Imperial City. He was unprepared before, so he was in a sorry state. But this time, he had thought of a way to deal with it. As long as Ling Xiao's array didn't exceed the power of the ancient Imperial City's array, he had a way to make it ineffective. Now, the person he wanted to kill the most was Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao killed young Master Jin Xiu in front of him and made him lose face. He didn't care about young Master Jin Xiu's death, but he couldn't ignore his own reputation. Yes, get Ling Xiao to come out. If you're willing to hand over Ling Xiao, perhaps we'll be more merciful and not let you suffer too much. Ha! Laughter came from the crowd, full of mockery. Many people came here for Ling Xiao because Ling Xiao had many treasures on him. Just the Void God Sword and Dragon Corpse were enough to make them look forward to it. Not to mention the totems of the 6 tribes and other treasures. This person was a moving treasure trove. Suddenly, a shrill scream came from the crowd. The warrior who mocked Ling Xiao was killed. Then, a figure flashed. He stood in the middle of the army as if no one was around. This person was handsome and elegant, but also domineering. There was a heroic spirit between his eyebrows. A disdainful sneer hung on the corner of his mouth. Everyone, we've only been apart for a few days, and you can't wait to see me? Ling Xiao stood there with a smile on his face as he asked calmly. Ling Xiao, how audacious. Everyone revealed shocked expressions. This Ling Xiao was really crazy. He actually dared to provoke over 1 million people by himself. It's good that you're in the City of Gold. Facing so many experts, you still dare to be so arrogant. Today, not only you, but the entire Golden City is doomed. Heavenly Barrier Saint coldly snorted. You have the face to say such things? Ling Xiao looked at Heavenly King Sage sarcastically and said, back in the ancient Imperial City, you had more people than you do now. But so what? I've killed so many people, including Storm Star Lord, Lava Star Lord, and young Master Jin Xiu. A bunch of trash. Didn't I still escape unscathed? Today, the result will not change. You will only be more miserable. As he spoke, Ling Xiao attacked again and killed another person. After his cultivation level rose to the divine body realm, his original body could easily kill a second-level divine body realm martial artist. If he entered the beast soul transformation state, killing a third-level divine body realm martial artist would not be a problem. If he used the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he could even kill a fourth-level divine body realm martial artist. He was that powerful. Stop! Thunder Star-Lord roared. The two people who died were from his thunder astral boundary. Of course, his heart would ache. You old dog, are you worthy of me stopping? Do you feel a sense of accomplishment by kneeling and licking the trash of Heaven's Wall City? Idiot, do you really think you can destroy the Golden City with this little power? What a fool's dream. You're all just idiots who were instigated by Lotus Flower to die. Do you really think you're so smart? Ling Xiao said sarcastically, in the trash of Heaven's Wall City, don't you want the Void God Sword and Dragon Corpse? Come, they're all in my hands. Come and take them, as long as you have the ability. Otherwise, all of you will die here. Ling Xiao's words made the martial artists of the Subjugation Crusader Alliance grimace. A mere first-level divine body realm martial artist dared to be so arrogant. He did not take the sovereigns of the 4 regions and 9 worlds seriously, nor did he take the geniuses of Heaven's Wall City seriously. He deserved to die 1,000 times. You're really in a hurry to die. We were tricked by you in the ancient imperial city. I didn't know you had the help of experts, but today, we have young city lord Tian Ho leading us. Even if Huang Jindi comes personally, you'll still die. Nether Devil Lord said viciously. However, he did not dare to make a move because the Sky Tiger Demon Lord, who was Ling Xiao in disguise, killed 2 Star Lords during the fight for the Dragon Corpse. His strength was evident. He should not be underestimated. He did not want to be cannon fodder. I'm tired of listening to your bullshit. Now that I'm here, right under your nose, why don't you make a move? Don't be like a dog that only knows how to bark. Ling Xiao mocked. He wanted to make all the martial artists of the Subjugation Crusade Alliance lose their cool. Once these people were blinded by anger, the effect of the formation would be better. Nether Devil Lord's face was extremely gloomy. A cold aura suddenly erupted. Suddenly, he threw a punch at Ling Xiao. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Don't, Devil Lord. Nether Devil Lord attacked furiously. However, he forgot that Ling Xiao was standing among them. Perhaps he did not forget, but he did not care about these people's lives at all. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a smile. His figure suddenly disappeared. Boom! A terrifying fist force landed among the crowd. This was a brazen attack from a 5th-level divine body realm martial artist. In an instant, hundreds of people were killed. The scene was extremely shocking. However, Ling Xiao was nowhere to be seen. Haha, stupid dog, I didn't know you liked to kill each other. When Ling Xiao reappeared, he was already hundreds of meters away from the army. This kind of trick was just for fun. It was not realistic to kill all of them with this kind of trick. It was better to lure these people to the place where the formation was the most powerful. Naturally, the deeper one went into the myriad lightning destroyer formation, the more powerful it would be. There was no doubt about this. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao did not activate the formation immediately. This kid is as cunning as a ghost. Don't be angered by him. Saint Tiankong frowned and said, he just wants us to panic. However, it can be seen that he has no other choice. From now on, calm down. Speaking of hate, I hate it more than any of you. However, we can't lose our minds because of anger. That will only be used by that kid. Yes. Nether Devil Lord looked at the hundreds of people he had killed and was furious. However, after hearing Saint Tiankong's words, he gradually calmed down. That's right. He was too stupid to be angered by Ling Xiao and lose his mind. I didn't expect the idiots of Heaven's Wall City to have some brains. So what? Do you dare to kill me? I'm not afraid to tell you that the City of Gold has already set up the sky enveloping formation. You can either get lost and go back to your mother's stomachs and cry. Otherwise, all of you can stay here and become nourishment for the formation. Ling Xiao stood hundreds of meters away and looked at the people of the Subjugation Crusader Alliance indifferently. End of chapter. Chapter 48:16. Are you trying to play the empty city stratagem with us? The Thunder Star Master said in disdain. Unfortunately, no matter how hard you try, we're going to destroy the Golden City today. Empty city stratagem? Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I'm telling the truth, but you don't believe me. Since that's the case, bring it on. I'd like to see if you're more stubborn or my formation is more terrifying. Ling Xiao is extremely cunning. What if it's not the empty city stratagem? Everyone, please be careful. Qin Huang reminded them. He was a cautious person. Perhaps this was the reason why he wasn't willing to make an enemy out of Ling Xiao. Even now, he was only forced here by the Heavenly King Sage. He didn't want to make an enemy out of the Golden City. Therefore, he was more than willing to leave if he could. Coward. The Heavenly King Sage looked at Qin Huang in disdain and said, Everyone says that you're the brains of the Qin clan. However, it seems like you're just a coward. Who's willing to take the lead for me? As long as you can kill or capture Ling Xiao alive, I'll immediately reward him with a 9-dragon pattern Emperor weapon. The moment he finished his sentence, the crowd became excited. As the saying goes, wealth moves people's hearts. Moreover, this was a treasure. Greed could make people lose their fear completely. This wasn't just a bluff. If he could kill Ling Xiao and obtain a 9-dragon inscription's monarch weapon, it would be an extremely good thing. I'll go. A 3rd-level divine body realm martial artist flew out from the crowd. Due to the temptation of the treasure, he gave up on thinking. He even forgot about everything that happened in the ancient imperial city. He only had Ling Xiao in his eyes. Ling Xiao was like a treasure trove that deeply attracted him. Seeing someone charging out from the opposite side, Ling Xiao sneered and didn't retreat. Instead, he charged forward. He hadn't really fought with a 3rd-level divine body realm martial artist when his main body was at the 1st-level divine body realm. He could have a good time today. Therefore, he didn't use his sword. If he took out the Crimson Blood Demon sword or the Void God sword, it would be a bit of a bully. The two of them quickly clashed, and after dozens of exchanges, there was no clear victor. Ling Xiao isn't as scary as the rumors say. The martial artists of the Crusader Alliance began to discuss among themselves. That's right. The Sky Tiger Demon Lord killed the Storm Star Lord and the Lava Star Lord in an instant. Could it be someone else? I'm afraid he's Ling Xiao's master. Originally, many people were quite afraid of Ling Xiao. Therefore, he didn't rush out immediately. But now, they were regretting it. If Ling Xiao was really killed by that 3rd-level divine physique echelon martial artist, they would lose a 9-dragon vein monarch weapon. However, the situation of the battle quickly changed. The two of them fought for 100 rounds before Ling Xiao suddenly shot an arrow and killed his opponent. However, he was already panting. It's my turn. Suddenly, a figure tore through the sky and left. He was actually a genius from the Heaven's Wall City. Seeing Ling Xiao gasping for breath, he knew that his chance had come. He was only a 3rd-level divine physique echelon martial artist. He was someone else's servant. However, he had a dream to soar and become someone above others. Now, his chance had come. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, not only would he be rewarded with treasures, but he would also be valued by the Heaven's Wall Saint. He would definitely soar in the future. It was another tough battle. Ling Xiao was already covered in wounds. However, he still managed to kill his opponent with great difficulty. I'm not going to play with you anymore. A bunch of shameless bastards. How dare you take turns to fight me? After killing the 2nd, 3rd-level divine physique echelon martial artist, Ling Xiao already looked very tired. Therefore, it was reasonable for him to turn around and leave now. If he left right away, they would definitely think that he was baiting them. Don't let him get away. Go after him. The crowd was excited. They all wanted to kill Ling Xiao and claim the credit. Even the 1st and 2nd-level divine physique echelon martial artists wanted to take advantage of the situation. All of a sudden, the million-strong army rushed out. Qin Huang couldn't stop them even if he wanted to. He grabbed his sister Qin Qin's hand and shook his head. Shaking his head, he said, This Ling Xiao is very intelligent. Don't take any risks. You're a smart guy. Jean Lin also didn't chase after them. He mainly didn't want to chase after them. He was only here to watch the show. He didn't plan to attack the City of Gold with the Subjugation Crusader Alliance. I've observed the City of Gold. There's indeed a powerful formation set up. Ling Xiao didn't lie. However, the more he admitted, the more others wouldn't believe him. This fellow was using this mentality of people to lure those idiots into the trap. If I'm not wrong, Ling Xiao was just putting on a show in the battle just now. His strength isn't that weak. Jean Lin is indeed Jean Lin. No wonder so many martial artists in the Heaven's Wall City have such a headache. Qin Huang cupped his fists. He was very impressed with Jean Lin's analysis. At this moment, the million-strong army at the back was already a few hundred meters away from them. Billowing smoke and dust were flying in the City of Gold. Many buildings were destroyed, although it pained the martial artists in the City of Gold. However, the destroyed buildings could be rebuilt as long as the people didn't die. Soon, the army reached the vicinity of the Great Emperor Palace. This was the core of the entire formation. It was also the most terrifying part of the formation. Seeing the tens of thousands of people gathered in front of the Great Emperor Palace, Saint Tianho sneered. Hee, this is the Great Emperor Palace? It's indeed a supreme treasure. Today, it belongs to me. His eyesight was excellent. He instantly recognized the essence of the Great Emperor Palace. Ling Xiao, what's the use of hiding in the crowd? Also, you idiots better surrender quickly. The City of Gold is doomed. It's only a matter of time before the Golden Sky region is destroyed. If you don't want to die, capture Ling Xiao and give him to us. Nether Devil Lord sneered. He thought there was a trap here and was a little worried. However, he found Huang Jinrufeng and the others. Huang Jinrufeng was indeed powerful, but it didn't mean much. Even if he could fight against an emperor, could he fight against all the emperors? Moreover, they still had Saint Tianho. No matter how strong Huang Jinrufeng was, he was definitely not a match for Saint Tianho. A bunch of ignorant idiots. Huang Jinrufeng sneered. The City of Gold is about to be destroyed? The Golden Sky region is doomed? Are you guys dreaming? For the greed in your heart, you don't even know common sense. The Golden Sky region was the oldest force in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Do you really think we don't have a way to deal with the enemy? Seeing that we're all martial artists of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, I'll give you a chance. Get out of the City of Gold immediately, and you can avoid death. Otherwise, none of you can leave today. He had always been by Huang Jinrufeng's side, so he had the benevolence of Huang Jinrufeng. He didn't want to kill too many people too early. His thoughts were different from Ling Xiao's. Unfortunately, these bastards didn't care about his good intentions. Cut the crap. You're just saying that out of fear. Just like Ling Xiao. So what if you act strong? Without strength, everything is in vain. End of chapter. Chapter 48:17. Haha, I gave you a chance to live, but you didn't want it. Since that's the case, then die. Huang Jinrufeng was influenced by the Golden Emperor and didn't like to kill. However, this didn't mean that he was a saint. The other party didn't listen to him and was still so arrogant. Naturally, they would be destroyed. A terrifying aura was released from Huang Jinrufeng's body. At this moment, many people could feel the terror of an advanced 5th-level divine physique echelon cultivator. Countless martial artists were pressured to the point that they couldn't breathe. Some of the enemies who were closest to Huang Jinrufeng were lying on the ground with their bones shattered. Their bodies exploded. Everyone was horrified as they finally realized how terrifying Huang Jinrufeng was. Even Saint Tiankong frowned. This Huang Jinrufeng was too terrifying. He was even more terrifying than the Sky Tiger Demon Lord. Even he felt the pressure. Our Golden City has no enmity with any of you. However, since you're targeting us, you'll be destroyed here today. Huang Jinrufeng's eyes were shining with golden flames. In the next moment, a violent force was released. Countless people turned around and ran. The terrifying golden flames were like a ferocious beast that pounced into the crowd. However, the dazzling golden light wasn't that beautiful as it was filled with killing intent. It was extremely terrifying. In an instant, tens of thousands of people died under Huang Jinrufeng's attack. Everyone was burned to ashes. The martial artists who were lucky enough to escape looked at Huang Jinrufeng in horror. Their eyes were filled with regret. At this moment, they finally realized that if the Golden City was so easy to attack, it would have been destroyed long ago. It wouldn't have been able to stand until today. Even a few of the Skywall City's geniuses died. Saint Tiankong, Nether Demon Lord, and the others only cared about protecting themselves and didn't care about the lives of others. In their eyes, the others weren't comrades but competitors. Competitors who would compete with them for the treasures. The more deaths, the better. As for the undead spirit race experts hiding in the crowd, they didn't care at all. They couldn't wait for both sides to fight to the death. Anyway, it was just some trash that died. As long as the main elite force wasn't destroyed, it didn't matter. Without even looking at the dead, Saint Tiankong said coldly to Huang Jinrufeng, "It seems like you're prepared to fight to the death with us. Since that's the case, there's no need for me to show mercy. I originally thought that you were a talent and that you might be able to follow me to Heaven's Wall City in the future. But you don't know what's good for you. If we don't kill you, we may suffer heavy losses. What's the use of finding excuses? Let's do it." Ling Xiao stood beside Huang Jinrufeng and laughed contemptuously. "You despicable person, do you think you'll be safe by hiding behind him? He is indeed powerful, but can he stop all of us by himself? That's wishful thinking." The Nether Demon Lord sneered. "Hee, whatever you say. I'm a magnanimous person and won't bicker with you. Anyway, you won't live for long." Ling Xiao smiled. He was already prepared to activate the array formation. However, he still wanted those experts to expend more of their energy. Only in this way could the effects of the formation become even more terrifying. How arrogant! The first to attack was the Thunderstar Master. He was the first to rush out and suddenly released a violent energy. Streaks of lightning roared on his body. Behind him, the Nether Demon Lord and the others were also prepared to attack. When millions of experts released their energy at the same time, it was really quite terrifying. It was as though dark clouds were pressing down and the sky was collapsing. It made one feel as though they couldn't stand still. "Today, I don't believe that we can't destroy you and the Golden City," the Thunderstar Master roared. With his body as the center, the crazy lightning became even more ferocious. "Thunderstar Master, are you afraid of lightning?" Facing the terrifying pressure, Ling Xiao suddenly asked with a smile. "What a joke. I have the Thunder Martial Soul. Why would I be afraid of lightning?" The Thunderstar Master said disdainfully. "Is that so? Next, I'll let you have a taste of what real lightning tastes like. Myriad Lightning God Slaying Array, activate." Taking advantage of the fact that the other party had released a powerful aura and was preparing to attack, it was the best time to activate the array formation. Following Ling Xiao's roar, 4 rays of light shot out from the 4 array cores at the same time and shot into the sky. In the sky, dark clouds suddenly gathered. The terrifying destructive energy was as though the end of the world had arrived. Rumble. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and it was getting closer and closer. This made the martial artists of the Subjugation Crusade Alliance suddenly feel that something was wrong. This energy was too terrifying. It was as though it could destroy everything. What's going on? The Nether Demon Lord's face changed drastically. This destructive energy shrouded the entire Golden City. Only 5 places were unharmed. It happened to be the Great Emperor Palace with 4 array cores and 1 array core. Huang Jinrufeng had led the martial artists into the Great Emperor Palace. Only Ling Xiao was left outside. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid because he was the one who set up the array. Naturally, he wouldn't be harmed. Array. It's a large-scale killing array. Someone exclaimed in surprise. In the blink of an eye, the energy condensation was completed in an instant. However, to make it clear, he had to say a few more words. Rumble. After the terrifying energy was condensed, it began to fall. The dazzling lightning turned into white pillars of light. The entire Golden City was shrouded in it. Rumble. The first lightning struck. The huge lightning pillar with a diameter of 100 meters instantly destroyed tens of thousands of people. At that moment, their hearts trembled. "Run! Run!" Someone shouted, because they realized how terrifying this trap was. "What are you afraid of? I'm here." Sage Tianjin looked at the lightning in the sky coldly. He said in disdain. Then, he took out a gourd. Immediately, he took it out. After the crazy lightning struck, it was all absorbed by the gourd. Ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, you didn't expect this, right? Back in the ancient imperial city, you used an array to deal with us. I've already thought of how to deal with you. Today, you still dare to use an array to deal with us. How foolish. Sage Tianjin laughed maniacally. Kill him. Seeing this scene, the Thunder Star Lord was extremely excited and shouted loudly. Ling Xiao no longer had anyone protecting him. At this moment, it was the best time to attack Ling Xiao. Can I ask you something? Can your gourd block the array of the ancient imperial city? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Nonsense. The array of the ancient imperial city may be powerful, but I have this treasure. I'm not afraid at all. Sage Tianjin was very confident. What if it's 10 times stronger than the array of the ancient imperial city? Ling Xiao asked again. What? Sage Tianjin's face finally changed. You're bluffing. Oh, it's good that you think so. Let's see how your gourd is doing. Ling Xiao stood there and said with a smile. Crack. At this moment, cracks appeared on the gourd. End of chapter. Chapter 48:18. Oh no, the formation is too powerful. We can't hold on any longer. Run. Sage Tianjin was the first to turn around and flee. At this moment, he no longer had the confidence to fight against this terrifying formation. Since he had fled, the others naturally did not dare to stay behind. Crack. However, a moment later, the gourd completely shattered. A large amount of energy was accumulated in the gourd and released. It instantly produced a terrifying lethality. It crashed to the ground. Everything was erased. This was an attack formed by gathering a large amount of precious materials, borrowing the power of Emperor Huang Jindi, Fire King Palace, Flower King Palace, Thunder King Palace, and Punishment King Palace. One could imagine how terrifying it was. It was already strong enough. Sage Tianjin even gathered his power and released it at the same time. This was simply the stupidest thing to do. This time, more than 100,000 people died. Those who were lucky enough to survive trembled when they saw this scene. In the sky, the thunder was still rumbling. Bolts of lightning struck again. They finally understood why Ling Xiao lured them here. The density of the lightning here was the highest and the strongest. How could they possibly withstand it? Everyone was only thinking of one thing at this moment, which was to escape from the City of Gold. Otherwise, they would definitely be buried here. This was too ruthless. The City of Gold was too ruthless this time. They did not hesitate to destroy their own buildings to kill them. It seemed like they had put in a lot of effort. Save me. I don't want to die yet. When the martial artists of the Subjugation Crusader Alliance came, they were all arrogant and aggressive. They wanted to destroy the City of Gold completely. However, at this moment, they were all fleeing frantically like stray dogs. How unsightly was that? How unsightly was that? At this moment, the pride of the geniuses of the Heaven's Wall City was gone. All that was left was fear. Unfortunately, no matter what they shouted, it was useless. Once the formation was activated, unless the power was exhausted or Ling Xiao stopped it. Otherwise, they would continue to attack him. More and more people were dying in the lightning. Even those experts were almost unable to withstand it, although they took out their defensive Dharma treasures and resisted with their own strength. However, it was absolutely impossible to hold on for too long with such a crazy power. Sooner or later, they would not be able to hold on. The City of Gold, which was filled with golden light, was sacred and majestic. However, today, there were endless miserable screams. Some of the stronger ones were not killed by the lightning bolts, but their limbs were broken. They could only howl in pain and watch helplessly as the lightning engulfed them. There was nothing they could do. The feeling of waiting for death was too torturous. Some warriors had even chosen to commit suicide. They did not want to suffer that terrible pain. Why? Why did the City of Gold have such a terrifying array formation? Was this the foundation of history? I don't want to fight anymore. I want to go home. Do you regret it now? Ling Zhao's voice came from the sky. Everyone saw a horrifying scene. Ling Xiao stood in the midst of the lightning like a real god of thunder, overlooking all living beings. Our golden city has given you too many opportunities, but unfortunately, you don't seem to know how to cherish them. You want to destroy the city of gold? Why don't you check if you have the right to do so? What a laughable confidence. They could not refute Ling Xiao's words. The moment they stepped into the city of gold, they were confident that today would be the end of the city of gold. No matter what, the city of gold would be easily trampled. Ling Xiao would also be easily killed. But now, there was only despair in their hearts. They had underestimated the enemy and completely underestimated the terror of the city of gold. They had underestimated the crazy array formation. This formation had the terrifying effect of destroying everything in its path. It could easily kill them all. Even the sovereigns were no exception. After all, this was borrowing the power of nature and had nothing to do with one's strength. Get lost. Nether Devil Lord punched the lightning that was pouncing on him. He was already a little tired. His heart was filled with fear. Previously, they were instigated by Lotus Flower and thought that by forming the Crusader Alliance, they could easily destroy the City of Gold. There would definitely be no accidents. But today, there was still an accident. And it was a fatal accident. They wanted to destroy the City of Gold, but in the end, it was the City of Gold that was destroying them. It was really a tragedy. At this moment, he did not want to continue fighting. Everything would wait until they escaped from the City of Gold. But when they arrived near the city gate, they found that the gate had disappeared. We can't get out of here. This array formation only has one life gate. If we can find it, we can still hope for a chance of survival. Otherwise, we will be trapped here forever. Jean Lin said coldly. He did not want the people of Heaven's Wall City to die. After all, Heaven's Wall City and Giant Dragon Valley had joined forces to face the crisis. He still had to help when he needed to. Where is the life gate? Heavenly King looked at Jean Lin and said, I know you know about arrays and are very good at it. What's the use of being good at it? Jean Lin smiled bitterly. The strength of the person who set up the array is more terrifying than I imagined. The 4 array cores he set up are the 4 gates. The life gate, death gate, prison gate, and thunder gate. The most terrifying one is the death gate. Once you enter, you can forget about surviving. The key is that I can't tell the difference between these 4 gates. The only way is to try them one by one. You aren't lying to me, are you? Heavenly King frowned. They were at the edge of the array formation and the density of the lightning was lower, so they had time to talk. Crazy, believe it or not. Even if I don't want to help you, so what? Do you dare to fight me? Jean Lin mocked. Humph, Heavenly King snorted and did not say anything. He frowned and thought. Perhaps this was the only way, Jean Lin said. Otherwise, if this continued, they would all die. Test at the same time. I will lead a team to the east. Nether Devil Master, you will lead a team to the west. Thunder Star Master, you will lead a team to the north. Inferno Star Master, you will lead a team to the south. The rest of you will follow a team. This is not for me, but for all of you. If we can't find the life gate soon, all of us will die. Heavenly King finally accepted Jean Lin's suggestion. They could only use the stupidest method to try. Otherwise, the casualties would be even greater. Trash, you have to rely on others to understand the mysteries of arrays. You said you are the young city lord of Heavenly King City, but why do I feel that you are more and more trash? In the sky, Ling Xiao mocked. He knew that Jean Lin would help those people. This was not strange. But even if they found the life gate, would they be able to leave alive? Ling Xiao sneered. Even if the array formation could not kill all of them, there was still the power of Golden City to chase after them. These people must not be let out. Otherwise, if they took revenge in the future, it would be very troublesome for Golden Sky region. They were not afraid, but these bastards were unscrupulous. They would massacre the weak. End of chapter. Chapter 48-19. Shut up. A puny first-level divine physique echelon martial artist. What right do you have to talk to me? Even if I lose today, it will be at the hands of the person who set up this formation. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to mock me? Saint Tian Ho looked at Ling Xiao and shouted coldly. That's right. I'm just a puny first-level divine physique echelon martial artist. However, I'm sorry. I was the one who set up this formation. Ling Xiao mocked. You are indeed as useless as that dead young Master Jin Xiao. I've already killed him. Are you planning to follow in his footsteps? Saint Tian Ho's face was extremely gloomy. He was the young lord of Heaven's Wall City. The martial artists of Heaven's Wall City had always treated the 4 regions and 9 worlds as a world of ants. They had never taken them seriously. However, this ant dared to humiliate him so wantonly, and there was nothing he could do. If Ling Xiao was only good at talking, he wouldn't care. However, Ling Xiao just had a way to embarrass him. He had a way to make him suffer. This was something he couldn't refute no matter what. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao. However, the problem was that Ling Xiao was at the place where the lightning was the most terrifying. Unless he didn't want his life anymore and dared to rush there, he would be courting death. Kid, remember this. If we don't die today, we will tear you into pieces, including everyone in Golden Sky region. Not even a dog will be spared. You better pray for yourself. Saint Tian Ho was furious. He wasn't interested in killing these ants. However, since he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, he could only start with the commoners. Let's talk about it when you can get out alive. Even if you don't die today, I will turn you into a cripple. There's no way you can behave atrociously in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Ling Xiao looked at Saint Tian Ho coldly. The words of the young city lord of Heaven's Wall City further strengthened his desire to exterminate all his enemies. Because if these people weren't exterminated, the commoners of Golden Sky region might really be massacred. After all, not everyone was as powerful as them. Let's give it a try. Everyone, follow my orders. Whether or not we can get out will depend on this. Saint Tian Ho roared and charged toward the Fire King Palace in the east. The others also began to move. They knew very well that it was time for them to fight with their backs against the wall. They had no other choice. If they couldn't find the life gate, they would all die here. In the face of such a powerful formation, they had no way to deal with it. However, as long as they escaped from the Golden City, they would have the upper hand. The remaining hundreds of thousands of people split into 4 groups and rushed toward one of the Needle Eyes. The Fire King, the Flower King, the Thunder King, and the Criminal Law King were all ready. This time, it was a test for the Golden City. It was also a test for many martial artists. Who was the warrior, who was the coward, and who was the traitor? It would soon be revealed. The battlefield was actually a demon-revealing mirror. Even demons and ghosts couldn't escape the light of this mirror. The eastern side was the closest because that was where the city gate was. Therefore, Saint Tianjin and the others were the first to arrive. Brothers of the Fire King Palace, the enemy is here. Let them have a taste of our power. The Fire King roared. The power of all the martial artists of the Fire King Palace gathered together. It turned into a scarlet flaming thunderbolt. This was the effect of the myriad lightning immortal slaying array and the martial artists of the Fire King Palace. Then, it shot toward the hundreds of thousands of people led by Saint Tian Ho. In the face of this terrifying flaming thunderbolt, the martial artists of the Subjugation Crusader Alliance were terrified. This power was even more terrifying than the pure thunderbolt from before. Did they choose the wrong place? Was this not the life gate? Don't retreat. Let's work together to block this attack. Saint Tian Ho roared and took the lead to attack. The others also attacked one after another. Countless forces merged together and collided with the scarlet flaming thunderbolt. Boom, boom. Before the 2 forces collided, they had already caused the air to rumble and explode. Bam! The flaming thunderbolt finally defeated the combined force and rushed over. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Everyone's faces turned deathly pale, especially the martial artists of the Subjugation Crusader Alliance who were facing the flaming thunderbolt. They even saw their own death. Boom! A violent sound was heard. Then, the flaming thunderbolt smashed into the crowd. Tens of thousands of people were killed. Don't retreat. Remember, attack at the same time and concentrate your forces. Otherwise, it won't be powerful enough. Saint Tian Ho roared. Of course, he could survive such an attack. After all, he was a martial artist from the Heaven's Wall City and his cultivation was extremely powerful. He also had treasures with him. Even if everyone around him died, he would still be alive. He was not satisfied with the effect of this attack. He thought that it was because the crowd was not united enough. So, he had to try again. Boom. This time, they agreed to release their attacks at the same time. All the attacks were concentrated together, forming a terrifying energy wave. They swore to kill the people of the Fire King Palace. There were less than 100,000 people in the Fire King Palace. Even if many of them died, there were still hundreds of thousands of them. As long as they destroyed the Fire King Palace, they would be able to find the exit and get out of here. It's futile. Ling Xiao, who was watching the battle from the sky, sneered coldly. It was actually the stupidest thing to do to resist the power of the array. Smart people would definitely choose to look for the flaws of the array. They would never win if they fought head-on. On the Fire King's side, he took out 10 pieces of supreme-grade spiritual stones and threw them into the array core. Those were 10 supreme-grade spiritual stones. One supreme-grade spiritual stone was equivalent to 10 million upper-grade spiritual stones. It was easy to imagine how valuable it was. Everyone was well aware of the terrifying effects it could bring. An even more powerful flame and thunder was brewing. The violent destructive power made countless people feel shocked and terrified. Those martial artists from the Golden Heavens region who were close to the Golden City saw the Golden City that was surrounded by thunder and lightning. They also felt the violent thunder and lightning. All of them were frightened. They really did not know what was happening in the Golden City at this time. They could not interfere in this kind of thing at all. Even if they wanted to help, it was impossible. The difference in level was too great. At this time, the 10 supreme-grade spiritual stones had been completely transformed into power. They merged with the power of the martial artists from the Fire King Palace. The entire Eastern Array core was like a fire domain surrounded by red lightning, exuding a mysterious and powerful aura. It made those martial artists from the Subjugation Crusade Alliance tremble. Attack! Saint Tiankong gritted his teeth. In order to survive, in order to leave this place, he could not back down. Hundreds of thousands of martial artists unleashed a terrifying attack almost at the same time. The power was completely released. At the same time, the flame and thunder were released. It turned into a fire dragon and pounced on the crowd. It was too powerful. The fire dragon condensed the power of lightning and flame. It gathered the power of supreme-grade spiritual stones. It was born in the myriad lightning destroyer array. It was born to destroy everything. End of chapter. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.